take off my glasses so I can see. I'm going to start this other recording, at least vocal, so we have a backup. Yes. All right, there we go. Looks like we're working, y'all. All right, we got some vocals. All right, checking in on the cool check-in. Brother Panic here, now known as Pimpin' Won't He Will, Esquire, Gentleman Pimpin' Won't He Will. Pimpin' Won't He Will, won't he will, won't he will. In the building, giving you some updates, won't he will. And you know, same old nigger chronicles. We're about to get into this niggonometry. Couple of interesting things that I'm noticing spiritually coming through that I want to keep us on point with, especially after we did it. Now, it's clear they took the video that Aleem and myself has done that we did on COVID down. I'm surprised it lasted that long. We got 9 hours of it. And I'm sure I can find if I look, but if anybody knows another medium to post it besides YouTube, let me know. I'll do it. Just so it exists somewhere. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna try to title this one more clever, even though we're pretty much talking about the same stuff for the reaction. Now, a lot of interesting things came out and have been coming out about this hoax. You know what I'm saying? That they're masquerading around as some sort of a virus. You know, that's just not the case. You know, it's just not the story of what's really happening here. You know, it's the cover story to get you to act and react under the banner of fear. So it's the same methodology, just a different narrative of the day. And, you know, nothing else is new. So we always want to look at the actions behind the apparent. This is the nature of occult thinking. To look at the culture, the scenario, the system, the situation that is behind what is apparent. So the mundane, the exoteric, the dumbass is pretty much content with trying to decipher, content with trying to use the information that was given to them, the apparent, for the sole purpose of you saying, well, apparently that's the reason. So that's why they give you the apparent, for you to act and react to that. And though you may have an incredible, intellectual, scholarly reaction, approach, and answer to any of this so-called white supremacy, and in fact, you're so smart that you call white supremacy so-called white supremacy, because you just can't let yourself call anything white supreme, even when you're trying to just describe their order of operation to dominate you, is white supremacy on their mind first. So all things white are supreme, and you must lie, steal, cheat, deceive, blah, 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 to maintain that absolute lie. We know white people are not supreme. We know that white supremacy is a total invention, because anything that is supreme, they never have to say they're supreme. One of the best lines of the whole series in Game of Thrones when one of the young kings were throwing a hissy fit. I'm the king, and when I say it, it goes, because I'm the motherfucking king. Am I not the motherfucking king? And his grandfather said, if you truly ruled as the king, you wouldn't have to say it. Because the apparent or the proof in the actions is what you're looking for to start a process. So if I see a Black person manifesting something in terms of that's supreme behavior or supreme thinking, and that is apparent to me, what we naturally do is say, well, what is it that makes him supreme? What is behind his supremacy? Well, his talent is this. He has the ability to do this or that. This is how he did it. This is where it comes from. This is what he studied. This is how he disciplined himself. So we're interested in knowing what happened behind the apparent supremacy of this person. If this person's on a skateboard and shows supremacy with his tricks and flips, we kind of can speculate, well, he spent thousands of hours practicing and hundreds of falls and maybe some broken bones. We would say all of that because we know there's a situation behind what looks either good or bad. There's a situation behind the apparent. That word is a code. So as Black folks who should be natural scientists, meaning absolute observers, as well as knowing to take that hat off and do what you have to do in terms of participating in this human experiment, but also be able to take the time to sit back and observe your scenario, the situation, a collective situation of all of us, and evaluate what you need to do personally to make things become more apparent that you want. Because what apparently is happening, you're acting and reacting to their definition of white supremacy. Even the fact that you sit all day and fucking pontificate. I know that's a word I made up for deep niggas who ain't really that deep. So you sit all day and you pontificate on what to do and how to do it and who the fuck you were as a Moor and who the fuck you was when you ran the planet. But it's all in reaction to them. Therefore, even by doing that, you still feed into white supremacy by even sitting there discussing what it is you should do in reaction to it. For something that you say doesn't even exist, because you can't even put the words together to say white supremacy. So it becomes so-called white supremacy, this white idea that they're racist, racism, whatever you want to call it, is still you reacting to something that you even say doesn't exist or can exist. So if white supremacy is an illusion, which we know it is, then them creating a false history is an illusion. Them creating an economic stronghold over this planet that you can't break through is an illusion. Their control of the media and the in-depth chemtrails and mind control they have has also got to be an illusion that you're buying into. So if you're not going to buy into the word, we have to stop buying into false power that we keep saying they have by way of explaining the power that we do not have. So as we sit here and say, Black people ain't doing this, Black people don't got enough of that, Black people don't do this, and we ain't never gonna do this, and because of this, we do this, and that's why we ain't got, and that's why we have a lot of this, and it's not serving us, is a roundabout way of co-signing with this is happening because of superior white folks enacting their superior methodology on whipping your ass. The only thing you really stand on is they're not doing it morally, and we would. But other than that, you're really describing white supremacy. You really are. And to truly describe black supremacy, step one would be history. Then you have to say, after you've been totally historicalized and psychologically built, and we're not saying that can happen magically in this society, but let's say that's your goal because that's what you're doing. If you're trying to read all of these ancient, well, not really ancient, but ancient books, but let's keep it on the history level. You're trying to read all of this new renaissance of masters that came and returned to you your history. So what would that goal be? It would be to empower yourself. And then once you've been empowered historically, you have to have something to move forward with. So here's where I ask the question of myself. I don't ask this of other people because I don't give a fuck about the consciousness of the next man. It's up to him to get this shit and then join a table, whatever that table may be, with after you did your work. It's not up. You can't. Consciousness is something you must find within yourself because you and only you know where the darkness hides within you, and it's about bringing light to darkness. So you can only be the true definition of that. You only know the true prescription of that. So it's not about being cruel. I found out something and I'm gonna keep it to myself. It's about no matter what I found out and reflect to you, if you're not in tune with the places you need help, you wouldn't be able to eat what I'm saying to feed the places you need or to configure what I'm saying to benefit you. We're so used to taking what I'm saying and then being inspired by it and living by it emotionally and living up to it based upon your religious upbringing. But true consciousness is, you're supposed to take this stuff in and fill it and reorder it to the configuration you need. That process is the wisdom part. You're becoming wise off of the information that you've been given. And then the understanding becomes when you're able to make the change and make manifest with that which you have learned, that which you've studied, that which you become wise, that which has shaped and changed your thinking and your consciousness to a higher frequency. This process is yours and it's personal. No one can do it for you. The best people can offer you is the information, but the wisdom and the understanding is all on you. That's the occult. That's the occult science. That's the occult way, and that's the goal and chore of that who is seeking light, to find their definition of darkness, because the configuration of trauma, which is unique and special to you, created these dark places in you. So you only know the trauma that was unique and special to you. You may run across somebody with identical trauma and you may be able to share, but in the end, you have to sit alone and you have to figure out ways to let it go, function, and come to terms with it. So the better way to do that is to be more informed with the ancient information that empowered you during those times, or during any time, during the best time. That's the best bet you have. And then the fragmented ancient information that's left around, most people take it holistically and take it because of your religious training. You read the plain writing on the wall like you were trained to read the Bible, which is a metaphysical book, which is an occult book, or let me say it comes from earlier occult books and is a collective now work that's renamed, rehashed, called the Bible, that you were trained to read these works that were allegory, that were occult, which means they had an apparent story and also a hidden, subconscious, symbolic story for the subconscious mind to get the true programming, for it to communicate with that which is programmed in your very DNA. That's why you like the story. So most movie writers and screenwriters understand the concept. So what you see in the occult is not because they have a love for the occult all the time, and not because they want to kind of say a secret message all the time. Sometimes they just know the psychological makeup of the human mind, and they understand that there's two aspects of your mind that they speak into. So just intelligently, they speak to that in story writing, hoping to captivate you with this subliminal story of the hero that is programmed into us. The subliminal story or the subliminal mythology that was told, let's just say, and all of them that are worth their spit have the same characters, different faces and names, but the same hero, the same maiden that needs to be rescued, the same quest, the same trapped father that returns, the same, you killed my uncle, you killed my father, and I must vengeance you, as Horus vengeanced his father, is this mythology that keeps being rehashed and retold over and over and over again, told in every movie, because they understand this speaks to the very core of your DNA in terms of what you're doing down here. You came down here to create a problem. In math, what do we call an equation that's unanswered? A math problem. This Earth, humanity, is a math problem. And each one of you get a personal problem. That's called your trauma. Even in your best case scenario, you're going to see someone on TV that's going to fuck you up, some in the street that's going to fuck you up, even if you have great, groovy parents. You're going to see black people get strangled, choke. No matter how cool you are and how rich you are, they're going to keep showing your black ass images of the niggas who ain't rich, Trayvon Martins. You can't get away from the trauma. You can ignore it, but ignoring it is a reaction to trauma because you can't handle it. So you're going to get it. That's what Earth is about. And those traumas represent the problem, the kundalini, the chakras, the meditations, the yoga, the om, the diet represent you getting back to that which is homeostasis or balancing yourself, while you are also investigating and releasing and dealing with and coming to understand the trauma that was given to you because it was your math equation. And it represents algebra. The unknown represents heaven or bliss. And true heaven or bliss, any occult scientist knows, is generated by your mind. But if you go through trauma, which you think is real down here in this illusionary world, your mind can't be relieved to find that resting place or the answer to the unknown. You get what I'm saying? So you have to find in your mind, this is a total mind thing. It's not a black people thing. It's not a we all this and a we all that thing. You cannot find answers that way. You can only find what groupings of black people, no one, and maybe you can tie it to one individual in the group kind of co-sign with a thing or something. But you cannot deal with what your mother didn't give you or gave you based upon your ghetto circumstances in the grouping. You cannot come down to individual satisfaction. So you may come down to a behavior, a way of being, a way of speaking that makes you externally fit in and feel like you're a part of something and doing something. So instead of saying hello, I now say hotep. You know what I'm saying? Instead of shaking hands, because that's some American shit, we do this now, we hit our chest. You know what I'm saying? I say words like overstand. You know what I'm saying? My pineal is radiating. My soul is reflecting. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that I felt that in my root chakra. And it seems like we're going somewhere, know something, and doing something, especially when we're talking to others who don't know shit, who are doing the same front. So it becomes this whole fronting system with a language, outfits, hairstyles, and you know, food choices that says you've transcended. But truthfully, none of these things can get the pain of your mother mother's neglect that you may have felt, your father's missing that you may have felt, or your father there and he's a little bit too rough and didn't give enough hugs. Your mother there, but she was always arguing and bitching and was this kind of bitch to you. None of those things can address that. The occult science addresses it because it makes you take an honest look at the darkness inside of you, the dark side. And while we're obtaining light, see, Black Lives Matter, and in the end, they're fighting for light. Civil rights, light. Economic relief, light. Control of rap, light. All this light or happiness or better days or more brighter days is light that you're looking for. You're looking for these things, and in the occult, they narrow it down to a process called out of darkness comes light, which made it to the Bible. The occult knows out of darkness comes light. In other words, if you study the hidden, you will find the true answer. You study the hidden, the culture that is done in the darkness, you're going to find the light. You don't study light to find light. White folks know this metaphysical fact, so they tell you to study Jesus, the light, so you could be with Jesus, the light. But they understand there's a process that now has been taken away from you. The process of going into that which is unknown to make it known. You don't want to study that which you know, because that's just an exercise in expanding the ego. If I know this drum machine that I'm sitting next to, give you some other visuals besides my face. Let's move back. If I know this machine through and through, and this machine has become an extension of me and what I am, there's nothing more to learn on it. And anything that I do now on this drum machine is actually only an expression of my prowess or my mastery of this drum machine. The true occultist needs to move on to something else. Now you're moving on to this shit, this board, let's just say, or even better yet, this drum machine. Actually, should have did it the other way around. These were more of the first drum machines. This is a replica 808 from the Roland 808, which came out in the early 80s, mid 80s to early 80s. So they replicated it as such a popular machine. So once you learn that, and this was like the first shit, kind of one of the first shit I learned on. I actually learned on the first Roland 707, then the 808 became popular. There also was a 909. And but the 808 is the icon. That's a replica though. The 808 is a little bit bigger. So then you move on to a drum machine like this. So that's the goal in all of this shit, to move on, not to find something like this first drum machine that you could do and stick with it. Because each time, once you've taken that as far as you could possibly take it, then you're only really just reveling in your own ego. It's really about constant evolution. If the law of the universe is constant change, what makes you think you're divorced from that? We're still singing the same ass song. And we're singing really white people's song. This is what they do. 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 And they really, and then here's black people compensate with, well, this is what we've done. This is what we've done. This is what we've done. But this is what they do. This is what they do. And then you have spiritual books, very low, minute, that explain our old way of thinking, which was called the power of the now. We thought in now moments. So right now, all you do, even when you think you're trying to get at white people, is really raise them up. Know why chimpanzees are not a problem for niggas? Because niggas don't sit all day on camera talking about how chimpanzees give them problems. No one's saying, let's stop talking about them and let's make a plan to do this, that, or the other thing. And you probably won't include me. I deal heavy in spirituality. So when y'all get to that level of planning, then we'll have a conversation. But I'm looking back at all of these, I want to say black people niggers, and never put nothing into play or the plan. Truth be told, at least Umar Johnson was trying to take steps towards making something manifest. And this is from the people who say they're here for the return of the old African manifestation of ways. No one's talking about that. They're still talking about the power of white supremacy, whether they call it that or not. And to talk about the power is actually to raise it up, even if you're talking about it disparagingly. You have to start making it visible. And your mind, you should know from Metaphysics 101. You should know from Oprah Winfrey at this point in the laws of attraction. One of the rules of this fucking dumbed down, watered down occult concept that came out of cause and effect, which are from the laws of Tahuti, which was watered down and dumbed down and renamed the Kabbalion. One of those things, cause and effect, which birthed the law of attraction and the fad of it, why it was a fad, because they didn't give you the 6 laws. But what they told you, if you have $2, to see that $2 as splendid and the greatest thing ever, because that's the only way it will turn into $4. If you see it, I'm only got $2, it will always remain as only $2, the concept. So if we're always talking about white people and they're taking out symbols, and look what they did with them, and they're taking out, the word Illuminati was ours. The Moors gave them soap to wash their ass. We did that. We built the architecture. Everything they did was based upon our shit. That's what it is, nigga. You can look at the Moors and there are black people there today. Look at those that niggery nose. You're really just talking pride shit. What you were and what they're doing now. What's really happening, to truth be told, why you don't see any sweat coming off my head, because the true plan that evolves us out of this situation has always been in play. It wasn't put in play on planet Earth. It's not going to happen through earthly means. It's going to happen through your spiritual balance, all that mayat shit you like to talk about. There's a spiritual balance. Y'all looking for a physical balance, which is a true thing if you're dealing with real motherfuckers. You're not dealing with a real motherfucker. You're trying to find spiritual balance between you and a monkey. And really, spiritual balance between you and a monkey is you let him do monkey shit and you do humanity shit. That's how y'all always got along. You fucking around in the jungle, eating his bananas, feeling on his red monkey bitch asses. It's gonna be trouble. You're gonna run into gorilla problems, nigga. Gorilla problems. You leave them motherfuckers alone. You heard Ice Cube. Best to stay in Hollywood, nigga. Don't come around Compton. What he's saying is, don't fuck around. And you won't have issues. We keep meddling into their monkey affairs, participating in it. And you say, well, all the other people and all the other niggas being taken advantage of, they don't know no better. The best shit they know is Tyler Perry, nigga. We've got to save them. You have to save them by example. I know that firsthand. I know that firsthand because when you start reading occult sciences, you don't see words like we and us, and this is how we do it. And that stands out and is disturbing because you've been programmed all your life. We as a people, we black people, you get one thing, your people, you're an example to your people. You got one strike against you. So you're programmed with this, and when you don't see it, it looks disturbing. It looks like not your thinking. You know, each one, teach one. You know what I'm saying? Takes a village to raise a child. You know what I'm saying? Listen. When I started seeing this, it took a while for me to get in. Then when I came to terms with, okay, I get this. Whatever this is about me, and I sure can use it based upon this beat up, traumatizing parental upbringing that I went through. So it's a way for me to look in. In fact, it's what, truthfully, psychiatry work is. Because no one can do it, psychiatrist comes into play, and another man helps you go into your subconscious mind to find out what the true reason is for what it is you do. This is what you're doing by yourself. Why is this? Why is that? You're evaluating your chakras, which hold all your emotional possibilities. So whatever emotional outcome you had is based upon chakra stimulation, either too much, too little, or balanced. And you can evaluate that once you understand each emotion with each chakra. What I did in my book, I don't have one around here, The Occult Origins of Civilization by Brother Panic. The second, people always asking, the second book has been done. It's been done for a year. It's just about releasing it. So after they pretend to stop this COVID shit a little bit more, I'm going to release it because I really wanted to do a book signing and a release. So we need a crowd for that. So it's just really now a matter of when it becomes convenient. So the book is done. It'll be the 7 Laws of Dark Magic or some shit like that. But you'll know when it's time. So I'll make a nuisance of it. So in that first book, I got a whole chapter, and really the chakra stuff that even though I talk about methodologies, tricks, and tips, I gave it more of a database kind of feel in the book. Whereas every emotion that can possibly have, I connected to each chakra so you can evaluate yourself and say, yo, I am too high strung, means too much energy here. And methodologies, ways, herbs, gods, tricks to slow it down or bring it up. You want to start doing that. That's what this really is about, true self-evaluation. And then once you start freeing yourself from more and more of these traumas, you're going to find a blank slate. Then the information of history and the Kemet and the Egypt and the Kemite shit will serve you so much better because you're putting it into a blank slate. Therefore, when it hits the DNA, the true memories come in. So if you hit something and it hits the DNA, when the memory comes up, it's filtered through your emotional system. So if you have we need to get white people back, this white supremacy is killing us. I've had to find out I was Egyptian because the white man told me I was nothing all my life and I needed to find out who I was. Blah, 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 blah. You're going to filter that raw understanding through your emotional system. So in the occult, when you do chakra work, they spend more understanding in the heart chakra as the Christ chakra. They separate it, and I teach this in my class, between the 3 lower chakras and the 3 upper chakras. And the 3 lower chakras are connected to humanity. So by the time you get to this area to do that work, because you became conscious, you're evaluating the 3 lower chakras, and all the things that they said the fake human being Jesus Christ was, those attributes are actually the attributes you are supposed to adopt in the heart chakra for the occult work that you need to do to start releasing your human traumas through healing, forgiveness, compassion. And that healing, forgiveness, compassion is, I didn't have the biggest dick. My titties were crooked. I didn't get the girl. I didn't, my mother wasn't this. My father wasn't that. So, and then like second phases of it, you have to have that healing, forgiveness, and compassion for others, meaning they were just human like you. And if you're trying to be conscious and transcend humanity, how could you be mad at something that you now understand is inferior in its very nature, that is flawed in its very nature, that is slated in its very nature for the potential to become what it has become, knowing that you go through 4 yugas. And even when we're in the golden age and you talk with all this splendor about what the fuck you was, the very laws of this planet that you co-sign with in your science that we go into a bronze age, an iron age, well, an iron, bronze, silver age, and back to this golden age of pyramid building. The fact that this shit can come back to the fucked up shit that it did is enough for you to stop this. No matter if we are now in that golden age, which we are, and it's a time for black people to pull out their testicles and start swinging them, whether they're washed or not. It's time for black women to pull out their titties, cross them, and suck them themselves. Save one for a guest. Plenty of nipples to go around. Golden age coming, but the potential for this shit falling or becoming what it was or is now is enough for you to say, this place here is wrong. First of all, if you're from a superior place, why have this place at all? Unless you have a purpose to it. And if you think the purpose is sitting around trying to run this place again, we've already did it for millions of years, like you said. So you're saying evolution is defeating the white man, taking over the planet again, schools and kids, and running it. Isn't that what we had before? How did it get fucked up before? If we were running the planets, all these big ass, pumped up ass niggerversities all around the goddamn planet, how do we get in this state? Unless there's a bigger explanation besides the explanation that you're satisfying yourself that the white people got their hands on our shit through the Moors and said, now that we got it, let's show them how to do it. That don't make no sense. Because in the very next sentence, well, they was in the caves and they was eating their own doo-doo. You know what I'm saying? The black man already had universities, libraries. We were doing it, man. There was a chicken in every pot. The black woman knew how to twist your hair in certain configurations that lined up with the Sirius star system, that gave you consciousness, that opened up your third ventricle, that created an elixir in the body, that we created geniuses through our sexual congress, which was unionized through the strength of the all-being, knowing an energy field we call Ptah. Oh, yeah, nigga. What's some deep shit? You got it, nigga. I guess we spiritual. After you say all that, I don't even remember the fucking point. Because once you do all of that, now I remember. Once you do all of that, then you have what? What's next? You, not to mention, you're trying to do something you've already accomplished and already done. And if the universe is constantly changing and we're forever beings, you plan on staying here forever? I don't get it. The best case scenario, this world is fucked up. What if there's more beyond this? I was telling this guy a scenario. Black people are putting all their eggs in one basket. What if that basket is just the mailbox in the front of the house? What if you haven't even walked in the house yet? You don't even know. You're fighting economics and supremacy and we're from Africa. Why shortchange yourself? One moment we're from African and do things African. The next moment you're quoting fucking books that say we were in America, we were here already. Wouldn't that tell you the fucking planet is ours? This was one continent. That it was, even if it wasn't one continent, continental drift is a fact. And you saying we were here for millions of years? Was there even a place called Africa then? This whole place is ours. This universe is ours. We're a reflection of all things. All things in this universe is ours. So if you're not thinking on that level, in my world, you're not as holistic as you're saying. You have to truly deal with the hidden, because those who rule you, which are few in number, think cosmically when they oppress you. They think about cosmic events. I was going to pull up the Willie Lynch letter and find this part, but no need. You fucking need to read it yourself. There's a part that says, pretty much, I'll paraphrase, once we let these niggas go, the social programming, this trauma that we laid upon this race of people would last hundreds of years to come. And listen, nothing will change unless there's an event that makes this change. But nothing organically is going to change. The very arguments in the way you argue, even though you use your information and your research, is of their design. You got to understand that. Even when you sit on, why you think nothing's happening to you as you sit on these cameras for fucking years? And I've been watching y'all niggas for years, and I've been around for 12 fucking years. I've been around hard for 12 years. I started in 2004, and I've been watching y'all niggas 15 years before that. How come nobody came through your door? Nobody shot you up with nothing? And I'm not saying the ones, they may have done that to folks. But I guarantee you it's not for the shit you're saying on camera. Because the argument that you make, even though you fill it in with your details, the fact that you're sitting there doing it. See, if I came and said to the Black community, hi, my name is Brother Panic, and I want to say I have wings on my dick. Either one or two things are going to happen. I'm either going to show you a dick with wings on it, or we're going to have debates about it and arguments about it. Yeah, I got wings, flies around the room. Why you ain't showing us? Because I don't want to show you my dick. But it's got wings. And then a nigga put up a whole presentation why it's impossible for dicks to have wings. And though the presentation is spectacular, detailed, researched well, showed hieroglyphs and everything about how a dick can get wings. When you sit back and the psychological effect of that, even though this guy won the debate, made me look like a fool. Improved, no dicks, have wings. The fact that he sat there and had that discussion, had that debate, did research to react to the stupid allegation that I made that we know is false. Who's the fucking asshole? Me or him? Because while he's debating, I have no wings on my dick. He's not studying the magic in his own dick. So while you're sitting there talking about how they lie, and they lie on you, and it's all made up, and it's fantasy, and we really this and they not that, you arguing that there ain't no wings on dicks. And they're sitting there going, we got them to talk about the wings on our dick. We won. It ain't about proving wings on dicks, right? Because they know occult-wise, whether you're right or wrong means nothing. You're here to truly observe in your true scientific nature. So you're here to observe and determine. So what you consider right is your experience. What you consider wrong in that same thing is your experience. And where you go after this is how you factor in what you build for your world, because that's your heaven. You build with your mind. Your world is your mind. And you factor in, and your world is sophisticated based upon the experiences your mind goes through. To get here, to go through this trauma and pressure and find out the answer to the unknown, the mystery system, the answer to X in algebra in this dramatic equation that was given to you. For you to be able to do that, you need to have your own determination system of, that don't sound right, that sounds wrong. Whereas Brother Lean, perhaps, will hear the same thing, so that sounds right, and I'm not too sure about that. It never's a debate, because he's the one who has to build his world. And he's the one, because he's God, says what's right or what's wrong. The problem is when civil rights movement and now Black Lives Matter movement tells Black people collectively what's right and what's wrong. So therefore, when he sees something, he says, well, I guess it's right because all Black people are saying it. So I don't want to stick out. I don't want to seem wrong, or I don't want to challenge it. And maybe I'm not so sure about it, but everyone else seems sure. Why not? I'm not even using my evaluation system. I'm just going to go with it because niggas went with it, and that's what we doing. That's usually the determination, more or less, on what people are on and what people are getting it from. You have to separate yourself outside of this collective thought pattern. You have to bring yourself to a certain level to become actually a tool for that collective thing that you're talking about creating. So as I was saying earlier, when I see no I's, buts, and us and they in these books and came to terms with it, the more I started just talking the facts and people started seeing the personal transformation, me giving methodologies on how they can realize these things under their own terms for themselves. I started getting more Black people coming to me saying how much I've helped them, how much I've changed their lives. People crying with tears, how much they've been with me throughout most of their young lives, and now that they become young adults, I shaped their entire reality in terms of opening them up to more avenues of thinking, opening them up to more information and giving them access to more information and direction to go to be the most powerful whatever the fuck they are. And when I look back in hindsight, I caught it. I said, oh, I get what Black people are doing. So even with the Black Wall Street and all the rest of that shit that niggas like to promote, individuals had to have an individual skill to offer the town or to offer the culture or to offer the group or that you're invested in. And you got a bunch of Black people, to be quite frankly, with a lot of undiscovered talents. Number one, here's the mind control of it all. Most societies, Black kids grow up and they start finding something they like. I really like animals, maybe I should be a veterinarian, a butcher, a baker, a candlestick maker, a doctor, a lawyer, a boy, old boy. But every single Black kid wants to be a rapper. So any idea of expanding to create things that fortify Black people for a moving, functioning, physical society is taken away. Everybody got a verse now. And then they find themselves, after they wash up and rap, becoming plumbers and the same shit that's available to you when you join the game of finding a skill that you can fucking support your family off of, which is sad within itself, but you're doing what you got to do. By the time you do that, it's a limited amount of shit because you're already fucking 30 years old. But you spend all your time and all your fucking money trying to make demo raps, and hoping some shit go viral. You don't even know the methodology for going viral anymore. There's no more business or science. It's just somebody caught it and you did something stupid enough that stupid people love stupid shit. That they understand, they love it because they understand it. Umar Johnson said something real interesting, which was very on point. He said, really, segregation, because you hear, well, once we got segregated, they totally destroyed Black Wall Street, Black economics, Black independence, Black businesses, which is all true. But he made a point of saying, but we could do all that shit tomorrow. He said there could be a Black Wall Street tomorrow. He said what they really did, which is the occult, the hidden agenda between that particular situation, was it took away Black people's confidence in terms of feeling and knowing that they can create a scenario and save themselves. Now you have black people who think that you need white people to save it. So even to create Black Lives Matter, what you're really saying is, I want to tell white people that I matter. It's so psychologically sound when they say, well, if Black lives truly matter, more devastating than cops beating your ass is you guys killing each other. Now, we know they're not addressing the racism and the systematic, per the Willie Lynch letter alone, hate that was instilled, the self-hate that manifests these type of things. We haven't even gotten to that. And mostly where you see these debates are just protesters arguing back. So you'll never get to that because nothing seriously done. And you don't have to get to that because you shouldn't be explaining this shit so white people can hear it, because that's what you're doing with Black Lives Matter, getting white people to hear it. You're explaining all this intellectual shit. The whole white people hear it and go, oh, I get it. They are smart and they do have their finger on the pulse of shit. And now we could get down to an intelligent debate. What if you're in a war? Not a negotiation. Black people are moving as if you're negotiating. Well, if we say that, explain that, did the right amount of lecturing and talking, that somehow we're going to get it. And I get some understand all they're really doing is just telling black people who do want to know and doesn't understand where to go yet, to be that vehicle for them to find a way for them to know, because something in their spirit is calling. But for the most part, you really hear them trying to put out intellectual dialogue for some other intellectual group to pick up on, really, and say, oh, okay, I get it. Because you hear white people talking like they don't really have it. They really need these other scholars to really tell you what's what. First of all, they want to get in an act of war. If they're raping and pillaging, if they could get the people who they're raping and pillaging to sit down on talk shows while it's happening, that's magic within itself. That's witchcraft within itself. Your reaction are the reactions that they left for you. So if you think you're in a negotiation, you're going to sit down with them, go on their shows, go on Charlie Rose, go on fucking Fox News, all the rest of that crap, and try to tell your fucking story. Go on fucking the Breakfast Club. Who are you trying to reach? That's when you totally got in your mind. Let me tell you exactly something. Direct quote from Bobby Hemmitt to me. Never, never speak in front of anything mainstream. Never. This is not for nobody or anything mainstream. If you have a message that the mainstream could possibly hear, understand, you ain't got no message, nigga. You heard me? You ain't got no message. What you should be teaching, because even when we were at the height of our power, those who were teaching metaphysics and occult science were a special breed, and they taught it behind closed doors because they understood even then, in a non-white man world, that these motherfuckers were in the matrix of a cosmic level. And just like Morpheus said, if they're in the matrix and they're not awoke, they're your fucking enemy. So this information wasn't for everybody. Wasn't at all. It was for the select few that their DNA was mature enough to revisit their true nature, their true home, their true light, their true existence, their true essence. That is in you. Your humanity is covering it. Your human brain and ego is drowning it in false thoughts and lies about this illusionary world, which at its very nature is a lie, is a prison. You niggas trying to retake the prison are weak and petty to me. It's time for this prison to be destroyed. And thankfully, that was put in place before you niggas got so traumatized and think your answer is somehow going back historically and restoring something that you've already been through. You've been through it and it failed you, whereas this entity was allowed to take over the planet because you, not because they were stronger than you and you fucked up, because you actually gave up running the planet because it's time to move on. It's time to move on. So while you left control of the planet, another more thirsty entity, which needs this reality to still transfer himself into being a regular nigga, so therefore maybe have the chance to have a cosmic life after this reality is long gone. That's the flaw of time, and this reality was created through the fucking sinister magic of time. What you are is outside the circle of time. So Mia's panic is a manifestation in time. Now I get these scholars. I don't want to be so cold where you think I don't think they should exist and do what they're doing, because if on planet Earth, this jail prison, we can have a better way of doing it, yes, let's do it. Sign me up. I'll be there. But I only understand I'm just trying to make my cot better, my setup on the floor better, but it's not my real bed. It's not my real house. So this room I'm renting, I don't mind painting it and sweeping it up because I'm staying here for now. But I'm not coming back to this room, and I'm not trying to invest in it for future generations. Because I understand the potential for misery, even if we do somehow successfully make this a better place, there's always somebody fighting for their agenda to make it worse. And Black people love to get egotistical about who and what the fuck they are. All you have to do is talk to any fucking African in America and see how they feel. Some of them Jamaicans too, how they feel about Black Americans. Maybe not the conscious ones necessarily, not the audience that I'm genuinely talking to, but the day-to-day motherfucker that you meet, that you know, the African that became a nurse. They look at you, they soon spit on you. You don't exist. This shit is a fucked up place. You're fighting for, you're a petty slave fighting for petty slave shit. When there was no concept of a white man and that level of oppression didn't exist, this was a very different place to express very different shit. And even the shit that these Africans that you love talking about expressing was expressing spiritual concepts through the physical means. So all the feathers, the berries, the beads, the flowers, the snakes, the shoes, the dancing, the hunting, the spears, the house shapes, the fucking, the sucking that you did, that you are proud of, the pyramids that you built that are so African, they all were still trying to reflect something higher in you. So while you're sitting around pontificating out how great it was and how every fucking culture had a mango tree for if you were hungry, you could eat off for free. In the end, we were doing all of what we're doing and setting it up for a higher purpose. We in the phase now of that higher purpose. What did we do all of that shit for? What did we build pyramids for? To make this room that we're staying in fancier forever? When we know you're going to die, we understood, as the great scientist was, this place was not only just an illusion, but even if you didn't go that far, you knew it was temporary. So I get making it comfortable. Why would you make it sinister? But the fact that you have to make it comfortable says there's a potential for it not being comfortable, which is the fundamental problem. How do you know it's true? Because this place has become very uncomfortable. That is a fundamental flaw, because you are absolutely from perfection. What's the code word for that? God is perfect. Humans are not. So the God aspect for you is perfection. So even the fact that you have to do something to make it better for your kids, not just because of the white man, because before the white man was here, why did you have universities? If you were God and you were the be all, the end all, this cosmic being, why would you need universities then? This is before white people. Why would you need higher learning? What did you have to learn if you were already it and you knew it? So what we need to understand, humanity itself was considered a problem. And we knew we were cut off from our true self, true understanding in our nature. So we built universities to remind us of that fact. We didn't build universities to make us better humans. We built university to understand or know thyself. So all the historians and cats that I hear talking about these subjects, what I hear clearly is on that level, you seem to know what you're talking about. So what more is there to know about that you ruled the world? What more is there to know about that you had all the economic systems, you had all the educational systems. If there was pussy going down in the park, your dick was in it. So how much of that can you know before, as I pointed out earlier, it just begins to fill your ego and you're not really using it as a power thing. The power you derive from it is being able to tell a white man or a dumb Negro off at any moment. Well, let me explain about where China really got that from. General Shang comes from Africa as General Shango. You understand? And when he came, he brought the I Ching, which today in Nigeria, in Ifa, the divination system is the same as the I Ching. The I Ching is just expanded to 250 symbols, while whatever, 16 or 64, they use for Ifa. But General Shango is of Nigerian descent, so the culture was there. Yeah, nigga, yeah, that nigga. Then even if you tell that to a dumb nigga, and now he's reflecting it, y'all just learned General Shango, it fills the ego. You are no closer to being a general. You are no closer to creating a divination system. You are no closer to doing anything magical. And I realize there's a magical in understanding your nature and who you come from. This is a part of it. That's why this is not to be thrown away, but it's a fragment, because once you understand they did that, you then should now say, what am I charged with doing that would be the magic of my day? We did that. We're doing it subconsciously. There's two, or actually unconsciously. There's aspects of your mind, subconscious, conscious, and unconscious. In the occult, sometimes they merge subconscious and unconscious together. They refer to them. But technically, I try to separate them, at least in thinking. Unconscious, I would say, is how you already know and made the agreement to blink your eyes for the reasons you blink them, to breathe without thinking. You don't think of your next breath. You don't think of how you got your heart to start. You're God, right? So you did it. You don't think how your heart works, how it stops. We know how we can stop it through years of eating, but we can't just say, stop, heart. Stop, start, heart. We know if we breathe, we can slow it down, but we can't just say, slow down, speed up. It seems like there's an automatic pilot or another intelligence that runs that, breathing. You know what talking is, but you really don't know how your throat got to this and who designed it. Not consciously, at least, but unconsciously you do. Subconsciously is in both worlds, unconscious, conscious, and let's just say the middle is subconscious. The subconscious has access to this thinking and access to the thinking of this world, but it's the absolute authority on how you see and move reality. It learns through repetition, trauma, and symbols. Its language is symbols. Everything you've ever studied here by way of any language, it turns to symbols. So when niggas sit around and tell you you're not speaking Meta Nature so the ancestors can't hear you, that's a stupid fucking thing. Because all languages are turned into symbols. All communication is done through imagery, visualization, and symbology for the language of your mind. How do you create worlds? Through the pictures you see. Where do you get the pictures from? What you've experienced through your own mind. So if I reflect my mind in a human vehicle, I don't want to come here and see sunshine because I already created sunshine in my universe. I need more sunshine. And to create more sunshine, I need more Akashic situations. So we create a situation called Earth. And we create the debauchery that you see. We're at the end of all of that. We're done with it. And our way out to wake you up, we created white people to come here to create such a fucking, because we create, okay, let me go back a little bit so you understand. With worlds like Earth, when it's flawed out, Earth itself becomes an equation, a problem. And those, just like they recruit for the army, can be recruited to come down. Everyone's here for different agendas. I'm telling you one agenda of some black folks that are here. Can be recruited to come down and try to take this floor called Earth and raise it back up. How do you do that? You find all the special points on Earth. These are the ley lines. These are where we're going to build mounds. This is a sacred place. We call this Bermuda Triangle. We call this such and such volcano. Then you build pyramids on this spot and that spot. You build certain cities on that spot. For instance, like the ley line from, I think it's the Great Pyramid. If you walk the straight line all the way across the world to America, you eventually end up in Washington. Another one of those ley lines that go from one of the pyramids or one of the temples, if you walk from that temple, a straight line, the World Trade Center. The Temple of Dendra, which is the temple of Isis. If you walk a straight line, a ley line, it eventually gets to France in a city that they named after that ley line path called Paris, which is really Isis, because the Temple of Dendra is the temple of Isis or Set. So Paris is Isis. So Napoleon took the ceiling from the Temple of Dendra and a bunch of other shit and brought it back to France, and they established the city of Paris. And it's either in the Louvre, or I think till this day, the Temple of Dendra is still in Paris. Well, they still got shit there. If they didn't move that because it's an important top piece, the ceiling actually has a map of the cosmos. You look up the Temple of Dendra, and they'll show you how they organize the cosmos. You can get a lot of understanding about the Egyptian map of the cosmos, and it's not a place out there. They're trying to tell you the inner working of your mind. Now, so they set up cities even now based upon energy, but they can only do that and understand the ley lines because we already identified it. We have already laid out that work. So all they're doing is following and building upon work that we laid out. But that actual work is what some of us were charged to do. Take this floor called planet Earth and make it reflect heaven. Therefore, the floor has been corrected, and that's what the universe is. That's how God perfects himself. We create or look at a flaw in our own thoughts and make a reality based upon that flaw called Earth. And this Earth's flaw is based upon the ego and duality and arguments. That's why you're here with this duality clash. Because with the duality clash, when you understand the law of polarity, that's why the law of polarity was decoded in one of the laws of Tahuti, because they were trying to express very hard that polarity is one of the main core things that you're trying to discover in the great divine mind, the argument between the great divine feminine and the great masculine, which are one androgynous thing. When you separate it, you look, now you're able to see an outside image of the other half. So if I'm a man, I actually came to study feminine because I'm looking outside of myself going, why bitches act like that? When this scenario happens, I know what I would do because I'm a nigga. And I know what all my niggas would do. And you start to know, nah, you show that to a girl, she gonna do something else. And girls say the same thing. Women say the same thing. God, here that nigga go. You know niggas don't clean up. You know nigga, nigga, nigga. But you're actually here, instead of battles of the sexes, the seventh law to understand the law of gender, that the masculine and feminine and everything, because they exist in everything down here, because they are truly one thing. And when you get back to that one androgynous mindset, you're actually starting to pull your mind all back together. The laws of Tahuti are trying to tell you what happened to your mind. First and foremost, the mind is all, and the universe is mental. They're talking about the supremacy of the mind. Then they're talking about as above, so below. Actually, let's go through them. Let's actually go through them. Let's do that. And we're going to put it in how the Egyptians, it's actually a good idea. Let me find my reading glasses. Wherefore art thou? Reading glasses. So let's just go through them. Black magic matters, nigga. Black magic matters. All right, where we at? All right. So this is also a chapter. Oh, look, somebody's vagina. Vaginas. Vaginas. All right. So this is actually what later became a chapter in my book, but let's just get to it. So actually I should go through them. So this first law, the all is mind, the universe is mental. I could go into detail, but we want to keep it on the subject understanding we was going through. It's trying to tell you pretty much the power of your mind. And it's really telling you that this entire vastness that you were duped into believing that the universe is your mind. So the temple of Dendra is nothing more than your mind. The cosmos. Any of these pictures of the cosmos is nothing more than your mind. So the all, which is God, or anything you consider the all, which is all, is your mind. Then it tries to tell you in the next one, the correspondence of your mind, as above, so below. So it's trying to tell you anything that you hear and see cosmically that's beyond you, you have to find a way to see it in yourself for an understanding. Or outside of you, whatever's happening outside of you, you can put it against the things that you know happen to you that are similar. So when the earth heats up and people saying, we don't know why the planet is heating up, the greenhouse effect. You can say, well, why, if I use the principle of correspondence, as above, so below, which also means as within, so without, the microcosm and macrocosm concept, then I could say, well, what happens when I heat up? Either a fever or kundalini. So which would tell me, based upon an intelligent speculation, using the principle of correspondence, either the earth is sick and is trying to heal itself, or it's a kundalini reaction, spiritually waking up, which is also a healing. Corresponding. So that which you do not understand, you can intelligently deduce an answer from based upon that. Nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates. It tries to tell you that the mind is not finite. And another way of looking at it is the thing I spoke about earlier, that the cosmos is constantly changing. The cosmos, if I said you're a chaos being, you're constantly evolving, why are you still talking the same goddamn shit or want to be the same shit that the Black Panthers were? Because then you don't even understand the very science that you are, which is nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates. This vibration is constant movement. This vibration can be called spirituality. And spiritually, that vibration was in the 60s of the Black Panther. That's why that gave into the Afrocentric movement, which gave into Dr. Ben, which gave into the conspiracy guys like Steve Coakley and others, which gave way to like Dr. Delwood Blair, which gave way to Brother Phil, Brother Bobby, which gave way to Brother Panic, and then who knows what's coming. I hear younger brothers doing their thing because nothing rests. This because we're all from a vibration that is constantly moving. So if you talking that same shit, even though that same shit may be relative to what you need, if you were talking it and you still need to talk it 20 years later, guess what? It's not working. Therefore, you need a new narrative. And though it may have worked in the 60s, it's not working now because nothing rests. So even though it's the same ass whipping, white people are not doing the same thing from slavery. So Black people tend to go, well, it's from slavery, that's why they're doing that. It's from slavery, that's why they're doing that. It's from slavery. Listen, you need to understand the impact of what I'm telling you when I say you're in an active war, meaning when you catch up with something by the grace of Dr. Umar Johnson, Brother Panic, or shit, Eric Michael Dyson, or Kanye West, or James Small, once you catch up with it, because they're in an active war, they know how to present it as if it's the same old soup reheated, but it's actually a new thing. But it looks similar because they're looking for the same results. But we're calling it the same thing. That's the same white supremacy that they've been doing since they're gonna give you vaccinations. What's the next thing? Like the Tuskegee niggas. You don't have to say the Tuskegee niggas anymore. Not because they're not relevant, not because their ancestral suffering goes unnoticed, not because you have no compassion, but because they came and went and they were relevant then. They can be used as side notes, but they're the main point. So if you keep using the main point while they keep using the vibration and moving with the vibration and creating new scenarios using the same goddamn energy, you have the same dialogue to their scenarios. Or even if they create the same scenarios, and you could call them that, and they haven't changed their vibration, so they keep using cops to kill niggas. And let's say that's the same thing. You haven't changed your vibration because you do the same fucking thing in reaction to it. When did you ever try to start another Black police force that rivaled them? Huh? The lords of the land, like how are you're saying as Moors we know law, so once they do whatever the fuck they choose to do to you and put you in their system, you now have a system, or a way of beating their asses, manipulating. Mind you, we haven't seen much of that really. And not shitting on it, because common sense, you want to shit on that whole thing. Well, what's it worth? It's not doing anything. But instead of shitting on it, I say, let me ask someone who I know can really give it to me and answer my personal question on it. And that was Brother Aleem, Dr. Aleem El Bey, AleemElBey.com. And Dr. Aleem kind of said, well, first, this also armed me. Something, I was going to say Dr. James Smalls, which I would like to give a shout out to. Anthony Brower, I would like to give a shout out to. Brother Kaba, I would like to give a shout out to. I think if y'all do not know who these brothers are, y'all need to immediately deal with these master scholars. These guys know Egyptian history in detail like no other. I think you should listen to them because if you're going to deal with Egyptian science, you're going to have to deal with the mentality in those brothers. And I'm sure there's more. The sister O'Leary, Dr. something Leary, or O'Leary or something. I'm sorry, I'm getting her name wrong. Those, and there's many others, but those guys are on my mind. Brother Kaba, formerly known as Booker T. I don't want to say his name was Washington Coleman. Formerly known was Booker T. Coleman, but he's got a sense of humor. He said, after he was teaching, he said, I can't go around the black community with a name like Booker. So he's Brother Kaba, very, very intelligent, very intelligent. Professor James Smalls came up with Brother Malcolm, knew him personally, very intelligent, very knowledgeable, very intelligent and knowledgeable in the Ifa tradition, and also as a master historian, one that gives it to you where you can empower yourself with it. Brother Anthony Bauer, I would say the same thing, about him and others. If you don't know who these guys are, look at their work and understand, because you're going to get the second, I think, after the original Dr. Clark, Sheikh Anta Diop, Asa Hilliard was kind of maybe the next phase. Oscar Kwesi was the next phase. That's also another brother I need to mention as someone you need to research and understand. These guys were like the next phase after Dr. Ben really introduced the black community hard into Egypt by way of even organizing trips over there so we can see it ourselves. Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, who did I say? Sheikh Anta Diop, Asa Hilliard, George G.M. James. I'm not good with the historian thing. I went straight to the occult first. You guys know who to deal with. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, you need to get with them so you can have the historical understanding, but you don't want to build pride up because of it. You want to take this information in your heart and have an understanding of the mentality, understanding that it's a step to finally get to the mystery that they were talking about, which is much more valuable than you just understanding how special niggas were, because that's your nature. You die, you're gonna be special again, but you're gonna miss the point of fuck you came down here for. You get what I'm saying? Meaning you need, let me make sure I'm getting into the right place. Meaning you want to expand your consciousness because now you're back home. You know who you are. You're out of this dream, out of this game, out of this simulation, out of this prison, out of this illusion. You're off of this thing called Earth that you thought was so important that you needed to save, you'll see it was just something you chose to do to expand your mind. So now, as I'm in my kingdom and the glory, watch the movie Guardians of the Galaxy 2, whereas they explain the lonely mind of the creator. This creator that you're, and the creator did this, and the creator gave me that. Oh, the creator, I love the creator. All that creator shit that you niggas are talking about, there's the Gnostic study that speaks specifically of the creator and how he is not your friend, that this created place is a floor, vomit, so on and so forth. So all that creator shit that you're talking about, enough. The creator of this place created this place to do exactly what it's doing to you. We're going to talk about energy, Black Lives Matter, because we ain't even got to the point of why I turned this camera on yet. COVID and why they got you in the house. We ain't even got to that point yet. Listen, what was I talking about? Let me get some candy. See what I got down here. Let me some pistachio. this. Hey, y'all. Right. Got some stachios. Got some stachios. I'm gonna try to eat only a couple because this shit gets annoying eating your stachios. Penny got stachios. Penny eating his stachios. All right. This creator motherfucker, they even say it has a time limit on it. Some studies say he's already dead, that other entities came after the original creation of it. There's stories that humans were empty, and then the divine light, because of the flaw of this place, was sent down to the humans, your soul. The humans became conscious and upright and understood they had to get back home now. The soul was sent out. If you watch Star Trek Deep Space Nine, there's about 7 or 8 seasons. And ultimately, though like Star Trek, you know, it's story to story, but the whole series has an arc and an answer. Now, the Star Trek, the feature was, you know, the regular multicultural crew, and they were making a point of that in the first Star Wars. To this day, they talk about that. That's why Uhura was a black woman, and Jim was Irish, and Scotty, Chinese man Sulu, and they had a Vulcan. So the big deal of that show was Spock, the Vulcan. You know, they really made you believe it, that, you know, this motherfucker had the Vulcan touch. Nigga chop you on your neck, you go out to sleep. You know what I'm saying? The Vulcan mind probe. Your thoughts to my thoughts. Your mind to my mind. Your thoughts to my thoughts. Buy an herb pack. Take Brother Panic's class. Vulcan mind probe. Boom. Pimpin' won't he will. And the second one, they had this alien robot called Data. Then they had Star Trek Voyager, about a group or ship that got lost in space, going through a wormhole in their adventures trying to get back home, or try to find another wormhole to get back to their galaxy at least. And they had a former Borg infested human, now halfway back. The Borg was a real sinister group of villains Star Trek found. All right, we get the idea. Why I did all that, I don't even know why the fuck I brought that up. Oh, Deep Space Nine, they had a shapeshifter named Odo. So Star Trek is always used to now, since Spock, making a show really about that extraordinary being that's down with Starfleet. See, the Klingons were the enemy in #1. In the second Star Trek New Generation, they put a Klingon on the ship as a part of the crew. So now we get to probe and understand the Klingon race more, because of the because now they got one on the ship. So that's what it was all about. So in Deep Space Nine, they come across a race eventually. I'm talking about the whole season, called the Jeb'Hadar. Clearly niggas. Reptilian badass motherfuckers. Now, turns out the Jeb'Hadar work for another group called the Founders. And to get this evil Jeb'Hadar to do the work, the founders plugged them into this white substance, a drug. So also, while the other Star Treks traveled around and got into adventures, and one got lost, got into adventures, this show was based upon a space station that found a stable wormhole, a black hole. So they were able to travel through this and go to another universe. So the idea is the people that they were encountering were more incredible than their runabout aliens that they've been encountering. New shit. And again, the Jem'Hadar and the founders were one of them. As the story goes on, the founders look like Odo, the shapeshifter that we know that has been on the show since day one. That was the bad motherfucker. He was a security guard. And he used to say, my most comfortable shape is just no shape. So at night, there's no bed. I just go in a bucket, turn to goo. Now, when he finds his race in the planet that he's from, because he didn't know through the whole show, that was the whole mystery. I don't know. I'm the only one in my race. I never met anybody else. I don't know who I am, but I'm here doing security, whatever. So anytime something came up, I would like to know, because he really wants to know who he is. So they find his race, and it's this planet, and there's this big body of liquid. The same liquid he turns into at night in the bucket. They said, come back home and join us. He liquefies, goes back with a big pool of liquid, comes back later, makes his own personal shape again, said, yo, excited. I know everything. I know who I am. Pretty much, the information he got out in the world, being ignorant to who and what he was, his soul was always on a path to bring him back home. Same thing the Gnostics said. When you were given a soul, that's why you became conscious, started building pyramids, building societies, because you were trying to reflect more light. And you needed that light because light is the vehicle in which you travel on. So this floor, when you came into this no light zone, was like a one-way ticket, and your only way out was to start building pyramids, bringing the ancient science here through channeling. We would take all of these drugs to try to get to that, because we know we was bringing it down through something that was supposed to be disconnected from it. So opening the pineal and doing all of that work was to connect to the channels. No one's channeling, everyone's trying to use their wits. The Africans weren't using their wits. Kamites weren't using their wits. They were using their inner knowing to come up with this. This wasn't about human intelligence that built pyramids. This was the inner knowing that guided them. You have to get back to that inner knowing. So the soul is your vehicle, or the true light source, or the true mothership back home. The true sweet chariot coming forth to carry you home. You just have to energize it with light. And to energize it with light, you have to know what darkness is first. What's darkness? Humanity is your darkness. How do you know? Think of your babies. Technically, they're actually really stupid. Their intelligence is their ability to learn. So when I look at my granddaughter, her thirst to learn everything, to touch everything, to investigate everything, is actually the true intelligence, or the higher intelligence. But that feeling goes away because you're told, think, think, think. Use your mind, use your head. What were you thinking So you're already in a place where you're in danger of your ego constantly. So if they're telling you that, you gave the ego supremacy in your own head, not your knowing. So instead of telling your kid to think technically, say, what do you know? You know better. If that's an area, well, you know better. I trust you that you know. And then they'll start to see themselves or create a picture or a symbol of themselves as the source for finding solution. Like in segregation, white people didn't need us to separate to get in and all of that kind of shit for the reasons they said. The real hidden thing was to get us to create a picture, a symbol of them being always the source to bail us out. That's why we feel we need to tell them that our lives matter, because they're the symbols that once they understand that our lives matter, they'll work towards saving us. Once they see us like them, that's the whole idea of the Cosby Show. What do you think he was doing? Niggas are so mind control. Bill Cosby's boule, never been your friend, hates you, express that he hates you constantly. Let me find something. Let me see where my book would be. Here. See if I want to do it. Y'all niggas should get my book and read it, because I put up Bill Cosby's quotes, and never has a KKK member said something so basically hateful. And that's when they started warning them that they were going to use these women against him. He went away, and we talking about around the era when he was calling black people coons, and he was going off at every function, college function he was at, about black women and buying them Nikes, and the black man is never home, and they need to pull their pants up, you know, all that I hate regular nigga shit. His show was all a roadmap for street niggas to show you how to act around white people. Not Raheem, Tasheen, and Shameen, not burn it down or do this. Just really Theodore Aloysius Huxtable. Nigga names. What nigga you know the name is fucking Aloysius? You got some reminiscent slavery shit. You know, Rudy and the boyfriends, Dagnus. What he's trying to really say is white people, we're just like you. We're not threatening. There's no Shamels, no supreme intellectual mathematics, great God Allah here. Just a bunch of people just want to be like you know, listen to our jazz and want to contribute. Just give us the opportunity to contribute. We have so many people, Dizzy Gillespie, and you know, Miles Davis. We're somebody. It really is just a whole thing of showing white people what's special and showing black people how to act in front of white people. You know what I'm saying? All this is because they knew how to create the picture, and they used the picture, Jesus, in their mind, as you symbolically see, they're the person to either convince. And you say, well, the white people are too corrupt politicians. We're talking to everyday white person who grew up on rap music that has compassion for you. They ain't got no fucking There's 1% who's running it, and they're not acting or reacting to nothing you do. And when it's passed on, first of all, understand this. 1% of us are conscious, and it's really 1% of us who's supposed to be running the planet. And the other black people, we're trying to make all black people conscious. White people don't do that because black people never done that. They understand because only 1% of white people run the world now. They understand it ain't about getting all these white people on the same page. I hate darky. They could psychologically program each other into that. So if white people are psychologically programmed to support white supremacy without knowing it, maybe you're psychologically programmed to support white supremacy without knowing it. And even if you're talking about black supremacist things, your action and reaction to them still promotes their supremacy. If I say I got the biggest dick, and you out in the street trying to find a bigger one, young lady, that means you're still reacting and you see me as supremacy because my dick is the dick to beat. What if they're not the problem to beat? That's why when you study occult, you understand it's just Gnosticism aspect of the occult science. You understand the true problem to beat was a cosmic one, and we considered a problem. Listen to what the Egyptians were saying before there was a white face ever. We was considering how to get the fuck off of here, not how to make it better. Show me the hieroglyphs that tells you an economic program. Show me the hieroglyph that shows you health. Show me the hieroglyph that's conducive with staying down this motherfucker and making it better for black people. It doesn't exist because that's not what they were about, and that's not what I'm about. If I'm truly studying the ancient mystery, I'm trying to get into the mentality that I was in when I was here back then. This is it. So when Odo realizes, they talk to Odo's people, another lady, she said, we send pieces of ourselves all around the universe. We don't let them know who or what they are. Some of them make it back, some of them don't. When they make it back based upon their lifetime, when they connect with us in this pool, what they learned while they were out, now the entire mind benefits from. So on this show, Deep Space Nine, they're talking about Akasha, and they're telling you, revealing to you the true agenda, which they know because they all got it from us and they share it in those Masonic groups, those Ma, Sun, Isis, Horus, Mother, Son, Mason groups, which you tend to hate because you don't even know the origin is from us, it's our science. So since white people put in your mind that they're your ultimate enemy, they're the ultimate bad guy, you hate everything about that shit when they use your science through those Masonic groups to run your ass and then teach you to hate it and think it's inherently evil. No, inherently evil people got your science and used it in their war effort against you. And the only reaction you got, that fucking evil eye. That's your shit. It's the eye of Horus. That eye literally means illuminated third ventricle or pineal gland. That's what that means. The fact that you can even refer to it as the evil eye, even to dignify the shit, shows you you're basing it upon what they told you, not what you know. Each time you see the swastika symbol, you have to remind motherfuckers it's an Egyptian symbol. If you are who you are and you know who you are, you should be rocking that shit and let them explain why they used our symbol under their fucking banner. Not explain that our symbol was divine, even though they used it and redefined it in niggas' minds and in the world's minds, even though they did what you're supposed to be doing. You wear it and now you gotta explain yourself. You showing you ain't got no power with your shit, even though you fucking think you empowering yourself. Let me show you. The swastika is really, it's on the Aegis of War. It was really found in the temple of Luxor first, You know what I'm saying? It shows the white man taking our divine signs again and making a debauchery of our divine work put by the Egyptian people who were Kemetic, and Kem means black land. Black. Oh yeah, that's deep, but what you're really doing when you wipe it all away is you're reacting to what they did. Now, I understand that can be necessary and sometimes necessary, but listen, that's all you do. Sometimes you need to call a spade, but it should be from the perspective of this symbol is mine first, and having to explain. I get it. Sometimes you have to explain it. There's so much ignorance put around it, but I explain it to get it back. Not to fall in love and become an argumentative champion over something the way niggas tried to make me an argumentative champion over a symbol called Baphomet. Like it's a real guy and a real thing. And if you say something bad about it, I personally, Panic, is going to feel offended in a certain way. Listen, fuck Baphomet. It's no fucking man. It's a symbol you use to empower your mind because it's the language of your mind. And if you understand the language of Baphomet, you would be stupid to disregard it because you're disregarding symbols that you say you want. It's a symbol of Kundalini, a symbol of illumination, a symbol of astral travel, a symbol of meditation. It's a symbol through illumination, through meditation. It's a symbol of the law of correspondence. Hands as above, so below. You understand what I'm saying? It's a symbol of androgyny, a symbol of balance. It's the evil, it's the science hidden behind the smile or the cloak of evil. It's the 5 points of man. It's the illuminated man. It's the number 72 goadic, or the 72 helpers of Set, 72 times 5. It's the 5-pointed star, or the ring of Solomon. The 5-pointed star, 5 times 72 is 360. That's a ring. So the 360 ring is the controlling of the 5 times 72, or the 5 points of the 75 points of man. So the psychic centers, which they teach you in the book, which I sell for $50 if you can't get it. If you can find it online, go crazy. Get it for free. I sell the clearest copy of Cyclomancy, which they teach you how to make your 5 senses super senses, which puts the pineal, which is 72 chakras in the pineal, how to push the consciousness into the 7 senses. To become the illuminated man that sits in the circle, which you have Da Vinci's model of the conscious man. The soul of man is the 72 goadic points, or the 5, which is simulated in Baphomet, the control of the 72 Goetia, or the mastery of your pineal, which was channeled in the Necronomicon by Lovecraft, a deity called Shub-Niggurath, which is the opposite polarity, which is the goat. I can't remember the title, but pretty much it's either a goat or a spider that has endless births giving out. So it represents the raw sexual power, uncontrolled, and giving birth to the ego constantly. Like Smith in the Matrix, this keeps duplicating itself. They're talking about a deity named Shub-Niggurath who's making false realities constantly. This is mythology. Baphomet, who is Shub-Niggurath, and it is said in the occult, Baphomet is a version of Shub-Niggurath. Baphomet represents that same egotistical spilling that gets you to planet Earth and traps you in this reality. Once you get it under control, that horny goat becomes a meditative master. So the horny goat represents the animal urge or the animal self. So when Baphomet's in the meditative state, it represents someone who mastered the horny animal state or the human state. So basically, That's like getting an elephant to relax. You would symbolically say, no, an elephant is always charging. So it's the opposite of the elephant's nature, which makes him the master, because your human nature is Shub-Niggurath. You will constantly create little egotistical maniacs, which, I'm sorry, are your fucking children. I know you love them and you want to sprinkle them with fucking hibiscus and lavender and ask me what to tell them to make them that G. But actually, they're nothing but the 1,000 young that will keep, you're just trapped, you're just a method for getting mother gods trapped in prison based upon the ego. So the ego that they had a problem with, listen now, the ego that the individual had a problem with on a cosmic level, which was only being contemplated in his own mind, so much so to the point where he says, I need to go through something to work this thought out. The going through something is an incarnation. So you had an incarnation to work out something in your mind, which can be classified as the ego, which from the other side is classified as a flaw in your thought. So that ego that you came to work out when you're born here on planet Earth is called your personality. You heard? So my granddaughter, just turning 1 next month, has a personality already. That, where did she get it from? How could she develop it? Well, over lifetimes, it could be that too. Because once you start the process, you created more ego, living as panic. Shit just becoming panic. Just getting in the Uber, oh, you brother Panic, oh my God, you saved my life. Like, I have to take that and not let it penetrate me emotionally. Because the day I saw, yeah, I am brother Panic. That's right. And I am saving lives. The more I become that, I can carry that into another lifetime. So you're trying, that's why you'll hear me and Bobby say, can't be human, you got to get past humanity, because what you're really trying to do is not really about bad or good. You're not trying to invest in more things that build a false persona in your mind. Because you came here in the first place to deal with a false persona that was in your mind. Now you become it. It's called personality. And you want to live as that personality to see how terrible it is. And then when you die, that you would perish the thought, because that thought I did live out. That thought, I put a name to it. We're going to call that thought that I think is a flaw, brother Panic. So now I say, look, this thought won't go away, and I need to perfect myself and perfect my thinking. That's what we're doing. I come to planet Earth as that thought, personality, brother Panic. The good news would be I left Earth. I'm done with the thought. Listen, I'm done with the thought, because I now understand why I came to Earth, to express myself as brother Panic. So I chose the way I looked. I chose my nose. I chose how many girls I was going to. I did all of that. That was the unconscious contract that I put down here. When I die, I go, I'm supposed to still remember, which we no longer remember, because we've been religified and taken off that path where others could tell us, hey, this is why you're here, nigga, do that. So we don't remember. So when we die, all we know is what we just got finished dealing with as brother Panic. So either I'm still trying to work out that equation, and while working out that equation, my heart is not lighter than a feather. Just because I'm working out that equation as brother Panic. What I'm supposed to know is I never was Panic. I'm a greater entity that expressed myself as Panic because it was something I was trying to figure out in my own mind. So I created this personality called Panic so I can figure out this equation in my mind. And since I know this wasn't real, and since as Panic, I did figure out and came to Earth and got what I needed to get. I have no ties here. I don't want to see black people overcome here because it never was real. I don't want to see black people finish off white people and get those mangoes again. I don't want to see the black woman do this. I'm over it because I know it wasn't real. It was only a place I came to or put myself in for the purpose of a thought that I had that I made manifest in a personality called Brother Panic, and I got what I want. Therefore, my heart is lighter than a feather. No karma, because it never was real. And Panic never was real. He was just a thought. And what he did, feeling the wrong butt, stealing goats, coveting thy neighbor's goods, doesn't matter because that's what the ego would do. And that's why he came down here to probe that thought, to see what selfishness is. So when you got a kid that's just selfish and doing that and doing something worse, it only really tells you about the thoughts that they're trying to perfect as gods. So those personalities you don't like are the personality, always was born like that. Those are the personalities that are deeper in the heart of flaws that that particular God is trying to perfect in itself on earth. These personalities clash and you meet up. They tell you in the laws of attraction, every single person you meet, you chose to meet them. That's because you're taking this idea or this flaw that we can call an ego that manifests through a personality. You're trying to bump into conflict. And you're also trying to bump into those that make you feel good too. What makes that ego feel good? What makes that ego feel bad? These are niggas I hate. And these are the niggas, man, as soon as I met that motherfucker, he was the greatest motherfucker. They're trying to show you, or you're trying to show yourself, what feeds this ego positively and what feeds this portion of your ego negatively. Not to do one or the other, to understand it, so therefore to have a true understanding of how it's fed and how it's not fed is when it gets more aggressive. How you feed it is how you appease it and don't think of the thought. For instance, if you got $1 million, you're not thinking about the problem of the gas bill. If you have $30 and your gas bill comes, oh, you're thinking about it. You get what I'm saying? So how do you appease the problem called your gas bill? You just make enough money to pay it. You appease the gas bill. So most people think you're here to eradicate the ego, which is ultimately the truth. But how you truly eradicate the ego is through appeasement of it. There's a phrase that I know you niggas didn't understand before, but I'll be happy to explain, called let the baby have its bottle. So most of us think you're supposed to eradicate the ego by stopping it, but you eradicate it by giving it what it wants. Not in all cases, but in other words, you've been trained and born to love Nikes. We know it's mind control. We know that white man is taking your money and adding it to some shit that don't interest you. But your ego sure love the way that swoosh curves on the side of that goddamn leather boot, that finery. So most of you would say, now that I'm conscious, I can't buy Nikes because it's a stupid thing. So what a real occultist would do, I want to stop saying what a real occultist is because it's making it seem like some of y'all niggas ain't real occultists. What I'm trying to say is what the authentic nigga high in the occult game would do, and I like to paint myself with that fucking brush, is not try, it's a petty thing to try to, and you can do it, create new symbols that supersede all the years and years of symbols that made you feel Nike was the greatest shoe ever. You can do it and get over it. But I got bigger fish to fry. Because if I know this is the process for all things, there's bigger things I want to try to accomplish. And it really ain't got nothing to do with this world and white men. There are cosmic realities that I really try to deal with in terms of really doing the work at this point. Earthly understanding, I'll leave that to you niggas who want to stay around here. I don't. So I don't really cultivate that. I cultivate more cosmic understanding, cosmic wisdom. And I have a meditation my grandfather gave me. So I'll give you a cosmic meditation before we leave that will work. Unlike anything I think you've been fucking with. So those are the levels of reality. I've been giving that kind of shit out for years. That's what you want. And then I come up to the more realities about, you know, repeating information about how whites are the greatest. So you're here dealing with your personality, your ego, and appeasing it. So I bought myself close to 200 pairs of sneakers based upon making myself have enough money for where I don't notice that as a thing. If you got bills and all that shit, then that sounds big. But that was just day to day. So I go to the mall, get a haircut, come out with 1 or 2 pairs of sneakers, shit builds up. So instead of trying to eradicate my love for Nikes, I understand where it comes from, that it is generated by my humanity, that spirituality has nothing to do with it more than feeling like good by wearing clothes that others think are good, society thinks are good, for the purpose of feeling good and looking like the God you're saying you are. I get it. If black people made those clothes, I'd wear it if it's good. But you know, niggas is making kente-based fashion enough of that. Nobody's just really making, yo, this is a shoe that's actually at the caliber, let's say, of Nike in terms of the leather, the design, and the input of the design. And niggas are doing it for real, not just one nigga named fucking William L. Bay, but maybe a group of niggas really put something together. Whereas, and I've seen they tried it, but they're doing it under the wrong banner. They're doing it because they only know white people under the same banner as white people. So they made Ewings back in the days. And Ewings were much cheaper than Jordans. In fact, that's how they sold them. But niggas said, you got on the cheap Ewings. Now my sons and them niggas are wearing Ewings like they classic throwbacks. I was telling niggas was pretty much calling those skips. Niggas had them because they weren't skips, but they were cheaper, and that was the word. No one's making a not cheap shoe, but a cheaper shoe than your standard Nikes. So the 50 and 75 bucks make it 40 and 50, the same price as the throwback Adidas and the throwback Fila and the throwback Pumas. And you put quality into it. You get, what's the dude, the football player that stood on one knee? You start paying them niggas to sponsor it, who would probably take a low pay because they have no sponsors. And then by doing Kaepernick, what you did was all the people who stood behind him, based upon him doing what he did with one knee, will now support the new shoe. Do I sound deep? Well, I don't have to sound deep because that's exactly what Nike did. They changed their logo from just do it to don't do it based upon some police shit. They put the dude Kirkpatrick, whatever his name is, on a shirt, or they did something with him or one of his phrases because they understand what I'm telling you is basic shit that regular niggas who sit down and pontificate all day aren't even making steps to actually do to counteract this shit. They know how to talk about it, but there's nothing being done. Nike did it because they know. Grab whatever new shoe thing, and there's always niggas with a new shoe. Niggas be selling some cheap ass fucked up shoes at some of the lectures. Hats and shit, adding on to white hats, their shit. No design, just adding Hotep shit to regular shit. Just sticking kente cloth, red, black, and green on shit and calling it a new product. I get it. I totally get it. But where's the collective effort to make a sneaker and put different heroes on it? Sneakers no longer have any fucking thing to do with basketball. Sneakers were originally sold because by basketball because sneakers were used for one thing only when in their existence, to play sports, to play basketball. Now sneakers are what we wear. Shoes are odd, pretty much. Sneakers are what we do. So now you can have anybody promote a sneaker. Wesley Snipes, Spike Lee, anybody. You see what I'm saying? See, I can think of this easy because I don't have that white symbol in my mind, even as the enemy that I need to fucking defeat for my party to get started. And I don't do any of this fucking crap because I'm over humanity. That's including doing shit that make me feel better and stronger as a human. I gave up the dumb shit and the shit that make you the greatest human ever. But if y'all niggas is gonna do it right. Y'all gonna say Black Lives Matter and all that shit, start saying, if they kill another nigga, we just won't eat at McDonald's no more. We won't eat at Chick-fil-A no more. Until Chick-fil-A and McDonald's go, wait a minute. How can we help you? Oh, good. I'll start telling black people to eat at your establishment again once you put money to do X, Y, or Z. So now they have to lobby you because you become the most powerful lobby based upon you telling them what you will and won't do in terms of business, because business are the only thing that matters. And to you white activists and historians, the only thing that white people see that is scary, if you fuck with magic. Everything else is a matrices that they created, and the argument or the other side of the argument that they created, you niggas already know about order out of chaos. That's their modus operandi. That's how they operate. Order out of chaos. So every argument that you could possibly make is the one that they created for you to make. You're not going to win here with a shinier business idea. You're not going to educate yourself through their educational system. Listen, they showed you right now, all this economic shit that you're talking about as an evolution, a revolution for black people, they showed you in 2 weeks, they turned off the American economy and told you, get your ass upstairs, nigga, and stay. We decide when businesses can go. So you can make the greatest fucking nigger return to consciousness business, but under their system, you understand, they could turn it on and turn it off when you become any form of a threat. They are the definition of this fake money that you're trying to get and use as a power. They defined it, created it, and they print it. And they tell you the value of it. Are you kidding me? You will never win that way. The only way you can win is outside of their system. And you think you need to have to go directly outside of their system. You don't. What you need to do is just start communicating and networking with other black people. All these other black people that do something. Maybe Umar Johnson wasn't the greatest guy to be a speaker, because it's clear that once people started talking about him, he reacted to it, and it turned into the spectacle that it did. But you cannot deny his valuable mind that he manifested. Perhaps with others, him and others, myself included, for the role that I could possibly play, can start creating a system or throwing around ideas for others to create, because we are the 1% that are of the divine mind that we retained and hold. That's why we feel compelled to speak to other folks who hasn't retained much of their divine mind, who's going through the human thing. So there are some humans that are built for enacting these things. They just don't have the divine force, which we own, which we are wielding, to give them methodology, nigga. So perhaps Umar Johnson, because everyone, just like I said, everyone, no one wants to be anything but a rapper. It seems like once you become enlightened, there's no place to go but start talking on YouTube. But if you were to actually get together what Umar Johnson was trying to do, if there were others perhaps who had talents, if it was a bigger thing, that's how those who are into this thing would pull it off. What we're trying to do is win within a system that they create. Another way of looking at this is they tell you in boxing, when you get in the ring, do not fight the other man's fight. The very economic freedom that you're talking about is still a freedom through their fight. Our economic freedom was based upon barter. So how are you going to win doing their shit? How are you going to go to their schools and be proud to call yourself a PhD based upon their title of that? Their curriculum, their criteria for PhD, you accept it, and we say, well, you got a PhD, he must be smart. But then that very smart person goes on to explain how stupid white people are, as they say in their very name, the credentials that these stupid white people has bestowed on them. You were intelligent before you went to that school. In fact, your intelligence is what gave you the confidence to go to that fucking school. Get it? Your ability to conform, because going to school is conformity. All them niggas who just can't make it to college, their mind is still a little bit more divine than yours. I'm sorry. But again, I don't want to do this where you, because y'all niggas is not that bright, but you understand this comparison. We all came, as I just pointed out. See, I usually try to say the shit I just pointed out, maybe they can retain that and add it to what I just said. It doesn't work like that. So I have to go back. What I just pointed out was we all came for our personalities. So when I say, and we all came to express it, so these personalities, or the super personalities that we all had, that means they also can be used as powers. You get what I'm saying? And to get something done for the expression of understanding that. So we can, so these have another word. They're called talents. So these talents come from what you chose to be when you got here. So when I say some of us have our divine mind, can't go to college, the ones that go and get their masters and PhDs, they're not weaker or less than anything. They just chose to raise up more intellect in themselves so they can be that person. And the true idea is to bring the ideas of their enemy back to that, rehash it, and use it against their enemy. What they're doing is getting the information from their enemy and saying, we can make our enemy's information better and win our enemy with the information in the system that they gave us. We're supposed to say, this is the African mind, and this is the mind they're making. And if this is the mind they're making, they have their high, and this is who they are, this is who their kids are, and our African mind is truly divine, we could think them out of existence without having to factor in what they're doing. And they did this, and they're doing that, and this is how they do that, and this is why they do that. No, we're African mind. Let's start dealing with our African prowess and solutions. Let's start getting these people together who have certain talents and saying, hey, your talent is this. Don't compare Brother Panic to James Smalls. Understand James Smalls for the standalone entity, the magic, the mastery, the magician that he is, and understand his talent for what it is, and understand how you can utilize parts of each one of these talents to become talented yourself in these areas. And with a piece of everyone's, your talent becomes a new talent. You understand what I'm saying? It's about finding your talent or your power or your God force or your purpose for being here. This is expressed through the ego and your creative talent and the shit you want to do. It's expressed through that, but ultimately for you to understand it and run its course and be done with it, i.e. heart lighter than a feather. You understand? So what we need to understand is a divine mind such as Umar Johnson doesn't need to be on the Breakfast Club. He doesn't need to be the only one standing there collecting money for a school. Somebody who's has a skill at handling money, preserving it, or even making it grow should have handled that aspect. Umar Johnson, it sounds like he was really raring to go with an African-based curriculum. So perhaps he should have designed not just the curriculum for the first school he was opening, but if we created a system of others doing their talents, once we identified and co-signed with that talent, perhaps as we open and could open more than one school, he could design curriculums for all of those schools. And once he creates a standard, other Africans could come and add on to his standard because that's his talent. But if he's out of his talent, forced to become a lecturer or just a lecturer to explain his talents, and then we're in an environment of love and hip hop where it's beneficial for me just to talk negatively about him so I can get attention. Some people ain't built for all of that. Some people react to it because, you know, it hits them a little bit different than the next person. And the reaction of a divine genius becomes the reaction of a regular human. So what we did was turn a divine calling, I think, by Brother Umar, a divine being, which he presented himself. And because we have no system in place, but just talking about all the things white people done, he couldn't really find the most effective Umar Johnson, I thought. You know what I'm saying? There was a more effective doer than there was a talker. And believe you me, his lectures are pure fire. His intellect and his spiritual heart and what he taught was incredible, I thought. You get what I'm saying? Where the flaw came is the actual manifestation. And I just think he needed to put more people around him who were expert at manifestation, while he was more expert at spiritual talk, at explanation, at teaching. So we misused his talents, put him on this love and hip hop thing, and then you had a human reaction. So we destroyed something that actually was manifested, emerged, and in my opinion, still was finding the most effective role that he would have played, but it wasn't nurtured. So the first, you got to say what's on your mind. So he was in the first stages of saying what's on his mind. After you said everything that's on your mind, it's time to do. What we try to do is do it for yourself. And he was now challenged to do it himself. Where's that? Where the school at? Where the money at? Like, no, you should have had somebody there that we know have that talent, know have that trust, that people calling themselves the Black community can invest in and know that their shit was safe with this person, because that person's purpose. Yeah, that's what they were talking about in the Matrix. We all came in with a purpose. We all have a program. That program or purpose is called your personality. And that's programmed in your own thinking. So you are that divine being, you are who you are, I am that I am. And in your divine mind, which all things are from, your mind is the all in the universe, in your thinking, you think of this thing called Brother Panic and the ego of it, in every action and reaction. So you then say, why do I have this in me? I need to understand it. Well, what if I take my divine mind and my 100% God collective mind as a contradiction, and I narrow it down to that one thought? Then I take that one thought and I put it in a container. And that container has free will as the thought. So panic is nothing but a thought in a container with free will to express itself, not beyond that. Well, you could go beyond that though, because that thought can evolve. So not necessarily first beyond that thought, but start from that thought going beyond it perhaps. When you die, to say, Okay, I remember why I'm here. I remember why I came. I had a flaw in my thought called Brother Panic, an argument with myself. Did I answer that argument? No, I have to go back because I'm still not satisfied. You know, I think black people need to do this. I always argue with my girl. I never had a good woman. My mother and father never was right. I should have been a good dad. I wasn't there for my daughter. You coming back. So it's still that ego expressing itself, but it picked up more personality from that last lifetime as panic. So we'll say, you know, it's your karma over shit that you didn't figure out. That's why you have this problem in this life. That's true, because now that one ego or expression, you're not curing yourself from it. That ego needs more, because the ego is mimicking that which in the universe or the law of rhythm, constant change, constant movement, constant back and forth, up and down, left and right, in and out. So the ego will build unless you stop it in its tracks as what it is. I don't care. So let's say I die and say, yo, Panic now was a lecturer, was this. I never created that school that I was talking about. Even though I was a lecturer and all black people loved me, I talked about a school that never came about. And I feel it's a whole. I feel I didn't complete. So now what it is, my ego, and I'll say this is a skinny example, may have first came to earth to be that speaker to find out what I need to speak about. But now my ego developed based upon that change and that rhythm that's in and out, that up and down, that next, that tick tock, tick tock. Now there's a new tick tock, a new up and down, new pendulum swing, a new polarity called I didn't make a school yet. So now I'm back on earth with this new personality that's dying to be a teacher and work in the school. But then I found consciousness in the last one and may not program myself to be conscious again. So the teacher I become is a regular elementary school teacher, right? And I kind of remember when I died, so I fulfilled that as a teacher. I really don't remember this panic guy anymore or why I came here. I know I wanted to be a teacher, but when I became a teacher named Larry, Mr. Larry, I created more shit. So now I'm dead, I'm this teacher, and I go, wait a minute. So many kids didn't get a true education because I found out after all these years working in the educational system that they were lying, white people, you know, they're telling our kids the wrong thing. We never got those new books. I want to be an advocate for teaching our kids. Then you're born again. And you got this personality where you're always speaking up for the underdog. And you find yourself and you want to be an activist of some sort. What's popping today, rap music, and subconsciously, unconsciously, you kind of go towards there and you have some success there and you're famous. And now your true reason for coming to earth you can reveal to be an activist. Your name is T.I. So you're doing your regular dumb nigga shit in the South. They tell you the king of the South, and boy, are you sitting on top of the world with your stuff. And then, you know, you get into this trouble with these guns and you find out rapping ain't nothing, you're same thing. And then something kicks in and you're talking about how to save kids, not to wear Gucci boots because you're an activist. That's how he classifies himself. Now he dies, and whatever effective or ineffective thing he's done as an activist, he now has another flaw. His heart is now heavier than a feather because he's gained new reason. But here's the problem. He no longer remembers why he came to earth in the first place. He's already on his fourth lifetime, and his ego has now taken over, where it keeps dictating his heart to come back by his emotional ties. He can't get to that hard as a feather and doesn't even remember why he's here, because the ego's nature is to keep moving and building because it's mimicking constant change. So the occultist understands and knows how to halt this process. So all you niggers, I want to go and I don't want to come back, panic. How did you do that, nigga? Well, you have to make the choice first. There's nothing out there that says you passed, now you won't come back. It's all from your mind. The mind is all. So when we say things, and we, I mean Brother Bobby and myself, I should really say, others have said it, you got to go beyond human. You can't invest in human. That's human thought. You acting real human right now. It's a general way of saying through your chakra work, through your, which is emotions, how to start detaching from this human thing, which is nothing but emotional roller coaster. Trayvon, George, Michael, or whatever the fuck that dude's name is now, that did I can't breathe, which they're saying is a fucking actor, a crisis actor, and they show him pictures of him in other crises. The dude that stepped on his neck wasn't a cop. The other cop that was standing there, you zoom in on his badge, it's a patch, it's not a badge, it's not a real badge. The cop that was on his neck, they showed him as a crisis actor, and in other scenarios, they showed them at the Boston bombing. They showed other women, oh my God, they killed my kid in this bombing. Then they show them later doing the same thing, kids doing the same thing. So, and then all they do is tell these actors that they're just acting for scenarios, but then they keep this footage like it's real. And because it's a little bit more authentic. If you told people what they were doing, then they'll start acting for it. If you're telling them they're generally acting like they're in crisis, if they give a good performance, you tell other people it's real, there's no reason to question it, or you let them leave. He's a crisis actor. It's a way for actors to pay their bills. There's a movie, shit, I wish I remember, documentary, I seen it probably like 10 years ago, but it was pretty much about actors and what reality is. Danny Trejo, the dude who played Machete, which is a Mexican actor, with all, you know him if you see him, iconic. There was another black actor from, he was on Battlestar Galactica, he's since been in other shit. And other actors that you would say are actors all your lives, you've seen them in the 70s, they were saying how broke they were and how broke actors are in general. 80% of the actors that you see on TV are broke, and they live check to check and event to event. When they do a show like, let's just say, Law and Order, or you see them on an episode of Grey's Anatomy, they're not getting that much money. They're getting enough to pay their bills, and usually by the time they get another Grey's Anatomy or ER, it's time, they're catching up on bills. They said they constantly go on welfare to supplement that income. A big deal for them and what they hold faith on is they pay, it's like an insurance or like dues, like not an insurance, what do they call it? When you have a, what's his name used to run it? Hoffa, the union. There's the actors union, they pay dues. And here's how it works. When they retire from those dues, they get a pension that's kick-ass. And the pension is big depending on the work. So, Gary Coleman, Todd Bridges, and the girl, Dana Plato, were all broke actors, child actors who grew up. But they're from an era in the 70s, because right before them, Gilligan's Island, the Brady Bunch kids, there was no such thing as them showing a TV show, residuals. So as reruns came into being, and reruns were generating income for the commercials that were played during the rerun, like Gilligan's Island, I Dream of Jeannie, Bewitched, the Brady Bunch, there was no such thing as that when those shows were invented. I Love Lucy, which was at the time the most ran rerun show, with no residuals for the actors because there was no contract in place. Once you got paid, it was done. So now that there's income being regenerated in these networks are making these dummy companies, not dummy companies, or annex companies. So Fox, the major companies was NBC, ABC, CBS, and Channel 13, which is PBS. So Channel 2 was CBS in New York. Channel 3 was nothing. Channel 4 was NBC. Channel 5 was Fox, which was considered a network. Fox is a network, but small. And it wasn't always Fox. It was just Channel 5. And random shows came on Channel 5. So it wasn't network. So for instance, on Channel 2, CBS, at 8 o'clock, they would play an episode of Cosby Show. Everywhere it's 8 o'clock around the country, that ran. And then 7 o'clock, it would start at a Central Time. And then 6 o'clock for Mountain Time. 5 o'clock for Central Time, or perhaps they changed the program. But the network idea was they showed one show and it broadcast around the country. Channel 5, Fox, it didn't necessarily was that. They were starting to establish that, but they were trying to catch up with NBC, ABC, and CBS, right? And those names, ABC, NBC, CBS, they were big because they were collective companies that came into one company. Channel 6 was nothing. Channel 7, ABC. Channel 8 was nothing. Channel 9 didn't have a network yet, or had a major network called 9. 9 had a network name. And don't ask me how I know this. I think WNET. It had call letters like a radio station, WNBT or WNB something. But it was call letters like a radio station. And they had random programs. They showed a lot of movies and, you know, a lot of shows which would now be considered infomercial. So religious shows, orally, and, you know, so like the ministries of orally would pay, and they had their show as long as they paid to get on Channel 9. Channel 10 was nothing. 11 was I remember this, WPIX. And for a while, 11 was calling themselves PIX, PIX, PIX. So the 3 major and the 3 loosely based on Fox. So in the 90s, cable had an impact. The idea of free TV was becoming very questionable. TBS or Turner Broadcasting came out with TBS, TNT, maybe USA, and maybe something else. They were showing the same type of shows as broadcast TV, but more of it. They did little shit. TV started at 12 o'clock. They would start their shows at 12:05. And, they showed the difference. They showed what you want to see. They showed throwback shows. So it became more popular. So then the 3 major TV stations, WPIX, 11, in fact, during the day, they had child broadcasting. You used to be able to call in and play games. So they would press the button, so it would be a shooting game. You would say on the phone, PIX, and they would press the button. So PIX, 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 PIX. So they would talk to you, say, yeah, we're live and such and such. So PIX was the name, WPIX. That was changed to Warner Brothers. Channel 9, and they called it the WB. Channel 9 was UPN, and Channel 5, which was already Fox, blew up Fox. Black Broadcast, I don't even remember why I was talking about all this shit, became Black Broadcasting. I remember talking about it because the network concept is the biggest. Niggas have created a network of information, but we have not created a network of doing. So when I see the mastery of guys like Professor James Smalls, Brother Kaba, the brothers I mentioned, who are a little bit closer to history and closer to knowing all the tricks of so-called white supremacy, all the tricks to set up systems to manifest physical ways to disarm and re-energize the nigga physical lifestyle on this planet. I just ask, where's the network of doers as opposed to the network of teachers? Because, and I'm not really challenging saying that. I think that's really personally the next step. These guys are the doers. I promise you, I'm not the doer. I am everything in the spiritual aspect of whatever. But I'd rather be doing the spiritual aspect of whatever done in an archetype world set up by brothers like James Smalls, Dr. Phil Valentine, the works of Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, the works of George G.M. James, Joe Pogram. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather do my spiritual, don't fuck with me human shit in a human world that they creative, conducive to spiritual faces of happiness, which would only make what I'm doing and people who do what I do move smoother. Do the minds that come to me, and there are thousands. And I don't say that to brag, and only say that to let you know I'm not a side dude. If you keep doing what you're doing, what I teach is the main course, because I show you how to get into self, your own mind, and to have personal results. Not the satisfaction because black people got over the hump. We done not over the mountaintop, and we're home, home, home. Nigga, you home, home, home. Nigga, you're home. Won't it will, won't it will. Esquire, pimpin' won't it will. Gentlemen, pimpin' won't it will. Esquire. I want y'all niggas to understand. Pimpin' won't it will is here. You an occultist? You on that shit? That's our code word. Pimpin' won't it will. Each time you do something that you planned on doing in your mind, and then it manifests through synchronicity, or if you're too stupid to understand what that means, a coincidence. You need to let yourself know who you are. Pimpin' won't, he will. Pimpin' won't, he will, nigga. Esquire. Gentlemen, pimpin' won't, he will. You understand? You tell yourself, because your mind is all the most insane, crazy, winningest shit, so your mind can eventually take symbols. Pimpin' Money Will is a bad motherfucker who doesn't trip, doesn't stutter. He doesn't exploit women at all. Pimpin' Won't Will takes this information and puts this bitch out on the streets for you other ass niggas to pick up on it. Won't it will? So when you put something out there, you are Pimpin' Won't Will. You are the unending, unimaginable reality that you choose to take. And the reality that you have been chosen to take is the reality of the white man's supremacy by even discussing it constantly. Your supremacy is not at the historical aspect. That's an aspect of your supremacy. Your supremacy is what you can manifest now. That's why you look at Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, the Black Moses, Nat Turner before they made that terrible ass movie. Certain musicians, Jimi Hendrix, as motherfucking undeniable masters And though they were talking about our situation, what they talked about more was the solution, which I don't hear. Don't think because you're talking about how masterful we were in history that you're speaking solution, whether right or wrong. You're just saying for all the ego that white people express, that 1%, and all the ego that was created based upon the misinformation of white supremacy in white heads and the suffering in ignorant black heads and the frustration in the 1% of blacks who know better and understand the trick, at the end, you're not saying, well, look, I want to get with this one and we can do this and we could do that to empower, not even to counteract their shit, to act on something, not counteract, to totally block out what they doing and come up with something that you're doing that works damn near almost when when any divine mind approaches it. A system that's left behind, because if y'all niggas are so smart and ingenious, we should have something that a new mind should come to and be able to say, besides the lecture circuit that's watered down, flawed, and really not in existence, if you don't know where to look and who to look for. You understand? That's a chore. It takes you a year to find out who you should even be listening to. We need something out there. A documentary, which we've done, is really still more of the same shit we talk on lectures. It's those people who have talents and skill. And I don't know how to do that. My talent, like I said, is spirituality. So if you create a system and then you say, God damn, we need an expert, someone with the talent to get our people to be able to access that spiritual prowess that's been sleeping, I'm there for you guys. If you find someone else who's better or who you like more, then that person should be there for you guys. I'm also fine just reading the books and getting my channels and dealing with my own mind, because in the end, that's where it is. The same way Odo went on that planet and joined that collective, when you die, ultimately your soul, that divine spark of light, is that Odo, is that shapeshifter. So I'm in the shape of panic, but that bucket, that goop in the bucket, is your soul. And when you've gained enough light, you're able to go back home, meaning you're enlightened based upon the reason that you got here. White people's trying to inhibit that process so you can keep coming back, therefore the matrix stands, therefore they get to last a little bit longer to discover what you've already discovered, to discover what you had as soon as your soul got here. I am a jealous God. You're jealous because he's older than you. Worship none but me. Who else would you possibly worship if he's the be all, the end all, and you are absolutely aware because he was talking to you? Let's pretend the Bible's real for a second. He was talking to you directly. There's no mistake about that unless there was something there. So it was something there because the Bible's not real, and it was coming from older books trying to tell you a metaphysical story about the atom, not a man named Adam. All this black shit on it. Oh, it really means this, and it really means a race of white people, and it's the root chakra. I guarantee all that shit is correct. But the shit I'm saying is correct as well. And that's one of the other things you learn in the occult. The information you're dealing with is past the human concept, and the human concept is conducive to the law of polarity. So you're dealing with that middle point. And as I explain that, let's go to the next one. Polarity. Did we do vibration? We did. What was it before that? Rhythm. Correspondence was 2. Let me get my reading glasses. Yeah, so correspondence was 2, which we did. We did vibration, the movement. Nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates. Like I said, what they're talking about is, as the movement, we say constant change. Vibration is, let's say, is also called spirit. So everything has a spirit or a movement or a vibration. Everything is constantly moving, constantly changing. Everything is constantly in a state of evolution. So the story of Moses, when he comes down off the hill, it says, you know, everybody wants to say he's Egyptian and they went to their old ways and started worshiping Horus. But the real metaphysics of that story, the real occult to that story is that calf was representing the age of Taurus. And they were going into the age of Aries. So that's why they would stand and blow this horn. So the new age presents new characteristics in your spirit, in your change, and your humanity should be conducive to that new change. You understand? Otherwise, you will die. So he said, those who you want to stay out there with the calf, stay down there and you will die. So what he was really saying is those of you who want to stay in the same mentality of that age will die. So the Egyptians were trying to tell you through the law of vibration that you have to change with the times, nigga, or you will die. We are now, y'all need to understand, we have shifted into a new time. And y'all still got the same fucking dialogue. Y'all niggas about to die with that shit. Y'all think I'm fucking playing? Nigga, I am not playing. Y'all niggas could kiss your black asses goodbye. Be prepared to do it again. Because y'all are holding on to something that's old. And when you do shit like that, you're not cultivating spirituality or evolution. You're cultivating the ego. Even the fucking ego must evolve. Because the ego is only mimicking something bigger, and that's the law of vibration in this case, which is it changes and it says anything. So you learn some new shit about spirituality, the ego is right there, and it's going to change with you. So the ego was telling you church was the greatest, and you're the greatest Christian ever. And there's no Christian that could out-Christian you. Then you become conscious and find it. The ego doesn't say, oh shit, man, damn, you busted me, because you're conscious. It just now tells you a different story or a different narrative, which is fantasy about your spirituality. Everyone who's a Christian isn't alive, and you're only alive, and the conscious people of the truth. Somebody was telling me one time, if you change your name to Mayada Patah, you have stepped into this realm of divinity. I said, I can introduce you to fucking 75 Oshus right fucking now on my Facebook page, bitch. Knock it off. That old narrative is what keeps you locked down. We have moved into this new golden age. That's what all this COVID shit is about. This was that moment. It doesn't come night and day. It moves like this, and it started moving for a while, clearly. We first understand the old age, the age of Taurus. Well, you were born, and you were here. Each of these ages are over 2,500 years. 12 of them together is 25,000. The Egyptians called it a great year. I'm rounding it off, 25,000. There's 2,500, 25,000 or something amount, and it's 2,500 that you go into these ages, these houses, these aeons. So they've been talking pretty much since you've been here. We're moving. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. This is the dawning of the age of the Aquarius. Age of Aquarius. Won't he will? By a group called Fifth Dimension. As Mark said, Fifth Dimension from the fourth floor, from the fifth floor. Brother man from the fifth floor. Fifth Dimension. So there's this idea that when we go into this next age, coming out of Pisces, the age of belief, we go into the age of knowing, which is the age of Aquarius. The man with the vase who's cleaning away all the bullshit. So white folks who understood our shit and understood that they must enact white supremacy, because we talk about white supremacy, but that same Action Network to get it done. They got a 1% together, and they had all these names, the Illuminati, the this group, the Skull and Bones, the this and that, the this and that. But those are the organizations that got together and enacted war effort against you. And all you do is complain, talk about, and decode their war effort. But never as a way of, once they understand it, somehow they're going to go easy on you. Oh, that's what we're doing? You know that, the slavery did this to us too. You don't know no better. Fuck out of here. They know they eating. They know what they did wrong. So when 9/11 hit, as I'm walking around New York, you should have seen white people's faces. Each one of them, and it was overwhelming, looked like they know they got this coming. That was an overwhelming look on their faces. So even the dead, day-to-day white people that we tend to let off the hook, they know this shit wrong. They just saying, well, I didn't do it, because there's a way for them not to do anything about it. Those white people out there, don't get souped up with Black Lives Matter. Those are agents, because they want to make this movement into the new civil rights, which it is. And I'm going to tell you how and why and what's going on. So let's just keep going with this, because I want to get this out the way and we can move on to some of the things that have been coming through, I imagine. So, 4, principle of polarity. Everything is dual. Everything has poles. Everything has a pair of opposites. Oh, I have a lecture where I based upon the law of vibration. I think that's what it's called. Where I went into the more of the science on it. I'm going through it like, you have 4, principle of polarity. Everything's dual. Everything has poles. Everything has a pair of opposites. Let's pause right there. Everything has a pair of opposites. So if you're Kemetic scholars, the wisdom of Tahuti makes a flat fact statement. Everything has its pair of opposites. Like and unlike are the same. That's a flat fact from the principle of polarity. And if that is a flat fact, somebody explain to me, what are you doing if you're debating? What are you doing? I would like to know. What is this ancient thing you think you're doing to get down to some information so Black people know what to do? Because we have this contradiction. No matter if this contradiction is bringing one group of Black people light and another group of Black people light, as long as they're finding light. Remember, we all came here for different reasons. There's never been this idea for Black people that we all are doing the same fucking thing until a government agent called Martin Luther King told you that's who we are and what we're doing. Now you got conscious niggas with the same fucking mentality telling you we all need to be this, or we all need to be Nubian, we all need to be Moors, we all need to read this, we all shouldn't read Baphomet, we all shouldn't do that, this nigga's a fraud, that nigga's a fraud, and then they back this up with arguments. Damn, that nigga was right. Damn, that nigga was right. But then some of these niggas are arguing pro-Egyptian philosophy, science, and situation, when the Egyptian itself said everything is dual. So meaning whatever thing you could bring up, because everything is dual, there's always an argument. Always another side to the coin. That's the nature of polarity. So there's always the means and grounds for debate, which says no matter what I say or what you say, if you choose to argue it, someone will emerge to argue it. Therefore, Brother Panic, the advanced occultist, understands and reflects that in his teaching that arguments are a waste of nigger time to the fucking highest degree. Once you understand and accept that you choose to live by the Egyptian mystery system that you so much want to suck. Okay, let's do this first. Okay.
Unless they count, right?
All right, so there's nothing to count. You don't see a meter or nothing. It just says recording here, and I don't remember if I looked at it. But then it went away and came back. When it goes away and come back, I don't know if it paused this. So it might have just paused because of that. We'll find out soon enough. All right, so where was we? So the mystery aspect is long and hard because it takes more to decode what they're saying. And you're going to find that to really get answers, it's in the DNA. So everything they put down actually works when you activate the DNA or activate light in the DNA, and most people haven't done that. So the hieroglyphs just become an intellectual thing. When you do the spiritual work, the hieroglyphs have more of a shape. You know the essence. You just know. You feel the essence. You know what they're talking about when you see Bes. You know that they were talking about something older and ancient with Bes. That's on the Egyptian wall. He doesn't look like none of the deities, none of the artwork. You know, that same Egyptian flow. So he's from a more ancient primal thing. You just know, and you kind of look that way. And maybe it's obvious to some people, and maybe not. But all of that to say, something in you has to spark. And you won't get it from history because what you're sparking when you deal with just the history aspect of your information is pride. Pride. And pride exists up here. You understand what I'm saying? When you understand the mystery, what you get is tools and a reunification with your power. And that's learned here. So you got to be pure of heart. You got to want to really understand. Most people want to get back at white people. So that's why you hear most people open up with white supremacy and talk about some good black shit that we've done. You know what I'm saying? We the first one who invented fucking sweet potato pie, nigga. That's why we make it the best, nigga. The Egyptians. Coffee cake, that's the black man. Did you know the Moors made coffee? Fuck cares, sir. They got it now, nigga. We didn't feel like, because you're still trying to make yourself feel happy about your existence. So that is real telling. When I got to keep, did you know the Moors was the first nigga to make pepper steak? It takes a divine mind to put pepper on steak, nigga. Pepper steak, nigga. Yeah, pepper steak. And see, the science is, it's not black pepper. It's green pepper. Ooh, panic. And niggas are satisfying themselves with that level of aha moment. You know what I'm saying? And the real answer is most of your true aha moments, I don't know how to explain to anyone. Because I'm not in it to prove a point in the world. It never was that. It was, you were in it to prove a point to your fucking self, you stupid motherfuckers. You were never here to prove that the black man is the best bankers or the best ones to ever run an economy, the best one to plant a seed and grow a fucking organic tangerine. You're not here for that. You came here born by yourself because you asked yourself a question or an equation, which is a synonym for problem. You said, I have a problem in something that I'm thinking of, and I need to pour that problem in a container and observe it and give it scenarios. Your higher self is observing. Your Ka is observing. Your spirit double, your doppelganger, your what white people call your spirit guide is really you. Niggas ain't ready for that because they think they stupid and victims already. So if you tell them you're the only one running this, didn't you make coffee cakes? Like, you know what I'm saying? They can't accept that they are that powerhouse. And once you accept that and know it's up to you, what's cause and effect? Every thought is yours. Every effect is yours. You're running this. So once you understand that, it's your higher self that said, I don't like this thought, or maybe I like this thought. I need to see how it plays out under scenarios. I'm gonna take that thought and put it in this thing, and we're gonna call it panic. He's gonna look like that. He's gonna be a he. And this is gonna be his personality. That thought is personality. Is he arrogant? Is he timid? Is he an artist? Is he an intellect? Is he horny all the time? Is he dumb? Is he smart? All of those things are that thought manifest. It can be enhanced with school and whatever, life and trauma and all of that. But you chose even that, cause and effect, to develop this thought, right? To develop it. So now, okay, so you get down here, you're doing whatever work you think you're doing, conscious, and you find this out, you're going to panic. The discoveries that I'm feeling, I need you to understand, I'm not supposed to discover shit. As soon as I discover it, turn on my camera. Guess what I discovered today? Black people. What am I doing? Law of rhythm. I'm creating a pendulum swing now that I'm supposed to get on every time I get in front of you, I'm supposed to have something spectacular. Well, every time I get in front of you, I am spectacular. Pimping won't he will, baby. Won't he will. But ultimately, I'm supposed to get in front of you, say something spectacular, mind-dazzling, and then pendulum swings, and I can't figure out nothing spiritual. Pendulum swing, oh yeah, I can say that. Pendulum swing, I don't know what I'm saying? So I know better than that. You know what I'm saying? I know ultimately my pendulum swing in this is me having breakthroughs and me doing work to get a breakthrough for me. Some shit I can share, some shit it takes me a year to share, some shit, it's too complicated for me to start. You know what I'm saying? Some things you get contradict other things. Because remember, you're dealing in truth, not reality, when you're coming up with this. So if you're dealing in truth can contradict. Because reality will contradict each other. Your interpretation of that reality can contradict all day. Reality is going to be reality, but your interpretation can contradict all day, so you don't have to pick it. That's why you can't be arguing, because you get to a level where arguing doesn't matter no more. You're not trying to socially come to determine a way of being. You're trying to determine what you are. So you can't say, I'm this and I'm arguing with you because I'm this, because I'm this, that, and the other thing. The Egyptians named everything God because they recognized everything was God. There was one omnipotent source, and this is what he looks like as a tree, a flower, a rose, a cat, a rat, a gnat, a dog, a blade of grass. So this is why this is a God, a hippo is a God, this is God. Not because they was worshiping all this, they wasn't worshiping shit. They was identifying the God force, or that hidden, and symbolized it through what is called anamorphic images. They symbolized it through iconology, trying to explain to you the hidden aspect of the mundane that you see.
Yeah.
Right.
So my question is,
make sure they hear.
Oh yeah. So when you're dealing with people and they're trying to discover this about themselves, the discovery of the mind versus what they're playing out, are people more in love with the illusion, what they're playing out, than the truth? Or can they distinguish?
Say that question one more time.
So like,
I want to answer that. It's a good one, right. But I want it to be thorough.
Okay. So what I'm asking basically is that people come here and they don't even know the mind game that's being played upon them. And
okay.
if you tell them the truth, they're more in love with the illusion and the idea that they built their whole idea of everything around than they are the actual.
Part of that, but mostly because of, at the end of the day, the way the mind works, they're just a victim of programming. So if their subconscious mind has been attacked and taken over, which means through symbols, trauma, and repetition, you've been infiltrated and have accepted, remember, cause and effect. So they create a cause, and they hope that you accept that cause, and it becomes your effect as well, that you believe in it. So they need to understand, first, your conscious mind is the argumentative mind. And everything I just told you, the 1% of white people know. You pretend you're arguing with them, but you never argue with them. Arguing is for chumps. When both sides of anyone can make an argument. So you pretend they have a whole class called poor white trash that was created to argue with you. The upper class of white people, you ever see Donald Trump in the street debating a black man for anything? He says what he says and does what he does to the black people, black race, and house and vote. The white people and the poor white trash is standing out there. White lives matter too. They know everything you do is going to create an argument, i.e. creating them as polarity again. So even you saying black lives matter, they saying white lives matter, they created a polarity. And now you gave them existence because your mind sees them as an opposite. So they're working your ass all day. So now repetition, symbols, and trauma. So that person who believes he likes what he likes is only a victim of programming. Same way a poor person, you put them in some rich shit and they're gonna fuck it up because they've been trained in program. It's not like they want to be poor or want poor shit, but they don't know nothing better. And that's where we at. Black people deep within inside. So what would give me hope to even have this conversation? Black people with that false sense of pride, you know, especially little black girls, they know they're the shit, no matter how poor they are. Something in them knows that they're divine. Why are we late to work? Why are we lazy? Why are we always want to party? Bobby Hemmett said it and I say it. That's because we know we gods. And even though we've been beat down in this condition, there's certain things you can't take away. Those are the things you need to know are your core. And why are they their core? Because it's the longest to leave, which means it must be the strongest with you. What is it? That's what niggas need to start doing. That's your forward thinking. Stop. I get it. Look at Egypt, but stop after a while and start using your own fucking mind. If it's the hardest to leave from us naturally, it must be the most important thing that we have. What is that? Music. I could go on for days just on what I found out about music, and it's important. They can't take music away from us. Dancing. Well, music. Uni, verse. Uni means one, verse means song. The universe is one song. And don't niggas know how to dance all together? One song. You throwing on some shit, a bunch of niggas my age, a whole doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? We are rhythm. We are music. We are one song. Rhythm is Ra, him. Ra's him. The sun song. We move with the sun song. We are rhythm. These innate things are telling you your true nature, your essence of what the universe is, what heaven is, what you are. What's heaven? Nigga, you going to the party, nigga. What's heaven? The things you see is heaven down here. Pussy, drugs, riches, and bitches.
Right.
You know? Nigga shit. Because if you're building a world from your mind, what you want, nigga, do I need to say anything? Right. You just need to know there's no inhibition. You've been trained as a human victim of slavery and white supremacy with inhibitions. So even as gods, when you finally find enough knowledge and say, God, you still ain't doing shit, you can't do shit. But complain about white supremacy. Complain about, make documentary after documentary about white people and what they do, and they ask you, show me a fucking trick. Anything, nigga. You ain't got nothing. See, if I said that to you, show me a trick. You say, all right, you're gonna take that hat. This nigga know how to take his hat off to the beat, throw this shit. You gotta see it on his site. Say the site again.
Oh, Science of Street Dance. Science of Street Dance.
Science of Street Dance. You gotta see this man's work. And you can show me something that I can't explain. You can show me something. You can logically say, well, it's this and the rhythm and that. You can explain it, but you can't explain it. So True explanation is once you explain it, I can do it. Or I have the ability to do it. Once you explain what you do, ain't none of that. You got to practice thousands and thousands of times. You know what that's called? Repetition. And know what repetition does? It makes you do exactly what you're doing without even thinking it. And if you could, so what if you could program yourself to get money without thinking? Get girls without thinking. Get comfort without thinking. Get healing without thinking. Get peace without thinking. Listen, I'm glad I said that. What the occultist knows, if you program your subconscious mind, the thinking apparatus in your conscious mind doesn't even be bothered with operations. So most of us have been programmed with being poor. So we spend our time thinking how to get rich. So as I told you earlier about, if you got $2, make it seem like that's the greatest amount of money, because that $2 can multiply, because that's the type of energy you're putting on that $2. The multiplication factor, the attraction factor. So they talked about that in the laws of attraction, but what they really talk about is cause and effect again. So the cause is, if I think I'm worth $2, then the effect would be what? $2. If I say $2 is the most wonderful thing and it's on my path of victory, and I'm going to celebrate and enjoy the $2, then I start expanding the idea of getting more, the idea of deserving of $2. And if I'm deserving of $2, that means my next worth is $4. And when I made $4, my normal $6. So it's really you pushing your limit, not because, well, maybe because, a lot because of white people, but you had this problem before white people existed. This is a earth problem because the human being naturally in the human brain is limiting. We made it to be limiting, because if we made it to be all-encompassing, you're already all-encompassing. Why do I need to be the greatest and make a body that's the greatest and come here to do that? No, you wanted a thing, a brain, a matrix that can isolate certain thoughts, flaws. So again, my mind could be this entire room, but then I think of this drum machine and I say, this room is balanced. I enjoy this. This room is Panic's creation. When I was on planet 1, Mars, that's where I seen lights like this. So now that I'm in my heaven, where I make it with my mind, those lights that I love, those are my lights. The same way you design this house. I seen on Saturn this thing, and I want those. So what's happening? All the lifetimes, all the collections of Akasha that I've collected personally by my adventures now become my tools of building, my experiences. So now I can say, I like this room. I'm gonna make a bed right there and fuck Pam Grier from every movie she was in with every outfit. Now, two things could happen. The entity that we call Pam Grier can come and we could jointly do it. Or I can make it all up in my mind and we could look at it as an act of masturbation and be having a good old time. They showed you in the movie Inception. Who are all these people? He said, those aspects of your own subconscious mind. So when you build worlds, they said, that's what the whole point of Inception was. I need a builder. They're saying, I need someone who has I'm a builder. My imagination is crazy. That's where we're going with this. So I'm a builder. So when I build heavens, I come down to planets. I teach the doctrine of my universe, and those who understand and hear the doctrine, who are stunned here, come here when they die. You understand? Y'all need to understand some shit, what niggas is doing down here. Certain niggas are representative of, there's different heavens, let's say that, or different realities, because your mind is too complex for that to be heaven, this to be earth, and the only earth. See, once you accept this is the only reality, earth, there's nobody else, God made this, then you have to accept heaven is one place or one destination, because you think this is one reality. But heaven is not one place or one destination. Heaven is your mind. And what can your mind think of? Anything. Anything. So therefore, heaven can be what? Anything. And the thing you call hell can be what? Anything. Based upon your mind. You understand? So now, there's some of us who went through all this a long time ago. We're called the old ones. Now, I don't know. And I hate to just beat my chest. Only will. I'm a motherfucking old one. And some of the niggas I met are old ones. So, which means we not just go to universes, because we didn't get stuck down here and need to rebuild on what pleasure is and have to take time to relieve our minds of all of that white angst you built up. I started doing the work and relieved myself of his prowess and power. You get what I'm saying? So when I go, I don't need to go through a regimen. When Michael Jackson came, he explained that, and that's in my book too. And I've done lectures about earth or human poisoning. Like I've seen women who died and are crying frantically about their kids, and them having to be trained that those were not your kids. They were entities that came through your womb, but they're just as old or older than fucking you. You never were on earth, because people don't get that, and it takes a while. It's like a crazy house. I seen this spiritually. I wrote about this. I talked about this in lectures. This is how powerful and profound it was. All right, so I don't have to do that. I know, based upon channels, I've already done this. I knew that for a long time, even before I did it, that I had a Risha girlfriend. Risha gave me a reading. I didn't even know what a reading was. One of the things he said, you already been this, you've done this, it's over. Somebody asked you to come. I didn't know who it was, but I later found out it was Bobby, who asked me to come back here, pretty much dust me off. And the dude was telling me in the reading, you was very reluctant. You didn't come in. Then he read some mythology and the Orisha shit about reluctancy. And he said, you're going to teach thousands. Huh? Teaching what? Computer science? This is where I was. Long story short, and he said, you're going to write first, you're going to do this, you're going to write books. Huh, nigga? This nigga was incredible the way it turned out. All right, so now, so I already knew what I was even before I started speaking. So I already did all the channels. I already know me and Khadijah already have our own universe. And what I found out recently, I'm glad they put me in quarantine. They shouldn't have did that. But we're going to get into this now. Some of the things that have been coming through. That was the point of turning this on. I only spoke for 4 hours to warm up this.
All right. Let's go.
Won't he will? Won't he will? Pimpin' won't he will? Won't he will? Won't he will? Won't he won't? Don't he do it? Pimpin' don't he do it? Pimpin' don't he do it came through. The chill out with Pimpin' won't he will. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're going to call his cousin B.O.B. Pimpin' God is good. Pimpin' God is good. You know what I'm saying? That's my nigga God is good. You know? That's B's name. That's B's name. I'm going to text him right now. Your new name is God is good. God is good. Gentleman, God is good. Where did I put my fucking phone? This is mine here somewhere. It's probably laying down. So did I drop that motherfucker? I will get him later. That's God. That's gentleman, God is good. You know what I'm saying? Gentleman, God is good. Pimpin' God is good at squad. So I throw it over there. What the fuck? How the fuck do you lose a whole phone? All right. Anyway, I'm sure I'll just call it and find it. All right. So, Pimpin' won't it will. So, where was I? Oh, so me and Khadijah, we know we got this universe. And I knew that was the case. And what I would have thought, generally, is that we are, because sometimes, let me say this too, and this will make a lot of sense to me. You're that God, and you have a thought that you need to probe. This is really you. Your life is really your God contemplating your thoughts. Jared is the thought you were contemplating your personality. Sometimes you need the masculine and feminine on the earth for about to storm. And y'all will bump heads. And if y'all do bump heads in the right conditions, though. That's called soulmate.
Oh, wow.
So Khadijah is an aspect of the same mind. That's why I finish each other's sentences. It's like the perfect opposite. Every food that I don't like, she likes. Every show that she likes, I don't like. She'll watch a little bit of what I watch. But so you would look like, what the fuck are y'all together for? But opposites attract because she's what's missing in me. Together, we become holistic or androgynous. And we are actually one thought being played out by the divine mind of God. So when that thought has finished playing out, we go back to just like Odo. I don't know if you were here for that. I'm talking about Deep Space Nine, but just like Odo found his way back to his people, Deep Space Nine, Star Trek, I was talking about the whole arc of the season. Okay, Odo finds his way home and finds out who he is and joins this liquid pool. And then when he comes out again, he's like, I know everything. And then the people from the pool said, we send fragments out somewhere around the universe, they do what they do, and they make their way back home. That's what we're doing. Coming to America, you leave the kingdom, you get Lisa, come back. You're guaranteed to be the king. So really, when me and Khadijah died, we're going back to our throne. We're going back to the kingdom. But we have, by coming to earth, because coming to earth for us, we're not learning. For me, I'll be honest with you, I'm going to beat my chest. I'm not here to learn what a lot of you niggas are here to learn. That's a fact. And I don't say it from being better. I'm saying it from, that's reality. You know what I'm saying? Why am I teaching for all these years and why so many motherfuckers listen? And why is there just so many motherfuckers who hate me? Because it's you can only hate me and waste your time hating me if I said something that's making you think or feel a certain way. Because really, if I meant nothing, you wouldn't even know I exist. So there's plenty of people, where were you at? Who are you? Those people don't know I exist, therefore I'm not for them. So those who know enough, I know myself. I did this work to know myself. I'm going back to sit on my throne. I'm not here to kind of gain something, even though you do. So while you teach, I learned more while I was teaching. Then so it's always that. My primary thing is to collect new subjects for the heaven that we have already created, because they can't do it for themselves yet, but they're good-hearted, they're kind, they're not thinking on that level. So I'm going to give them a place to go that's outside of the astral world that might catch them to go back, give them a place to go where they can learn who they truly are once they're past the human body prison. That's what the spiritual masters came back to do. That's what I came back to do. You understand what I'm saying? I'm here, and not just me, that's what Bobby came to do, because he has a universe of his own. He has a reality of his own. So all those people who understand and they feel the message is from coming out of their heart, that they resonate. What they really hearing is a new place or a new home that they can go to learn more about them. And once they learn everything from a body-headed mind and a body-headed universe, they can move on or create their own. You get what I'm saying? So we're making God for real, because you're not a God until you're the master of your own fucking sun, till you become a star and you have shit rotating around you. And all the people there are aspects of your mind on the planets that you create as the sun. Mm-hmm. So the demiurge, the creator God, is that sun you see outside. In fact, we used to worship the Sirius sun and gave it all the acclimates. When people got dumber, they just changed it to Ra up here. But ISIS and them niggas was trying to poison and kill Ra, his old ass. Mm-hmm. But since we took all the science of the Sirius sun and made it Ra, but niggas wasn't proud about that. That was the of this place. Most suns or most systems are two. So they were saying this one wasn't right, it wasn't ready yet. So in Gnostic mythology, what do they say? This is a bastard birth. This is a flaw. This is an incomplete birth because one sun. One sun, it's incomplete. So that's why you have problems with polarity, duality. That's why you have to go through all of these golden age, this age, bronze age, all these down. Like I said, we're coming into the golden age, but humanity is flawed because that means the Bronze Age is coming again. The Iron Age is coming again. The Silver Age. And if you just dying and coming back, you about to feel the white man will be back. It's just your turn. We said it. What goes up must come down. All things that rises fall. So if the white man rose through his fake white supremacy, he must fall too. So while you crying and worried about the white man's gonna fall, oh, he is. That's the nature of this place. Not because you did shit. That's the nature of this place. He's gonna fall. And you're gonna rise, and you're looking for the times this happened, which is the golden age, the coming of the age of Aquarius, which is now. But your greatest thing they're looking for is to take the planet over again. Are you fucking crazy? You are the author of the fucking universe. Nigga, go to your throne or create one. Babies, newborns get caught up in shit like this. Earth. Shit that was a system that was around a long time ago, got dealt with. And the masters who were on that system a long time ago transcended it. How you doing? My name is Panic. I used to be an Egyptian, and I transcended back then. But I recognize the legacy of people and babies that were left behind. So I came back. I came back not guessing, not lucky. I came back telling you exactly what the fuck was what. Bobby didn't just pick me because he had nothing to do. Hundreds of niggas was around Bobby trying to be lecturers. But he started talking about me because he seen something that I didn't even see, because you're too busy trying to be human or think you're trying to figure it out through those means. But what I know about myself now, no. Most of us were Egyptians, but most Egyptians weren't in the mystery system. So y'all niggas was there. That's why y'all get all the acclimates that anybody would get. I'm no more special than nobody. Your stuff is the same stuff that's in me. It's just that I had my stuff a long time before a lot of other folks. But here's the good thing. People like me, not just me, because it's not about me, not at all. I am not that dude. Phil, Sonia Barrett, Red Pill, Blue Pill, Brother Rich, Dr. Smalls, Nano, what's his name? Oh, Gano. They're compelled, Dr. Umar, they're compelled, Dr. Fulcrum, to speak because these are the ancient people who truly see babies suffering. So the real deal here, nigga, I came to save the fucking babies. Phil came to save the babies. Bob B.O.B. came to save the babies. Because in his medium, he's speaking conscious shit that them niggas never would be able to. They'll never get to this. Right. So he opened up a medium that every nigga in metaphysics was trying to open up. Rap music. Yeah. These are the old ones that came back to rescue those who are on this fucking hamster. You understand what I'm saying? And we brought back from our universe, I want y'all to hear this, our most trusted advisors, helpers, sages, and so on. Nice to meet you, Jared. Grand sage, because he is the nigga that was conscious first, pretty much in his family, and told B.O.B., look, man, first of all, he made B.O.B., his cousin, his younger cousin, conscious, and then he said, let me put you on to a dude named Panic. A couple of people tried to take that credit. I told B.O.B. about you. I said, no. I met the dude who told me about him, while B.O.B. is standing there going, he told me about him. That's this man. That's a part of what you came to do. You're the young sage, because once, let's say I'm ruling. I don't even have to say, let's say I know what happened. Chilling, ruling, and me and Khadijah said, just like Prince Akeem said, because remember, it's all from your mind. So all the glory that you can create is really just from you. So what does that mean? It means that that sun, which is the light that seeds all plant life, all water, all life, all water, plankton, where the sun hits this and the plant can happen, the bacteria, everything happens because of what? That sun, right? So that sun is the God. That sun is, this is the universe of that demiurge. And it would have made people to serve it. But because it was a flaw, the great mother Sophia in Gnosticism sent divine sparks from a higher place into the human being. He stood up upright and he knew, like Odo, I have to go back home, and to go there, I have to bring light to this place. We started building pyramids. Thing. So we was trying to bring this place or raise it up because what we are is older than this creation. But this creation is demiurge, mountains, the shape of trees, the architecture of the entire planet is his vision. And they said, where did he get this vision from? He mimicked that which he's seen above him because he didn't have experience going through different realities, different matrices, different lifetimes to make his own world based upon his collective experiences. So he seen what was above him and mimicked it. So your heavens look like earth, but they said he copied it, then there was a copy of that, then an afterthought. Let's do that. Let's look at Kabbalah real quick. Let me get my reading glasses so you can see how in Kabbalah, this reality is still manifested. And I'm glad to do it this way. Pull up a page. So you open up the tree of life. Let's just get a good one. The Kabbalistic tree of life, that standard thing. All right, then I'm sure there's another tree that supersedes it. See it. Actually, I could see that because Kabbalah is also spelled with a C. All right, let me get a good one. This one I think may do the trick. All right, let me move this crap. All right, so the standard tree. If you notice this triangle here, the first triangle, it's pointed up. And so they said that this is the world of the real. Well, let's even get to it. Damn, let me see if I can, let me find a thinner tree. Maybe here. And actually, let me find this one first. Because here, you see above this circle, number one, is Kether. And you see Ein, Ein Sof, Ein Sofar, right? Now, all of this, usually they'll say from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 represents physical creation. Now, 6 is the sixth number of man. So they said this is where the physical world is formed between the 6. This top trinity with this triangle forming up is the world of the real. They said this is the first true emanation, number one. Then to really realize what it was, it needed to create a mirror image of itself. Then it created this mirror image of itself, then it's looking, then it creates a mirror image of itself to look at itself, which is masculine and feminine. And then once it understands itself, back to the one. And that's man, woman, child. Man, woman, child. That's it on a higher level. What it became was man, woman, child, fall. And actually right here, because this is a hidden Sifra. That's the dot. So it became man, woman, child, which if you look here, let me try to find a stick, a pointing device of some sort. If you look here, for man, woman, and the fall, boom, boom, boom. See that triangle? So remember, this triangle was 1, 2, 3, man, woman, child. Now it's man, woman, child pointing down. So this is the floor. So this world, that's a triangle pointing up, flip down. Flip, let me do it with my hands so they can see. So this world where the triangle is pointing up this way, next to in that first Kether, Bina, Shok, Hokmah. is this way, now flipped on itself like this. Brother Phil used to say the world turned over on itself. Right. So you see this down here. Then the next is Geborah, Hoshad, no C in Jewish, I think, or some say Hoshad and Tefera. Tefera.
Oh, Tefera, okay.
So this is like, I think this is Mercury, Mars. Yeah, Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, Venus.
Okay.
Oh, I'm missing these two then. Because this is Sun, Moon, Earth.
Okay. Okay, good.
So what Saturn, this is considered Saturn. The top, because Saturn is a Titan. Okay. So even in Greek mythology, this represents Saturn here and his wife, Rhea, or Leia, whatever the fuck the host name was. So what they used to say was that, no, this was them in their union, in Kether. When Kronos had a kid, he would swallow that kid, swallow his kids, because he didn't want them to become this shit. The mother took Zeus, when he was born, gave Kether a rock, or Kronos a rock, her husband a rock. He swallowed the rock, and she hid Zeus. Took him through the Daf. Shashad is Jupiter. What is Jupiter in Rome? Zeus. So Zeus here is here now. He makes his father, throw up the rest of his brothers and sisters. Now I'm explaining Greek mythology to you, and I'm showing you how they're telling the same story in Kabbalah. You understand? I'm showing you how they're telling the same story in Kabbalah. He's at Chesed, Mercy, number 4. He makes him throw up Athena, Poseidon, Diana, Ares, and the rest of the motherfuckers. Then these motherfuckers, these are the world of formation. They formulated the astral world. You see there's 4 levels of the world, and they say there's 4 levels of your soul. And as you can see, here's another triangle going down. So down, down, and then there's another triangle going down to here. So they say you're from the world of the real, folded over on itself, folded over on itself again, fallen, and then the afterthought. So everything you know is in number 10. Now, cool. 10, 0 plus 1 is what? Careful. As above, so below. In Christianity, know who this is? Mary Magdalene, the whore. Know who number 1 is? Mary the Virgin. Oh. That's why you got the 2 Marys, because 10 and 1 are the same thing. So they're trying to show you what's on earth is the upside down version of this. Because if you turn this tree upside down, same shit. You know what I'm saying? So this represents Tartarus, Hades, the underworld, under the true world of Kepler, number 1. You know what I'm saying? So the explanation in the story of your fall is constant. It's constant. You understand what I'm saying? And if you know the narrative, you understand. Let's pick this one up. If you know the narrative, you know what I'm saying, you can get about. One of the narratives is the straight path to God, they call it. Over here, they represent as 3 pillars. 1, 2, 3. Mercy, and the other one just had it. I think it was up. I think it was, see, they showed the 3 poles here. Let me see if they name it. Because all of these little names in between are actually, there's 24 of those, 24 paths. I think I got the number right. I think it's 24. But they're the 24 tarot cards, whatever. The trump cards in tarot, how many are they? 24? Whatever number is, that's what these are. And the number, well, let's look at our regular cards. There's 13 of those, and 52 or whatever that is. And so the 1 to 10 somehow has these, and they break it down. The Jack, King, and Queen is the same as the Emperor, and this or that, and you know, it's close to it, but you know, but that's the concept of playing cards, because you can play these games and these cards keep coming around and numbers add up because it encompasses the universe in that whole deck. You get what I'm saying? This encompasses the universe in this whole symbol. Good, bad, both sides of the pillar. So white people study this the most because it's a physical way of doing magic. It's called a something system, not divination system, a path working system. So any event that happens, I can take it to Kabbalah and decode it. Any event that I want to happen, I can take it to Kabbalah based upon gematria and the numbers and set something up to put something in effect. And because it's a logical system, not a spiritual system, white people go crazy. Crowley's whole shit is crazy. Everything is Kabbalah because they can physically use this in a way that they can actually make progress. We'd be going for more intuitive magic because it's coming from a deeper place. This is coming from mapping of all the energies, pretty much. And the real story is behind this cipher called Doth in the middle, because through that, there's 11 other circles, which aren't called Sifra, they're called Kalipov. And they totally demolished that and removed that from all Kabbalistic studies because the Kalipov is the tree that pushes forth this tree. It's the dark tree. And out of darkness, what? Comes light. So white people can only deal into the light or into the matrix. So, but they told you about this in Christianity. How many trees were there in the garden? 2 trees in the garden. I'm gonna call your parents. I'm gonna call your fucking parents and let them know your answer. 2 trees. Okay. There was one you could eat off of. What was the one you couldn't eat off of his name? Do you remember that? What was the one you could eat off his name? That's all bullshit niggas made up. Right. Even in the Bible, one was called the tree of life. And you're right. And what's that called? That's the tree of life. Right. So now what are we talking about? We talking about Adam and Eve? Oh shit, are we confused? Okay. What did I do to search? What was my search? Yeah, the tree of life. Oh, I never. Let's look at it again. You know, we're in proven mode. Right. Kabbalah, tree of life. So what was the tree? Yeah, what was the tree in there? Yeah. So what was the other tree that you weren't supposed to eat? Wow. What was the name of that? Tree of death. Close. Tree of Doth. Oh. Do you know what Doth means? Doth means knowledge. Oh wow. Let's look. Okay. Let's look. What does Doth mean? I spelled it wrong. Yadith, which is another name of 2 A's, baby. What does Doth mean? Oh, man, that's even worse. Come on. And see, it'll put you to death, because that's where the word death comes from, Doth. Okay. So what does death mean? What does death mean? Okay. What does death mean then? Death means Doth. What does Doth mean? Knowledge. Let's see if we can. Well, knowledge. Knowledge. Wow. Knowledge. In fact, not any other thing. You get what I'm saying? Well, death means this and death means that. They're telling you what it means. Wow. The most important meaning. Listen. The hidden, which you also said. The secret Sephirat, and they talk about Sephirah, but it's really not a Sephirah. Well, you can say because it's on the front. The secret Sephirat, which is the non-plural way of saying Sephirah. Okay. On Kabbalah tree, that means knowledge. Period. That's what Doth means. So death is what? All right then. And death doesn't mean you over. It's just knowledge. So you're gonna get the knowledge, and what you're gonna find out, if you wasted your fucking time talking about fucking white supremacy and what you need to do, you gain no knowledge. You gain the knowledge through that to your regular walk through the gateway of death. You came here for knowledge, you dumb motherfucker. Not you, my man. I feel you. But you, let me what you came for knowledge, you dumb motherfucker. So when you die, you now have the opportunity to gain that knowledge. This is when you sit there and go, remember they say your life flashes before you? You're evaluating your thought. Did I learn what I came to do? Did I get the fucking knowledge? Because when I went back through the dock, I'm on this side of the tree. Now I'm going back to where I can go, which they can't go. What did they say in the Bible? Eat from that tree, you become like me, God. We're already gods. That's where we go. That's what we do through death, through knowledge. When we say, I'm about to knowledge, that's what we really mean. So we came here off hiatus. I'm just this individual named Panic. My mind is much more complex, much more divine, but I'm being panicked. So I put a little bit of me in this fucking container, and I came to study it. So now that container is done. It's lived its usefulness out. Whether I got shot, a piano dropped in my head, or I lived to 108. Right. I am now in the opportunity to do the knowledge. I now have that opportunity to do the knowledge. And if I don't do the knowledge, I need to come back to it. Because whatever's happening while I came here, why I would do something extreme that's come here, I must have really needed you. Who the fuck you gonna come here when you already chilling? Fuck it, I chill with what I got. I just turn that pussy into new pussy. Right. But clearly that's not what it's about. And if we know this is an illusion, this isn't real, this is all of this, is there white supremacy? Were you a slave? And if you were those things and you spend your life trying to fight those things, when you die and do the knowledge, you have no knowledge. All you have is an argument about a place and a people that never existed. It only existed to serve you as a thinking mechanism, as a way to play out and experience the thought, and then do away with it and go the fuck back home. Now you say, I'm back home with more, and the worlds I build, the universes I build, the people that now heard my word and my frequency, when they die, now have the ability, if they so choose, to come in my universe and create an existence if they have no better or don't have the skill to make their own reality yet. You understand what I'm saying? They get to learn under higher conditions. You understand? Based upon me coming down here and advertising. You niggas is trying to get conscious, you trying to get out of here? Here you go. Let me take it from a pro. So now I'm dead, I'm gone. All of those words, even when I'm way gone, and the tapes that I left behind, somebody's going to hear this. The same kind of way we worship Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, niggas who ain't got nothing to do with that. You know, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the Honorable Marcus Garvey, they're the prowess of what they left. Then on the other side, Jimi Hendrix, James Brown. That's why you want to become famous. You want to leave a legacy of divine minds on you, because the universe that you already funded, or you think James Brown ain't got a fucking universe? Richard Pryor, you're fucking crazy. So the universe they created, those black kids that were stuck in realities like this have places they know and can go to. If you're a young comedian, you can go to Richard Pryor's universe and live. And that whole mind, or that fragment of mind that you've seen from him, which was incredible, more advanced than the average human, divine, is not even the beginning of what a Richard Pryor is. And then you could go see Robin Harris, and then Bernie Mac, and then Jimi Hendrix, and then Peter Tosh, because they all have their own universes. Bruce Lee. All of them people that were stars were actually the gods that came back here, and they did that work to build more babies in their universe. Did you hear me? Most of the advanced gods, James Brown, Jimi Hendrix, Bobby Hemmett, Brother Panic, and they may not even be conscious of it. I did the work to be conscious of it because that's what I'm dedicated to do. But they put on such, Michael Jackson, such a world, such a legacy that is so phenomenal that you're a young kid here, you was inspired by Michael Jackson, made you dance. You've been a great dancer. You toured the world. He's toured the world dancing. So you've been successful yourself. Can still get money doing it. All successful, but still, if Michael Jackson walked in this room, you and me both. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a power. So imagine you can go to his universe or his heaven. He made heaven on earth, nigga.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So imagine what heaven he could make in heaven. Imagine going to a Michael Jackson created reality. Prince created reality. So imagine if you're a young dancer and you die. You now know Michael Jackson as a fan, you can go to live there. You could be trained as that, eventually move on to your own thing, or if you think you need more, come into another reality like this that you have heard.
I saw first time I got to experience someone's reality where I knew him like that. Stevie Wonder.
Stevie Wonder.
I could just feel his mothership.
Right. You was there.
Generation.
You was there.
Yeah, I was like, wow, this is.
You was there.
Okay.
Oh, you wasn't at the ayahuasca week.
No, I was kind of.
So of course, at the time, your cuz did that B.O.B. Joint, the album Naga. And on that, he had a cut, Gerald Levert. He named the song Gerald Levert. And it really was big up in Gerald Levert. So of course, that weekend, we're going to get Gerald Levert's spirit. So we on the ayahuasca, the mushrooms, Gerald Levert comes right through. We got the bird liquor. The song is called The Bird, the word, bird. So we had bird liquor poured it. Gerald came through and showed me his universe. First thing I started seeing was, I was like, the architecture, you know what I'm saying? Because you're looking for up and down buildings. It was nothing that I can even speak of in terms of that made sense about the building and the architecture. He's like, nigga, this ain't Earth. And he was showing me that this entire world, no person was on it. It was just kind of like, imagine the planet Earth without nobody on it. It would be fucking breathtaking. Mountains, prairies, streams. It's breathtaking. Just all the oppression that you have on it, you can't take that breath like that. So I'm seeing this breathtaking world. It was sky blue. That was crazy. And you feeling it, and the way the water was flowing and the color of the water. It was incredible what you was witnessing. It was the most incredible zen or peaceful thing. And he was saying, yeah, nigga, we build this all the time. You can choose to inhabit it with animals and people, or just animals, all this shit. But most of it has duality. Two sons. Me and Khadijah are our two sons from our universe. We are those two sons. So when we get back as those two fucking sons, we re-illuminate and reactivate a universe which is all minds. See, so in other words, we're down here. Our universe could close down, or that sun could have supernova. We came down here, right? A fallen star. So that universe is not a spot that's yours. So now me and Khadijah die, or I die first, or she dies first. We start establishing a new light matrix around her. So what the universe would say is a new star was born. So there are babies in those little new nut cluster galaxies. Those are just us waiting to come back home and take one of these star bodies. The same way you took a human body, you go back into the galaxy cluster, get a star body, and become a star. The way light travels, we don't see the process. Because let's say that star came and went, it could have came and went thousands of years ago, but the light just got to Earth. So you're seeing, oh, that's doing this and doing that, but it happened thousands of years ago. So that light is just getting here. So those clusters are going there. We are those stars, so we get a star body in there, if you will. But actually not a body, an essence. Just in the material world, how we see stars is we see the material aspect, but you're not that. you're a light source, and you're just light. And around your lights, people will rotate around you. How do I know this? God damn it, because I just been saying it today. When I read this occult books, everything was I. And you've been trained, me and us and we as a people. So it took a lot for me to do this I shit. And I just knew by studying the occult, it was no more a black thing, it was a personal thing. But ironically, more black people came to me crying and snotting how I've changed their life. I said, I get it. When I started to increase the light around me, I increased my gravitational pull of consciousness. So more people, more followers, true consciousness, not the numbers of just niggas that click on me because I said Obama changed the game. Like, so my field of gravity, or I just came here because I'm already a star, already a sun, based upon my consciousness. And I met others, it's not just me. I met others who are already a star. A star that you're a star. You're a God from what you do. Your talent that you're expressing down here is showing what you did build up already. Your unification, how you can hear me and know it, how consciously you stick to it, because you know the process. You know already these are universes that you can tap into later to build your universe. So you want to get cool with Panic. You want to get cool with that. You want to be able, if you get the opportunity, to meet someone so they can see you're friendly. So when you come to them and come to their universe, you are a light source that can come. It ain't even a conversation. Either you have enough light to get in or you don't. So if you don't have enough personal light, you can see Panic Universe, but I radiate at another level. Yeah. Same kind of way, if you seen a girl who's fine, you know when she's out of your league. You're like, I'm not even gonna try. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure a girl will do that to a guy. So if you ain't got enough light, you come to my universe, it's not in your league. But it's not like a kick out thing. Because you would say, how do I get that light? There's always ways to do that. So you can get there. You understand what I'm saying? It's not like you can't get there, you just ain't there yet. So it's not a caste system like white people. It's not a system of, you can never do what I do, boy. I'm Panic. No, it's like, okay, just earn more light, because that's like I'm a computer and I need that much electricity, and I'm a fucking tractor trailer, and I need that much electricity. So it's third graders don't go to school with college people. So it's not like I'm mad of dissing a third grader, but the thing is, you in third grade. So you got to deal with that. So it's not, so if a third grader came to my door, it's like, yo, let me show you where you can go to in the fourth grade, fifth grade. When you come here, you're always welcome. You just got to come right. So it's not about good or bad, because that concept is some polarity earth shit. It's about levels of light, and not really judging on good, bad, or you're not good or not bad. You want more levels of light. You want the process. You don't want to come into my level of light unless you've gained it. So it's not like, damn, Panic got all this light, I can't get in. Oh, golly shucks. I got to go to the fourth grade. You're like, no, I want to go to the fourth grade because I want to go to college. So the same way your parents keep selling you, college is college where you're going to be somebody. College where you become a man. College where you're going to meet your first girl. College where you get independent. College is going to learn to do shit. Oh, I can't wait to get to college. That's when I become a man. So you see this, I can't wait to get the Panics. But you are just absolutely happy about going to fourth and third. That's the process. That's what we're born to do, the alchemy and love. So we're not looking at it like school and one is bad and one is better than the other. It's just all about that. It really comes down to if those with a lot of light are willing to give it back to those who don't have a lot of light. God damn it, here I am. Here's Khadijah. We're here. I got my people with me. Drunk Sis, you, Kenny, know what I'm saying? B, know what I'm saying? So all my people who deal in the cosmos with me, we made a choice. And we all came down here and we all met up and we doing what we doing. That's why it's feeling good, we flowing, and none of us can't eat a steak if we wanted to, if we so desire. So the point is, because the gods are here, the masters are here, but it's not going to be through the eradication of white supremacy. If something happens and it gets eradicated, if it's just that time, You know, what goes up must come down. Oh, I'm all in. Tell me what I need to do. But I'm not here pushing for that. And those who are, you're finding you're pushing, I don't want to say in the wrong direction, but you're pushing to live in the mailbox when the house is up the hill. You know what I'm saying? So you got all your eyes set on everything in that fucking mailbox as the be all the end all, but you ain't getting the house yet. Your house is cosmic. That mailbox is planet Earth. And it ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Compared to what getting a house. And once you buy the house, the mailbox is yours. You get what I'm saying? When we bought this house, we didn't have to buy the mailbox separately. So we didn't try to save up for the mailbox and hope we got the house one day. So these niggas are fighting too low. Yeah. You saving up and putting all your stock on eradicating white men and the white supremacy. They don't even have a cosmic reality. They don't have a cosmic existence. And when you become that cosmic being, yeah, boy, I need to get my ass like victory. Yeah, yeah, victory smells funny right now. But so when they find they don't exist, there's Orisha spirits that came to me. 2009. I barely told this story. Niggas won't even believe I'm having a direct conversation with the Orishas. You know, everything comes in signs and symbols for most niggas. And that's only because that's how they chose to deal with that energy. Black people, they're so bent on the rules that were trained by religion. So when they get out of religion thinking they did something, they go right to the rules that were given in a traditional African system in a time where that was relevant to Black people moving on. In this time, traditional African spiritual systems are not relevant. Number one, you're not a traditional African. Right. Most of what was done was set up based upon the psyche of that society. So initiations and all of that were based upon something that would put the fear of Oshun or Oya, Ogun into that person based upon their psychological makeup. You don't have the same psychological makeup as the African boy who has to learn how to hunt. So therefore, if I did the same initiation on you, it's not the same thing. Because what you're doing is trying to create a trauma to create a new reality. So a before and after. Because they understood the subconscious mind. So before you was a boy, but now that I cut you here, created that trauma. Circumcised your penis, goddamn, tattooed you, beat you, blindfolded you, starved you, made you stand in a position and held a brick. I know, based upon our culture, how much you can take. I know, based upon our culture, where your breaking point is. So I designed these rituals for your breaking point. You break, and then the trauma sets in, and then they say, you have done what your uncles have done. You have done what your father has done. You are now a man. Now, psychologically, because you went through such a fucking thing based upon what you know to be comfort, what they created as comfort, and what they created as discomfort, you can say psychologically, I'm a fucking man. Because the only thing that made the men I respect, my uncle and my father men, is because they did what I just did. And if I just did it, I did what they did to become a man. Why wouldn't I be a man? Now I just need to finish learning how to hunt. So you come and now they say, we made you your own home. You can pick your woman. Can you do it? Fuck yeah, I'm a man, nigga. If you didn't go through any ritual, can you do it? I don't know if I'm ready to have a woman. I don't know if I'm ready to live alone. What makes you ready? Something in the subconscious has to accept the reality. How does anything in your subconscious accept the reality? How does anything do it? Repetition, symbols, trauma. All I just described to you is African organized trauma to change your subconscious mind into whatever reality you're doing here. You fucking niggas. Do you understand? I keep repeating the same thing and showing you the same science that keeps showing the fuck up. When are you going to get that this kind of shit will take us a long way? And it is the method. The things I'm talking about is to reorder your thinking. Your fucking dumb ass thinking, as smart as you think you are, and the smartest, truest facts you're saying is still under the white supremacist banner. If you think like a fucking chimpanzee, don't get mad when they keep feeding you bananas. I don't give a fuck if you're the smartest fucking monkey in the fucking jungle, right? You still a fucking monkey. You still an ass sniffing, peanuts searching, back scratching monkey. So I don't give a fuck what scholarship and what title that you have. If you still dealing with white folks and their shit, you still monkeying around. God damn it, won't he will? Won't he will? Pimp him, won't he will? Yeah, you still fucking monkeying around. Until you say, how did the ancient man think? How did the ancient man see his mind? And they didn't factor in white people because they didn't exist. Maybe there's a power in that. I get it. They're here. They're wagging their dicks all in front of your face. Look at my dick. It's all in front of your face. Dick, 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 dick. That's right. You're looking at dick. All in front of your face. Dick, 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 dick. And you keep acting and reacting to it. So I know they're doing it. I know they're doing it. Actually, I just need to stand up. So I know they're doing it. You know they're doing it. But must we discuss it? I get it. There may be an action to decoding what they do. And know what those should be called? War reports. I don't hear war reports when you talk about white folks. I hear you really just explaining how great they are. All the magnificence they move to oppress you. And they're doing this now. They're going to make vaccines mandatory. They're going to do this. That's why they're doing that. They don't do that on TV no more. Everything you're talking about, their war effort against you. What's your war effort against them? You have to use your greatest weapon. The mind is all. But you're not using your mind. You're using their mind. Because what are your solutions? Economics. The very definition of economics today is white supremacy. So if you think you're going to win through economics and niggas getting money, you just really increased white supremacy because they define economics. We were more bartering. You got a mango, nigga? Give me a tangerine. Right. Or here you go. This is for you. Niggas are still flawed. I didn't need to learn this one from Bobby. I was always the giving dude. So was Bobby. Shirt off your back. And my natural thing was like, all right, you sent me down, I'll send you this next. You ain't gotta send me nothing. You sure? Because we just trading shit. I had shit, you know, I give him a stack of porno, give me some porno, whatever. Just whatever. Right. He's like, nah, just go ahead, keep it. Like, actually, he sent me like 10 out-of-print books on the Necronomicon when I started to study. That's what a real teacher was. He didn't tell me what the Necronomicon was. When I got interested in it, he just gave me a support system for me to develop my own truth. So Bobby didn't teach me the Palos. When I wanted to fuck with the Palos, all he did was offer tips and tricks that he understood. That's a teacher. Because I needed to develop my own understanding of it. And if I'm going down the wrong path, we would discuss that. And since he's a trusted scholar and teacher, it's easy to take his word for some shit or take the direction to search what he's saying. But there's no reason to really question it because I understand his agenda is not to have me think as him, but his agenda is to say, no, here's a road I went down, and it is a war. And I see you in that obvious place, so let me save you time. So I became very quick because Bobby's time-saving techniques as I chose what I wanted to do and wanted to study where I was going next. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he's never once really suggested something I should study. Never once. He may have said, yo, you need to check this out and check that, but never said, you need this or you need that. I did everything I was doing. I just had a support system that narrowed down where you'd be looking under too many rocks. And You know what I'm saying? This whole process was golden, was the true master teacher relationship. I feel like real teachers make other teachers. You know what I'm saying? Real teachers make other teachers. Real teachers, there you go, make other teachers. So that's what Bobby made. You know what I'm saying? But you have to know who you're dealing with that you can make that. Something's got to be in their heart. And that's what he recognized, because I recognize it. Out of all the people I ever talked to, and they are many, and they're all from around the country, the only person I talk to on the phone, like an equal to, is B.O.B. For real talk. And I'm not saying that. And the only reason why he wouldn't be the next nigga with the ball is because he's been such a famous rapper and he has another path. But technically, he would be my successor. If he was interested, I wasn't interested in lecturing, but if it was something, if he wasn't doing nothing and just wanted to study, and I happened to run across him and made the connection that I made, the spiritual connection I made with him, and made the understand this nigga comes up with some shit in our building sessions. The only other person I would talk on levels of that kind of is Bobby Henry. Ironically, his name is Bobby too. He would be the next dude, but he's already got some shit. So, and I'm not necessarily looking to make a next dude. I'm hoping we end this shit now. So, but that's the name of the game. That's the story of us. Now, so let me get to it. Let me see. We've been, I forgot, I can measure time by the 6 hours already. I've been doing 6 hours. God damn. All right. So, okay. So, me and Aline do the COVID tape. They took that down. Hating ass bastards. I still have the tape. If somebody knows another place people are putting things, if YouTube ain't supporting it, let me know. I'll put it there. I don't care. So let me know if somebody knows something. Should text me on Facebook. I'm going to see it faster that way than I'm going to see it in an email. So we always know there's a hidden aspect to it. You see what time it is too. So it's 8:54, 6:54. I started this shit, it was like 12:30. I'm gonna order something first, I guess. So get some to eat. All right, so what was that? All right, so we did the COVID thing. Magical. The tape got up to 130,000 hits. Now, I know there's other conscious tapes that go that far and get more, but usually those messages are more general. I have a very specific message, so there's a link. So to get that many people on one video is still a big deal for us. Right, and then there's 9 hours, right. Even more so, because my tapes are very long, so they don't really catch on. If I was giving people microwave doses of consciousness, just keep doing videos, an hour, stop, an hour, 45 minutes. Oh, nigga. That alone would double my goddamn shit. There's a nigga who blew up on YouTube just by taking clips. Taking 5 minutes, right. Everybody watches those motherfuckers, but they don't know, the new niggas don't know. And so I don't stop people from running my clips. Not because they're promotion, I really don't need it no more. Before, maybe I would say, yeah, because they're promoting it, and and then I also would say, I'd rather the message be out. I make enough, so they're not taking any money away, go crazy. And even if they get money, whatever. Right. I wasn't really sweating it. I seen niggas who I thought were better. I put up their videos for the same concept, not really get money. But, you know, I believed in the word. The niggas called YouTube, and you get 3 strikes, you're out. Mm-hmm. I'm like, nigga, don't call them niggas, oh, I didn't know it was you. Yeah, still, if you doing that,
yeah, exactly.
you still calling them to handle your discretion. You got a whole fucking speech about white supremacy.
Yeah.
And then you call one to get it done. Well, all you had to do was call me and say, this is my video, could you take it down? And if you would have called me or text me, I'd say, hey, it's me, Panic. Oh, so, that was you? Oh, you can put it back up. No, fuck you, nigga.
Yeah.
So, anyway, you know, niggas made a hustle out of it. There was a dude, or people were reporting to me this. Some dude was calling a couple of conscious people who have presence online. Yo, I'm representing Bobby Hemmitt. Take his fucking videos down now. Sue this, money this, sue that. So, of course, everyone texts me. I haven't talked to Bobby in a while. Bobby put himself off the scene. If Bobby was doing that, he was never about that. He was the one who told me, let them copy, let them do whatever they want to do. He still believed that when he was broke or whatever, that he could be able to call on these guys and say, yo, I need a little something. You selling my tapes, which is natural. And they would do that. But other than that, he wanted that information out. So even if, I know this for a fact, no matter how much he wasn't speaking to me, if he was going to do something like that, send a lawyer out, which, come on, this doesn't even sound like Bobby Hemmitt. If he was going to send a lawyer out to start cleaning up the black community, by the way, the shit went away. So if it was real, we would have seen something. So we know it's not real. There's somebody who just want Bobby Hemmitt's videos off the air, perhaps. So they're telling people get scared, they don't want the trouble. They start taking it down. Less Bobby Hemmitt. So you can really start there. There could be many other reasons. Sure, you can taking them all down, then he had a whole bunch of Bobby Hemmitt shit that's you're going to put up or whatever. Anyway, I know Bobby was going to do this. He wouldn't do nothing like that, but if he was, because his back is so much against the wall, he has nothing else, so he needs to bring a lawyer into this shit, I'm definitely going to call him that. I'm definitely going to call. So none of that happened. So that's because the business of YouTube videos has become insane. YouTube lets you monetize your videos. Most people, I was shocked, didn't know this. And let me tell you, I didn't know this. I had my in the beginning, I don't know how it is now. I had my YouTube since 19 whatever. And it was just there. A couple of videos, not unconscious, just a YouTube subscriber. So I had my account for a long time. Then after a while, I started putting up, you can only do 15 minutes on YouTube, remember that? There'll be 115-minute videos about Hemmitt. I had a little something, and it wasn't nothing. Nobody was even following me as Brother Panic yet. So, but you had to have, your account had to mature to a certain level for you to be able to monetize. So, when y'all watch YouTube and y'all see the advertisement comes up, the person's channel who you're watching gets a cut of money. Oh, you didn't know that? You know that?
No, yeah.
Okay.
I just didn't know how the process like that.
The advertisement is the monetizer. So now they said you can monetize 3-4 years before I clicked the button and did what you needed to do to get an income from it. Right? So what you're really doing is you create what they call a Google AdSense account. AdSense tracks those ads. AdSense also allows you to generate a embedded link and put it on your website. So I put one on every page of my website so everyone goes there. You ever see advertisement at the bottom of the website? Same thing as what YouTube doing, AdSense. And the ads are smart ads. So in other words, I have a spiritual website. Actually, let's look. Fuck them alone. I forgot we can do that. Easy. Go to your website too. Let's share the screen again. All right, let's go to my website. Yeah, go on, bro. All right. Oh, I'll show you this too. Khadijah's site is off the fucking hook. But she paid niggas to do her site. Right. So my site looked like it's hood. I think it's nice. It got all the necessary information. But I'm going to show you Khadijah's site. So when you go to the very bottom, you see this thing? Yeah. Geico?
Okay, got you. Yeah.
I have to put that there. And every page that you go to, it should be there. Each one that I was conscious of doing. I hope somebody can get that door.
Someone is at the ring.
See right here, advertisement on every page. Yeah. All right. So let's go to Khadijah's site. Watch how fly her shit is. I think I'm gonna have to go get that door. Yeah. Let me I'm gonna stop share. I know how to do this now. And all right, so look here. Now you can drink on it. Nah, you know, go for it, shit, man. You smoke crack on that. I don't give a fuck. You smoke crack on tape. So you see how my shit works. Let's go to Khadijah's website. Oh no, where you at? Where's her clickable link? I want to go to her front page. This must be it. I gotta close that up. So we go to Khadijah's site. Shit even loads like it's important. Ooh, yeah. God damn. Yeah, I know.
Got the all record.
That's fucking fire. Yeah. You may enter into the Twilight Zone. Her shit is on fire. Now that's her front page. Enter this motherfucker. I think this is how you enter. This is Psalm D readings. So here you got your home about. This is all her classes, products. She linked it to me, contacted her. So the visual, you know what I'm saying, readings, got her prices, you know what I'm saying, Akasha Gateway Deluxe Spiritual Consultation. These are all the shit she offers. Our packages, Ancestral Package, Chameleon Package, Magic Package. She's killing it. Her shit looks so professional. And classes. She has Dream, Dimensions, Magic is Our Medicine. Damn. Okay, those are her 2 classes. Products. Let's see what we got here. So these are products. Chakra baths. A book. And that's the only thing she sells. She wrote a book. Yeah, she wrote like I can't remember. She has one. She'll give me one. So then she of course linked me. She even made the page that linked me. Verbom. Oh, this is her testimonials. So you can class testimonials. So this is what she wrote about moi. She linked everybody, my lectures, classes, meditation CDs, herb packs, blah, blah, blah. The love of her life. So how do you get to my shit? There's something clickable that takes you, oh, we gotta go here, I guess. So herb packs, let's just say. Nothing's clickable. Nothing's a click here. There we go. I know she has some. It takes you to my herb page. So it's interactive. You get my herb pack. I'll be at it. Just let these niggas on Facebook know this shit exists. Boom. Tag your friends. Let's tag the real Panic. Rubber Panic. And boom. All right. So I don't know why we were talking about this. We had a whole entire break. But let me get it back to where we was. All right, so now, so we always know there's a hidden agenda. So Aleem let us know, and we're thankful to that brother. Shout out to Dr. Aleem El-Bey. Aleem let us know that according to the Ethiopian calendar, it's 2012, which so because we know the Gregorian calendar, which is what we're under, is made up. So when they were looking at the Mayans 2012, based upon the Gregorian calendar, how dare you say that, you know what I'm saying, that nothing happened. Because you don't even know if it was the year. Fuck the date, the year. Well, you may have had the date, you didn't have the year. So there is a 2012 reality right now. And there was a big change. Now, one of the things the Mayan talked about is like, they would number the worlds. I can't remember the number. We're in the 5th world going into the 6th, or we are in the 6th world going into the 7th. 2012 is the shift into a new world. What do they mean? Well, what they mean is the same thing Moses meant on that hill that day. Well, of course, there was no Moses on the hill that day. But the imaginary Moses on the hill is what they meant, that age or that world is over. The world of Taurus, and we're in the world of Aries. The same, or the world of Pisces, the age of believing is over. And when that world of knowing, so white people knowing this, that's what we were talking about too. And trying to be on the cutting edge of controlling you during the age of belief gave you religion. During the age of information gave you the internet and computers. Because they need to try to control the flow of information. You get what I'm saying? So now that black people are simultaneously coming up with information, they call it conspiracy theory. And then because this information age is not going away, they have to make a name and call it something so they could degrade it. Do you know what that is? Woke. So now we classify certain niggas who are free thinkers as, here they go with this woke shit again. They woke bash everywhere they can. They already woke bash on Fox. Oh, so the woke crowd says this. Now the woke crowd is the Black Lives Matter crowd. It used to be this elite conscious grouping of people who are conscious only means that you're awake. I'm conscious of it. I'm awake. Are you sleeping? No, I'm conscious. So woke was another name for conscious as they were referring to. But instead of saying, see, if they would say conscious people are this, that, and the other thing, we get to say, they're attacking us, we must be right. Then if they say, well, let's just get a synonym for consciousness, woke. And then we can say woke this, woke that. In a Tyler Perry movie, one of the characters, a dummy, he starts talking about, oh man, see, he makes a speech, people shit on him. Then he starts saying, oh man, see, it's hard to be out here woke. Niggas don't understand. And I'm sitting there, it's a punchline, it's a joke. It's a way to categorize a group of people. So when you say something like the earth is flat or Mandela effect, y'all need to see this. There's the woke crowd again. You've already categorized them as something not to take serious. They tried to put your cousin as a part of that ritual, which we thoroughly explained in the Bobcast when I was an invited guest, when we talked about the earth and the whole flat earth scenario without indulging in an argument what I told your cousin early on, what we reiterated at that night was, with this conscious movement becoming more and more mainstream, so much so a rapper is now spewing this shit. What they could do, because a rapper is a fame that they own. I'm sorry, they make it. And so they can use you now to become the poster boy for this particular conversation. And when they kill your career, they kill this idea of flat earth. Because even him explaining it now, is most people are like, okay, I get it, but they want to move on because it's so old. If you did that back then, it would have more of a thing going, but still, it will do what it do to clear it up. But I mentioned that to say, man, what was I saying? Something about woke shit or wokeness. They, like I said, they try to make him a poster boy for this woke shit. So once I put him on to that, you know what I'm saying, how to get you, he was in a different place. And it truly is, this new album sounds fucking phenomenal. And I didn't even get to that shit. Yeah, we just started with the shit I'm doing to add on to it. But the shit he's been doing is a phenomenon, because I can see now he's free from this. He's free from this. And what he didn't realize, how it was important for him to address it as much as it was. And once he did address it, people could kind of put it to rest, move on. And what they tried to do by getting Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye, the science guy, to directly attack him, to throw names at him. I seen Bill Nye, the science guy, said if he seen Bill, he'll smack him. Based upon talking about, because he's spewing this ignorance. And the only thing they're sad about is anybody can speak. So they really was doing a number on him based upon the mind control. And they can do that because they know everything we teach is alternative thinking, and no one's going to accept that. Cognitive dissonance and just social programming and social engineered day-to-day fear programming. You say something that's alternative, you are talking against, it's not going to happen. So it's convincing, and as smart as B.O.B. was, they can use him as a poster boy because he's famous. See, if he was just a regular dude doing it, then it's a different threat. Now, all they got to do is take away what they know you love, rap music. Start shutting shit down, and that's a wrap for that. So anyway, all of that to say that woke shit is a part of the poison. So for a while, what they did with conscious people act like it didn't exist. And now that shit like flat earth and shit is getting the mainstream, it's not about right or wrong and being scared. They're saying what conscious people are doing are starting to spill into regular society, our regular ghouls. So now, instead of ignoring them, we have to now use media to disparage them. So we have to give them a new name. So if we say conscious people and start destroying them, we make them martyrs. Because they've been saying it for the longest. That's what we do. So we just, conscious people ain't going to want to identify with woke. I never met a conscious person saying I'm woke, a true conscious person. So niggas won't even see when they're really attacking this woke thing, even having the word show up in a fucking Tyler Perry movie or Kevin Hart movie. Even having it show up there like that, and it's showing up in more situations. Bill Maher and the motherfuckers talking about woke this and woke people need to do that, and categorizing as a political group like the Tea Party. Wow. You know what I'm saying? Categorizing it is really a code word for conscious people. And they're going to make it, here come them agitators. Fox News, you're woke, you're supposed to do that. Woke people listen, woke media this. So how Democrats talked about the Teabag Party and how crazy it was, Republicans talk about woke crowd and how crazy it was. All Black Lives people are woke people. Get what I'm saying? So they're categorizing consciousness with Black Lives Matter. They're trying to make this floor one thing. See, because what they understood, the conscious movement is the true movement that can transform minds. So if they could push that back to just another Black argument, So Black Lives Matter, you in the street yelling, arguing with white people. White lives matter. No, they have Black Lives Matter. And media, not even you, media saying, look at those woke niggas. Here they go again, the woke crowd. Because I'm woke, I'm supposed to do this. Because I'm woke, I'm supposed to hate police. They never called themselves woke. What he's doing is classifying all conscious people with that. So when you hear consciousness, if somebody says, not talking woke, somebody like me says, I'm conscious. Conscious is a synonym of what? Woke. So now all the damage they did with woke, if I say I'm conscious, this is the same thing as fucking woke. I just said I'm woke, and they just get to go, he's one of them. So they already got you answered before you even opened your mouth. This is all psychological warfare, not psychological negotiations where you're going to get on fucking Bill Maher and explain how wrong it really was. The fucking Ice Cube. Black people shouldn't pay taxes. And then nigga, oh, Ice Cube, I knew he always had it. He was the conscious one. You fucking crazy? First of all, everyday black fucking people need taxes. Every nigga, they fucking, their whole existence is on their tax return.
Right.
Nothing happens until they get their tax return. This is the very cheese these mouse ass niggas live off. They stop paying taxes, they don't get no tax return. He stops paying taxes, he gets a break. He pays taxes every year. So when he's sitting around going, black people shouldn't pay taxes, you know, we've been so fucked up around here. You dumb, ignorant, woke niggas. Yeah, you know, Ice Cube nigga, the Cube. Fucking 40 years of doing nothing but embarrassing you in those fucking movies. Dumbass, low, mediocre nigga shit. And he was conscious in NWA. He wasn't conscious in not near one of those fucking movies he did. Show me the conscious Ice Cube movie. He's not conscious. Consciousness was the order of the day in rap music, and he was only mimicking what New Yorkers were doing. Because New Yorkers were the standard, and the standard we created was native tongue. Every nigga had an African piece on. So it wasn't like NWA was dumb and he made them smart. What he did was say, we got to talk about this because this is the standard. And when he left, he went to New York to the Bomb Squad, the same niggas that did Public Enemy, and had them do their album, not because they was conscious, because that's where it was happening. That only proves he was saying conscious shit because it was happening. So NWA said, now that the nigga who's writing most of the lyrics are gone, why don't we express ourselves like rap was intended? Tell the story of gangsterism, not stop smoking weed and stay in school. That's New York nigga shit. Let's do our shit, which is ignorant. We don't love these hoes, but nevertheless, it is their truth. And really, that's what rap was. That's why you had the phrase, keep it real. What we could say is, when Ice Cube was doing, that's not real. Because you clearly see damn near nobody in California, in any media, is doing anything that makes any kind of sense whatsoever. Maybe exhibiting them. Maybe. And I'm sure somebody could find somebody if they look hard enough. But the point is I'm making is that's not where that came from. Consciousness always, the epicenter of consciousness was always New York, and it showed up in rap. So they were trying to live our reality because we created the only fucking reality there was. And Ice Cube was doing that. He actually was the weak one. Because while he was trying to do what New York was doing, Dre and the rest of them niggas at least said, well, we're going to do this shit our way. And when Dre did it his way, the story tells itself. Snoop Dogg tells itself. I get it, it's ignorant, but you need to stop acting like rap music is not ignorant. It can be potential, but at the most part, it's born out of ignorance and is supposed to reflect the ignorant state that we were in. Not because I said so, you dumb motherfuckers said so. We're the CNN of the ghetto. We're rap. So that's another way of saying we're here to reflect the true story. So if we're spewing ignorance and how much we're womanizing, it's because that's what we're doing. And you have to accept it. We can have the dialogue about how to stop it, but I'm keeping it real. This is what we do, and this is what we say. You either accept it or you don't. And we wanted the world to see this suffering and evaluate it because we had no voice. So the major thing was to reflect whatever story you had and for us to see the authenticity in it. So when Hammer came, no authenticity. And everybody, Hammer made a whole fucking song. They ain't feeling you in New York. What you gonna do? I'm going to work. Work. And we still sitting there going, no, you're not working. That's that dumb shit. You old funny pants ass nigga. You seen this new fucking commercial?
No, he got a commercial. I didn't know that.
It's a popcorn commercial.
Oh,
Cheetos flaming hot popcorn.
oh, man,
And just watch. Let's see if we can find some of this. What are we suffering for? Let's share this screen and see if we can find this stupid shit. MC Hammer. Let's just do first new commercial. Let's just do that first. Yeah, let's just do that first. Here's one of them. We make it big for the brothers who ain't here. Yes,
Dory, your arrest was the most fabulous ever. This is your destiny.
This is a huge misunderstanding, and I'm innocent.
that's my girl. I like her as an actor.
Cheetos have popcorn now?
Hey, I'm gonna need you to. Never mind.
You can't touch this.
Help.
You can't touch this.
I'm gonna do that again. I'm gonna do that again without that thing there. You see where I'm going with this shit? Watch. Where we at with this? Come on, give me my play.
Cheetos have popcorn now?
Hey, I'm gonna need you to. Never mind.
You can't touch this.
Help.
You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. I trust you. Stop.
Time. Touch new Cheetos popcorn. It's a Cheetos thing.
Cheetos have popcorn now?
Hey,
Yeah.
never mind.
Yeah. Let me see if there's more than one. Let me see if there's another one. You seen that shit? Look at this fucking crap. Look at this fucking crap. Because the whole promotion is you got Cheetos on your hands. You had to cut his hair that way again. Fucking guy, man. This fucking guy. Certain niggas they do anything. You know what I'm saying? Do anything. Well, you know that. He lost the money because he deserved it. There's no mistakes.
Yeah.
What's the cause and effect? If he deserved it, he'd have it. Not because I say so or his behavior. That's a metaphysical fact. If he wanted it and he felt it was his, he would have it. He didn't feel it was his. That's why he just gave it all away. As soon as it comes in, you leave out. Something in his spirit is not supposed to have money. And something in his spirit ain't supposed to have dignity neither. Because that nigga just get that nigga's pants. You see the picnic? You see that nigga's picnic? Yeah, shit just shrunk up. Then he did the side shit. Nigga ain't got no dignity out this motherfucker. Like you talking about white supremacy, niggas need dignity. You know what I'm saying? Dignity out this motherfucker. You understand? Dignity out this motherfucker. So, Hammer time. You know what I'm saying? Niggas do anything when I see that. That's why I just get here high and laugh. Because you'll never fix that.
Right.
You'll never fix that. What are they speaking to? Like, to fix this? This is, It's not fixable because people come down here to fuck up. This is the fucked up thoughts of God. And your own mind reflected or projected you down here like an avatar. So you came down here to be funky. If you're living good and you're from heaven, why would you come down here to make heaven when you're from heaven? That's like, listen, this movie would not make sense. Eddie Murphy, coming to America, lives in Zamunda, comes to Queens, buys a block, and makes it like Zamunda. You'll be like, he was already in Zamunda. Why did he come to make Zamunda in Queens? But if he came to get something, do something inside all of this dysfunction, and go back home, even change yourself, cut off the princely life. You don't need these princely clothes. Get what I'm saying? I went through the metaphysics of that. Semi-consciousness. That's why all through the movie, let's go home. Get a bitch, let's go home. He represents the consciousness that know you from, that you were from a greater existence as a king. But you're saying what? I need to find true love. So that's really what you're really doing down here too. This is about perfecting self, which is an act of love. The whole thing. So an act of self-love. So you came down here to kind of live out the dumb thought. Because once you live it out and understand it, it's no longer a dumb thought of yours. So living as Jared or Panic is a way to release Jared or Panic. So all the flaws that I go through, I never did that, always doing that. Maybe I don't communicate enough. Maybe I'm cheap. Maybe I don't want to say any names, but Bobby just went through one of your family members, you know, because they were long-term also business. There was a thing. So you may be that guy. You know what I'm saying? And it just seems natural. Like, why you be like, why are you doing that? You don't have to do that. You're still doing it.
Oh, you came to play out that.
You came to play out the bad guy. Because that's a bad thought. As a pristine God building the world, why am I thinking about robbery, stealing, or all the dumb shit that you possibly do?
People's pain and
so,
suffering.
right. And maybe not even pain and suffering as much as because you're not there yet. It's not the same human thing because you're not doing this thought. If it's a thought, you're not doing it. What you're trying to do is never have a bad thought. Perfect your own mind. This is how a cosmic thing would perfect itself. So if it's a perfected being, it's have to say, why do I have these thoughts? So I need to make a place and I need to watch. If I create all these characters of stealing, fornication, cheap, lazy, all the sins that we talked about. And then the virtue of that same flawed thought. Can the virtue outweigh the sins? So in other words, did you learn enough to become a nice enough guy so the flaw has been corrected into, I learned my lesson. So 9 times out of 10, you would say, that's the point of going to jail, coming out saying, I learned my lesson, I was punished. But the problem is it doesn't change you. So the concept is, will it change? You come down here, we talk about, let's say as, we'll make up a fake name for the guy we're referring to. I'm going to say his name. Let's call him P. Poor.
Yeah.
So P. Poor he may be that terrible guy. How he deals with people, square dealing is not right, can't make eye contact, does this and that, and greedy, selfish, all of these things, which are just generally humans in some fashion or another. And he may learn to start not being greedy. He may learn to be how to share, how to be a better person, whatever. You know what I'm saying? In other words, he became better, he apologized, he made right. He made it right, balanced, whatever. So that's also that same God thought perfecting itself. You understand? Because it found its way in its flaw in the thinking and brought itself back to its true compassion. So now when he dies, did you get what you wanted type thing? if someone was asking that, oh yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Move on.
Yeah.
There's nothing to be here for. Because you now have perfected that flaw in you. So this is a program. This is a way, this is something we created to perfect ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Now we got black people down here who's supposed to be visiting. That's what the Masonic man would say. I'm the traveler. What the fuck you think you mean? They traveling to fucking Cincinnati, you silly fucks? It's symbol for the traveling man is someone who understands you don't take residence on planet Earth. You don't take residence. In mythology, Hanuman, no, someone partitions a king, partitions Shiva to build him a city. And Shiva says, I will, but do not take residence in that city because the city will not last. He had Hanuman build the city. The king said, fuck that, this shit is fly. I'm gonna live here. And then shit started melting. They retold that mythology in motherfucking Willy Wonka. Blank, the one with Johnny Depp. The king came to Willy Wonka and said, make me a kingdom. He said, I'll make it out of chocolate. It will be beautiful, but you can't live there. The king said, this is beautiful, I'm living here. And then it melted. They showed that, and you can watch that in the movie right now. That's mythology. So they know what they're doing and know what they're telling. Willy Wonka is a shocker story. Hands down. Oh, please tell me you know that.
Yeah.
The little boy who's the demon, remember him? Root chakra, the fat boy, sloth, sacral chakra, girl in the yellow, arrogant, solar chakra, Charlie, the green nice boy, it's the heart chakra. Remember the girl with the blue, all blue, kept blowing the bubbles out of her mouth? Throat chakra. Willy Wonka is pineal. No, I'm sorry. The chocolate factory is the pineal. It's the melanin factory name. The chocolate factory is right here. And Willy Wonka in all purple in the top hat is the crown chakra. What he said was, heart chakra, you get to run the factory. Oh, nigga, it ain't clean with your ass. These niggas, Frank Oz and everything, was straight up a cult. Yeah. Wow. So Charlie, the heart chakra, who lived with 7 members of his family, right? Golden Chicken represents Kundalini. Right. Charlie gets there, he runs it because he's the most pure of heart. Remember, he wants to share his candy with everybody, share this, da, da, da. So Charlie sees him while everyone else is fucking up. Don't jump in that, they jump in that. Don't do that. They represent unbalanced chakras, or the unbalanced chakra system. So Charlie represents that pure heart. He gets the thing, blah, 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 blah. So it's all that. I got the writing in my book about the Wizard of Oz. That's clearly a chakra story. So they know what they're doing. And this kingdom melts because what they're making a commentary on this world is you're not supposed to put your fucking kingdom in this world. So now, if you're not supposed to do that, what the fuck are all of these goddamn woke ass conscious talking niggas really talking about when they talking about attacking white supremacy? Only destroy them and get them out the way so you can build your house down in the chocolate factory with chocolate. The true spiritualist knows, I don't give a fuck if white people are running the world. This is not my world. I am the traveler, as the Masons say. And I come to get what I kick, and I go on. There was a movie, The Chronicles of Riddick, another chakra story. Incredible. Remember the one with the Necronomicon one? The Necromongers? Chronicles of Riddick, number 2. He goes to Cremoria, root chakra. Right above him, there was another place, sacral chakra. Then they get out of that, where were they at? On that planet with what? Hot sun, right? Solar chakra. Remember, who was he doing for? Who did he save? Kyra, who had on all green. So after he saved her, I'm gonna go through it though. After he saved her, the necromonger who used to talk, the Lord Marshall, was on the planet. He got Riddick to come in a cave mouth. And because he was talking, he said this, I'm a Furion, or whatever, Furion, whatever race he was, just like you. Because the necromongers doing all worlds. So many races were now Necromon. He said, I was a Furian like you, which means he understands what? Communication. After he did that, Lord Marshall, right? Who's Lord Marshall? Hypothalamus. I haven't said that in a long time. Pineal pituitary hypothalamus. The all-seeing eye, because his face was seen all around. Remember? He was the all-seeing eye. He fights Lord Marshall. Where does he stab him in the movie? Remember?
Oh, right on top of that.
Yep. And then remember he sat on the chair in the end?
Oh, yeah.
Crown shot.
Yeah. Man, nice.
Why are they doing that? Shit. Born, Jason born. Jason is Jesus. Jesus born. All through that story is the entire Jesus story. His girl name was fucking Mary. He was kissing her by the well. Every goddamn, his father name is David. You know what I'm saying? Jason born is Jesus born. In fact, one scene, he's walking to this building, and there's 3 strips on the building. And I told you Kabbalah had what? 3 pillars. He's walking through the pillars, going back up the tree of life. Because he's Jesus, Jason Bourne. Oh, nigga, shit. Oh, that shit. Because they're doing this because they understand your psychological makeup. And they understand they've gotten you trying to build a fucking house or a kingdom on something that was always temporary. Always something that you're supposed to pass through. So Riddick, when he lands in Cremoria, they say, yo, what you doing? What's your number? What's your bid? What you doing? And not to mention, many less than the 2 dogs, yin and yang. The 2 dogs were the yin and yang that started the Kundalini experience that got Riddick going to the top. They ain't playing. When he came down, you remember when he was in the sacral chakra above him, they dropped him down on a string. He rolled down. In Obatala, to create the world, he put a chicken on a chain and dropped it down. So they're trying to tell you the fall from heaven type thing. Right. That's where he fell from heaven. Boom. He's on that string. That was an umbilical cord. So when they cut the cord, he's now born into this new world, a prison. He said, I'm a traveler. I'm just passing through. Which means, technically, they're saying he's the Masonic third degree, and he's telling these people in his Masonic code that he understands this world is not permanent residence. And everything you do on this world is to set up a heavenly power thing at this point. You get what I'm saying? So we're pretty much trying to take the world over again. We're pretty much trying to figure out something to knock out this old dirty white supremacy. Then after you did that, what are you going to do? Leave the world? Think about that for a second. You're going to do all this taking over, get rid of the white man, and go, now let's finish where we left off, what the Egyptians was talking about, doing the math and not coming back here. Doing the alchemy, not coming. You're not going to say that. You're going to start building institutions. You're going to start building educational systems. And you're going to save your babies. No matter how dirty and stupid and resistant these motherfuckers are, you're going to save these babies because they're just going through all this leftover residue of white supremacists, whatever. Nigga. So, yeah, sometimes you gotta pause on shit and just say, wow. So when I hear what they're talking about, no matter how intelligent it is, spiritually it's off point in many ways, not just because it's my truth. We're talking reality now. There's no mythology I've ever come across where they talk about staying in this motherfucker. They refer to it as hell, Tartarus, the lockdown. Nothing I've read talks about staying here. Everything talks about how to die and transcend, either straight out or in deep code. You know what I'm saying? Deep code, telling you shit like Hercules must go on a quest. So they're telling you this place is about quest and becoming the hero. So you came down here on the quest to find out why you think like Panic. So you're here to be the best Panic. Well, what is Panic like? This is my thinking, like this guy Panic, that I poured into this container that we call Panic. I need to see how it fucks, how it eats, how it feels about health, how it feels about muscles and not having them, fat, yeah, everything. So when I get to say, well, he was a kind of fat motherfucker, you got as much pussy as you can in the 80s and the 90s. You had your soulmate. You did this, you did whatever I am. I get to say this is panic in its full expression. And I can evaluate that thought and say, is it worth having? Is it worth being a part of my my makeup? No. That's what I learned here. Or yes. Why? Because our example of people, what happened to him was he was that asshole that became a great guy in the end. So now he gets to say, I came here to deal with that asshole thought. I worked it out on planet Earth. I learned very good success. I'm going to keep that thought because I know the path that leads to happiness, which means I own and I defeat that thought. See, I must have had something that I couldn't figure out. So you come here and act it out to figure it out. You get what I'm saying? That's why you're the traveler. That's why you're passing through. So if you come here to act it out while you try it out, and then you decide to build a fucking kingdom down here, oh, nigga. Yeah, if I don't live here, I don't really care if white supremacy is going on. If I have a greater existence and I have the ability to move on, I don't care. If I'm young, maybe I care because I got a lot of years. Yeah. So that's why young people should be in the streets. If they really shouldn't, but that's why they are. Yeah. They really shouldn't, but that's why they are. This more concerns young people. When we Black Lives Matter and all the rest of that crap, our sons will talk about that more than me and Khadijah ever will. Because this is relevancy and mind control and social engineering of their day. Their challenge is not to get involved with that. Our sons are pretty much, fuck that dumb shit. Not because we're cool, we're happy for that, because we didn't try to control our sons' minds neither. If them niggas would have put on some shoes and took their ass to church, we wouldn't have said nothing. Like, that's stupid, but we can't. We don't own them. We're not responsible for that. They came here on their own. They just used Khadijah's womb to do it, but we don't own them. You don't own your kids. So all your niggas who ask me the question, what should I do for my kids? All you should do is be the best parent you could fucking be, but when they don't listen to you, because that's going to happen, just think about it. You ain't got to take my word for it or look at your kids. How much do you listen to your parents or willing to listen to your parents right now? You had to at a certain point, but you ain't, Dad, I need some advice. Not because he's a bad guy, because they just grew up in church and that's what they are. So your consciousness has went past it, or your life has went past it, and they would never know. In fact, they think you got the problem. The same way most people, when I first came out, thought I had a problem. Because I'm saying things and making faces where everybody else was trying to portray this fucking scholar. Well, the manifestation of the mitochondrial which overflows into the Kundalini-esque type. You know what I'm saying? So, right, Kundalini-esque. Like, so I never came with that. I just came just really with the same kind of aggression that we really have. What is this shit? What are we doing? Let's get down to it. Without having to be all emotional and all white supremacized and under like a gun's in the back of my head. Like, I'm able to recognize how magical we are. This is a nigga who could take a hat and just flip that shit around on beat and defy gravity. You know what I'm saying? Niggas in the hood never went to no school not to fix carburetors and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Yo, I've worked since age 14 in the music. I've dealt and worked and sat across and next to damn near everybody in New York. And doing all of that, when it's said and done, when I was dead with it, when I moved to Atlanta, I said, I don't even want to do it on my own time. It was before, I'm now. When I met and worked with your fucking cousin, he was the illest nigga I've ever met in the game of music. And I met everybody. And I met some niggas that are dazzling.
Right.
So when I see that genius, I know that's from someplace else. I know that has nothing to do with white supremacy. In fact, I know it has nothing to fucking do with Egypt and all that other shit that you hold as your banner. It's something that comes from somewhere else. And what I wanted to know is what and where is that fucking somewhere else? Because if it's coming from somewhere else, I'm going back there. I'm not trying to be better at getting shit from there. Look how cool I am. I'm getting all the shit from there. How about we go there? Instead of asking for shit, fucking, this is Bobby's words, which was one of those times, maybe a rare time I got to say, oh, I know. When he said, I'm from a place where magic is not needed because I have everything I want. Magic is just a sophisticated system of bank and asking and admitting what you don't have. So even though you find a magical methodology for obtaining anything in the physical, I've told people that. Everything you've seen the crap now, and it doesn't look like it's going anywhere soon. Because I've mastered learning how, because if you're a God that's really a low level title compared to what you are. Because God is a creator and deals in the realm of creation. What you are, even as I explained in the law of rhythm, is a chaos being. You're forever changing because the universe is forever changing, forever moving. The universe is the law of vibration, the law of rhythm. I just said all that. It's always moving. Nothing rests. Everything moves. So everything is constantly changing, and you have to be in the cusp of that change. So gods actually stand out of that universal change and isolate an area. Let's call it Mount Olympus. Let's call it where the Netchers, the abode. There was the abode of the Netchers. There was something. They had a name for it. So they give them a dwelling place. Let's just say for the sake of whatever. All right. So yeah, you should have told me. Let me see something. Let's see if this thing. Oh, yep. Let me save this file. Save as. Yeah, I burnt that out after about 6:30. That's it. Save as. Hold on. Let me save this. We're gonna call this. What was I gonna call this? Black Magic Matters. Magic Matters 1. Yep, let's do it. All right, so we're saving that. Let's get back to our Zoom. All right, so when I look for the hidden after we start to be all said and done with the COVID, besides the things that me and Aline talked about, which seem to be absolutely on point in terms of how things have manifested and in terms of ways you can use to COVID any of the radioactive activation they're doing with this shield. Listen closely. I knew it, I kept saying it, and I finally watched it this weekend. Men in Black 3. Must watch. It's all about 5G. Watch that shit. First of all, something's been happening to me. I noticed ever since this shit is starting to happen. I talk a little bit, but my visualization is incredibly detailed. And when I visualize, you know how you ever just be lost in your thoughts? Maybe you're walking, about to go downstairs, you're in a hotel, get to the elevator, you're lost in your thoughts. Then you start thinking, what if I fell on this elevator shaft? Like, then you start thinking, you keep thinking, okay, how would my girl feel? Okay, she would do that. Bob would do that. Then you see the scenario of somebody calling Bob's house. Hey, Bob, hey, your aunt and your mom, right? Bob, yeah, that's some bad news. You see the whole scenario. What was he doing? How the fuck he fall on an elevator shaft? Right. Where's he at? Where they have him at now? You know, you can see it, but now when I'm lost in these thoughts, when I see that type of scenario and how we normally do it, And we normally do that because that's how we make worlds. That's how we make our world. So why does your mind do that? And when you zone out, you do it and you're daydreaming and you zone out. Why do you do it without thinking? See, when you're here, you're thinking. Why do you do that when you're not thinking? You make whole fucking visualization movies off of one thing you might have just seen. You know what I'm saying? What if I drink Jared's beer? You know what I'm saying? So like I could think of your I could think of your reaction. I could think of telling that story later. Yo, B, I was drinking Jared's beer. You nigga definitely spitting it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I drink what? Oh God, man, I want to hear that story. You know what I'm saying? You could see it. This became more intense. Now I always knew the trick out of this motherfucker is imagination and visualization. How do you know that? Because we just got finished telling you, I just got finished telling you, and that can be backed up quite easily, that your subconscious mind's language is what? No, that's how your subconscious mind learns. But the language out of those three is symbols. Everything that happens, the subconscious mind has to turn it into a symbol for it to work. So let's say you with your niece, you're babysitting, or some guy, I don't want to say you, some guy is with his niece babysitting, she cuts her finger. It's more embarrassing that you got to show parents that you were slipping. But, what was I just about to say? What was you talking about before that? Symbolism. Okay, symbolism. So, touch his finger, you're nervous, you look, you find a Band-Aid with Bart Simpson. Put it on, you do whatever, you're going crazy, the parents go crazy, there's a story. Mother was crying, but it wasn't that deep. She had to get 2 stitches. She did that, she come at home, talk to her, she's better. The whole day went that way because it's cut. It could be, it scared the shit out you, calm, chilling. The next day, you can see a Bart Simpson Band-Aid and remember the whole thing. You know why? Because your subconscious mind turned that whole event into a symbol. So something might be the ambulance, it might be this, but something connects as a symbol to that. That's why you're reminded of stuff. Yo, that book reminds me of that. Yo, I ain't seen one of these in years. When I did this, me and B.O.B., we was on tour one time, and this nigga had one of these. Because you remember the whole scenario, the whole mood, the feeling, because you symbolized it down to this thing. That's what your subconscious does. They put it down to a symbol. Why did I start talking about that? I don't remember. Okay, I do remember. Because if it does that, then the magician knows how do you directly program the subconscious mind. So instead of having a whole event that's turned into a symbol, what if I start with the symbol and then connect an event to it? Oh, do we do that? Oh, won't he will? Won't he will? Don't he do it? Won't he will? Don't he do it? God is good. You know what I'm saying? That's me, right? God is good. Serve God is good, right? Pimping God is good. Gentlemen, God is good. That's why. God is good. G-I-G. You know what I'm saying? Gig. You know what I'm saying? It's my nigga, God is good. My nigga, gig. You know what I'm saying? My nigga, we gotta call my nigga Gig. If I have my phone, I can't find my fucking phone. But we would definitely call my nigga Gig. Yo, Gig. I talked to Gig last night for a couple of hours. He was chatting. He was telling me y'all was chatting about 2 minutes. But yeah, me and Gig was chopping it. And God is good. Won't he will? Won't he will? Don't he do it? We got don't he do it? Won't he will? My man, God is good. What up, God is good? Won't he will, baby? All right, so the magician understands the true voice. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say voice. The true language of the subconscious mind is the symbol. So why play? Start adding your symbols or start talking directly to your subconscious mind through symbols. What is that? Imagination, visualization. You come down here also and have all these experiences because you're expanding your imagination. So now when you go back to build your world, you have more experience to imagine, memorize about, to add to it. That's all. That's all. Nigga, we've advanced in this motherfucker. So the magician knows symbols are the key. So, and the magician also knows, when I say the magician, I mean me, motherfucker. But I do mean you too. The magician always knows that the stronger in detail the visualization, the stronger or the yelling you did to the subconscious mind for it to happen. So you have to repetitiously, because that's the way it learns, repetitiously deal with that image. You get it? For it to stick, and then the language of that image, as long as you connect it to the scenario you want. See, there's images that I know I can fuck with that are money. There's images that you put in all that shit that's in your altar, and all the altars I have upstairs, because they all have a reason, which means they all have a subconscious, they all have a physical story, and they become the subconscious symbol that all of those symbols that I have around, even up here as an altar, even back there, which is, you can see our developing altars, are a symbol that tell us 1,000 words. So I understand, and I'm telling y'all now, so y'all understand, that's the true key to this. Subconscious programming through visualization and imagination. And I'm telling you, for me, and with detail, I can imagine, I want you to understand and grasp this. I can imagine or see porno and remember the detail and the feeling. Nigga, that is fucking incredible. I can remember every pussy that I was in, because you forget. You want to forget, so you get back to it.
Right.
But I can remember, I know the details, so I can see a vagina on screen, and just based upon a movement, I can feel it like I'm there, the essence of it. And this has been happening, like my thoughts, the essence of it, like I can't determine almost what scenario is real. It's like, listen, I could see all these alternatives when I sit there and think, what would, if I fell on the shaft right now, and I could see a whole world of that. If I fell at the hotel, starting with getting up, wiping myself off, thinking these are laughing, then starting with her coming home telling the boys, then telling Tiffany and B.O.B.
Right.
Is it okay for me to tell that story? Go ahead. And then, you know what I'm saying? I could just see it and feel it like it happened. And some kept saying, I said, I gotta watch Men in Black 3 because the whole show is about them putting up this ArcNet around planet Earth, the 5G shield. What is this shit? They were saying I gotta watch it again because I was in the hotel. They introduced this dude and they said, that's such and such. He was at Andy Warhol's party. He said he's a fifth dimensional being. They said, is he in the future? Well, he said, no. He kind of could see all possibilities for the future, and it's real, and any of them could be real. And they went on more attributes, and I said, fucking goodness gracious. That's what's been happening to me. All the attributes that this character had, it's like in a subtle way, not as intense and as detailed as this character was, but in a subtle way, I could see possibilities before falling down the shit was just a thought. And I classified it as that. It is so strong now, I see it as a possibility that if it happened, this is what will happen. Like the feeling is like, it's not even me thinking of what Bob would say. I just think of Bob and it starts saying it. Like it starts saying a dialogue without me having to think, well, Bob would say that. I'll think, well, they're going to tell Bob. And I would see him, his face on the phone, on automatic pilot. A different part of me is generating this story. That's what the alien on Men in Black and 3 in a more extreme case was doing. And they called him a fifth dimensional being. What they were saying is, when this ArcNet shit drops, which is Beetlejuice, the niggas will start becoming fifth dimensional beings, and these are the characteristics. I'm feeling the characteristics based upon my consciousness, but I'm only telling you what's about to come. We are coming to that fifth dimensional thing, and your mind is the key. I'm gonna tell you what's happening. You don't believe me? Watch Men in Black 3. Watch the characteristics of that alien, and all his power is the definition of Dimension 5, which they said that. They said he actually was working towards his demise. That power, he was like, Earth is not gonna get it. I'm gonna shield them so they don't become what I am. When they was looking for the ArcNet, he took off his hat. He had no brain, which means the fifth dimensional being is not in the Matrix. The brain was the ArcNet. They had to put it on top of the shit, and there was shit his father said. I'm gonna watch it again and study it, because I knew I was gonna watch it and study, but it just happened to be on. So I was in a hotel when it was on, and I'm sitting there like, yo, okay. And then I said, I know it was something, because it was a whole show about the ArcNet and the Shia. So it was like, we need to protect the world from this and that, and this one's coming to take over the world. They were talking about Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice, in the movie Beetlejuice, had the striped suit. He was in prison. They had Boris, the exterminator, as the bad guy. It opens up, he's in prison. They're talking about this energy that was locked down, this light that was locked down, a light that was missing in your melanin. That's why you were fucked up. You had this light, of course, but these lights change because the universe is doing what? Changing. So this is a light you lost that was in Orion, or you could say never had, but maybe you're ready for it, whatever. But that star, Beetlejuice, which is in the Orion constellation, it's in technically this shoulder, was the 11th brightest star in the universe according to their Hubble. It is now the 24th because the brightest star, because it lost that much light. When they see that, the star is supernova. Of course, they're saying, oh, it's going to be 6 more million years before it actually happens. But no, that's a bullshit lie. Because some of these things like, not only happens outside the time, and remember, it takes a while for light to get here, which means that star already supernova. Right. So if it looks like it's about to go, it already happened. The problem is they don't know how long that light's been traveling. Right. That's the deal. So they're going to tell you, oh, the world's got so much more time. That's not a problem. But they're reacting with a shield to stop that light from coming in. That represented Boris, the bad guy on Men in Black 3, who was in prison just like Beetlejuice. The star's name is Beetlejuice, not Beetlejuice. And the movie Beetlejuice, his coffin and near his coffin had the correct star spelling pointing to him. So they wasn't making no, oh, I watched it again. Oh, I didn't talk about, I watched it after me and Aline talked. Wow. He exercises your dead, which means he came and reordered the ancestor world. Listen, it came clear. We would die, go to the astral world, which is a part of Earth, and keep coming back. Then you kept hearing, well, we're going to the fifth dimension, right? Whatever happened to the fourth dimension? The fourth dimension is actually a desert that we can't cross. You have to accumulate, listen, enough light to cross the fourth dimension into the fifth, because ultimately you're going to no dimensions. But we can't get past what they call this abyss, this desert. So we get to the astral world, we're ready to go, but we don't know how to cross the desert. Most people, they don't have enough light. I could do it because it's a light vehicle, or they have to wait to an event where light is available. Now, Beetlejuice is coming with available light. Ancestors can get the fuck out. They have a light vehicle, or in other words, swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. So the general nigga is not going to be salvaged here. You're actually waiting for a cosmic event, which happened to carry you home across that abyss. In the movie Beetlejuice, the people owned the house, they became dead and got regulated to the attic, astral world. New people move in the house, which represent the cycle. And when they tried to go out the house, what happened? Sand snakes and all that, fourth dimension. So they said, we need to do something about this called Beetlejuice. If you remember, they would go to this death place and this lady would come.
Right.
She was the wife of the creator or the demiurge.
Oh.
See, remember they was on this conveyor belt, just going back and forth? They was showing, you die, come here, go right back. Die, come here, go right back. She was the demiurge. She was organizing it, telling them what to do. Juno, Bob actually decoded her. He said, yo, she got 3 this, she has this, she has this. That's the goddess Juno, who's the wife of Zeus. So she was explaining to these niggas how to, because she's eating off the energy for you doing that. So they go, we want to call Beetlejuice. She said, no. But even before that, when they said, what do you do, Beetlejuice? He said, I will exercise your dead. Everybody will go. He's saying ancestors who are stuck in this routine, their vehicle is out of here. So that's but we ain't even there yet. Let's go through it. Dr. Lele, Africa dies. Andre Harrell dies. Brother, what's the brother who did the DMT? Kalindi, brother Kalindi passed a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
A month ago, Kalindi passed. I'm really keeping it to conscious people.
Yeah.
We got 2 more that's missing. Who's the other one who just died? Along with Dr. Africa, another conscious. I'm sorry, I can't.
Maybe I'm not pulling it.
It was another conscious icon that made the transition, and then you're hearing about all these motherfuckers going. And see, what white people want you to believe is from COVID. But no, it's because that light vehicle came and niggas know they did their work. It's time to go. For guys like me, I can hang because I don't need that light to get home. Most guys in our conscious shit really don't need that light to get home because I've lived so much, and if they fuck with me, I gave them a way back. So I know how to get back, but I left the light path if you want to fuck with it to get out of the astral world. That's what we do. That's what we really do. Because Earth ain't no problem. You know why? Because you're going to die. But when you die, the problem is you don't know how to get past the astral world or past the realm of human death. So you usually wind up being recycled back. So when I come and leave such a massive work behind, I know how to get home and leave a light path. So those who say, yo, I'm fucking with Panic for real, you got a light path out of here. It's just you got to fuck with that shit. And then, but it should be something that's in your heart. That's why you was feeling it when I was here. You got a taste of it here. So it's not like something do or die, because you could take many vehicles out. But if you wasn't fucking with it, you ain't fucking with it. We know Christianity is a vehicle back in. But there's many ways to get out, and some of it you may. You could. I'm not the only thing. Right, but it is. That's what you're creating, vehicles for people to get out of this prison. So they want to make it think like it's the COVID that's doing it, but niggas is getting the fuck out of here. Many celebrities.
Yeah, so really just stay focused on the work.
Right.
Stop paying attention to the drama, the
same. You must pay. There's no such thing but internal work. What did the Egyptians have over each temple? Know thyself, not know thy people. Not know thy people, not know thy save the babies, not know thy esophagus and the greatest things to put in it, the most organic things to put in it. Know thyself. And those things can be a part of self, but to really know yourself, what they're really trying to tell you is you got to know that which is hidden, the dark side. So you got to probe the dark side or the hidden side of the thoughts, the dark. So you go there with knowledge, and then the wisdom and understanding becomes light. So out of darkness comes light. So to be a light being, you have to go into what is dark, what you chose to make dark, because that's what you really want to discover. You want to go through the process of discovery. So because if you God and you know everything, what else can you do? See, that's another aspect. If I created my own universe with Khadijah, and everything is bustling because of it, what else can I do? What else can I learn? The height of my creation is the height of what I know. And as God, there's no way in that role to find out anything new. You're God. How do you find out something new? You create this entire fucking game, this simulation, this matrix. That's another thing. Remember when I said it's a world, then it folded over, then it folded over? Know what that's another way of saying? It's a simulation, it's a simulation, it's a simulation. So they're not telling you nothing new. They're trying to play with you. It's a simulation and a simulation. They know what it is.
Okay, I remember you.
But Kabbalah is, they tell you exactly how many simulations you're in. So you know, well, we could be in endless simulations. No, they tell you 1, 2, 3, point. The end. And they tell you kind of the nature of those worlds, astral, this, that, the other, and the destination. So ain't no confusion about it. You know what I'm saying? You're in a simulation, it's all dumb shit to confuse you. Like, for instance, NASA has been telling you you evolve. Their thing is evolution. Well, first of all, the priests in Egypt were spiritual and scientific. They merged spirituality and science because that's what it is. But I'm telling you, even though I'm presenting it as a spiritual knowing, I'm talking high fucking science. This is most high wizardry that I'm talking right now. And they understood that. The priesthood was scientists and spiritualists. What they did was separate those and say, we're going to call this scientists, now astrophysics, and this spirituality, we're going to make religion. And then we're going to put them in opposition. Then we're going to say, this is a creation story, and this is the story of evolution. Then they're always going to bump when you're really supposed to have science and spirituality as one. Not fighting. Then they made it fight. But listen to this shit. So evolution is just the Big Bang. We could have been anything. This is some luck shit. There's only one of us. Ain't nobody. It's just it could be somebody else. But they are whatever they are based upon luck, no skill. And then they'll have you a whole conversation because their whole science is to follow numbers and look for patterns. So for instance, Gray, whatever his first name is, I don't know, is an astrophysicist, said based upon the numbers in the universe, it turns out those same numbers are the same numbers we use to build internet browsers. He's so stupid, he's thinking something has something to do with the other. He's like, I don't see how the universe so vast and big, somebody could have built that. Well, then they use Grand Theft Auto as a reference. So, and if the character in Grand Theft Auto became alive. So they talk about the quantum world versus the atomic world, that all his world is the database until he observes it. Then it becomes a bustling world. So we know about that with quantum and atomic world. Then they say he lives in an entire world that we created for him. And you've seen that shit. It's an entire detailed world. But the reality is, and I'll give it for dramatic purposes, the reality is that entire world fits on this. What if our entire world is nothing more than somebody's CD fucking line? They showed that in Men in Black. The people, those beings in the locker worshiping the will. In the end, he said, "You got a lot to learn, son." Opened up and showed that Earth was in the locker too. So when Gray says, this deep astrophysicist says no one can program a universe that big, the guy in Grand Theft Auto is saying no one can program a universe that big as you turn him on and off in your fucking PlayStation. You get it? Right. Maybe somebody just didn't turn off their fucking PlayStation. And our concept of time is forever. Maybe this is just one gaming session. Get it? Yeah. So you can't rule nothing out. You know what I'm saying? But see, and you'll be able to go down those routes of thinking once you stop giving up this finite thinking of the white man and what you need to do with him. He's trying to keep you there. He's trying to keep you there. And no matter how intelligent your argument is, the mere fact that you're arguing is keeping you there. It's your arguing that's doing it. Stop talking about it. Talk about what you got, what talent you got, and how to exploit that shit. You know what I mean? So what you see lasting out of all this quarantine shit is this idea of social distance. No matter what, wear the mask, social distance. I'm like, so the question now becomes, why do they want us with so much less interaction and not really communicating with each other? Then it started to occur to me, this shit ain't about nothing but the fucking greenhouse effect. Because they're trying to cool down the planet.
Right. We're
heating it up. And if we're heating up the planet, and this light
that's
coming is coming to fix what is out of balance. So all the years you wake up anymore, fuck this job, fuck this white man.
Right.
That light hears that. So you could be cooperating with white supremacy all the days long, because all the niggas that cooperated with white supremacy hated it. And that hated it is a fucking voice that calls out to the cosmos constantly. And then swing low, sweet chariot, or light eventually comes to give you. You called on that light. So they changed the characteristic of the planets. So that light, you see, oh, they're okay. Or at least that's what they hope. Oh, they're okay. The anxiety that they're used to, they're not used to. So what did they do as well? They started giving Black Lives Matter niggas what they want. Listen to the dialect of CNN niggas. Know what they do? They're starting to use woke philosophies in their day-to-day. So it seems like niggas went to another level because they incorporating the woke shit that Panic, Bobby, and them niggas had all along, which was scary because of what it could have been if black people really got on this shit. They just dumb it down to Black Lives Matter. They started taking down their deities and their symbols, Confederate flags and statues, making it look like that Black Lives Matter and guys are making progress. So in other words, what they're doing is trying to give you and sell you that mailbox again.
Yeah.
So your house is cosmic. Your house has opened up the front door by way of Beetlejuice. Your house has said, it's time to come home. The mothership is here. Swing low, sweet chariot. Jesus has returned. And here you niggas are trying to get in the fucking mailbox. That's why Trump needs to stop, and that's what that really means. Motherfucker, we know what that really means. We've been know what that really means. And what you should know now that it really means after fucking Obama, it means that Obama wasn't nothing. That's what it means. Don't act like you're gonna find out something from Trump about what it means. He's a fucking white, dumb, privileged, racist, fat, greedy, white man. The end. And when you give him that power, that's what he do. And I'm more grateful for him because he is what Clinton is.
Right.
But Clinton just know how to play you and hide it and make it seem like he loved you playing a fucking horn. That nigga moved to, they used him after he got out of office to move to fucking Harlem. The beginning of the gentrification of Harlem. White people walk by you and ain't scared to look in your eye. I'm not used to that shit. New York, white people look at the floor when you walk by because we ran New York. That's why they got Giuliani. And no one in white people said nothing when he was cracking niggas' asses. That's why Trump likes him. Giuliani got the rep to crack niggas' asses. All he did was enforce laws that were already on the book. Trump was telling Giuliani that's why he put him on. Now, niggas know what this is. So you don't need to see Trump and have a conversation about what you know. What are you doing? What you do? So all that really tells you is everything you had in your mind for Obama meant nothing. That's all that really told you. They tell you Trump was a racist. Shit. You didn't watch his show? Yeah. Right. You already know what he is. So this niggas is still trying to find something to talk about because they've seen all the information I'm talking about. They don't know what the fuck to do with it because they're trying to use their same thinking system that they were trained by the white supremacists to use. Their intellect, they try to intellectualize their way out there. Nigga, you are a spiritual being. You didn't build the pyramids with just intellect. Before you got to the intellect and the numbers to use to build that shit, you had to be divinely inspired. You had to see it here, which is a spiritual process. And then to make it exist, you started using numbers and all the rest of that shit to make it happen. So your intellect was a secondary to the vision. And when you were putting this together and it was impossible at a certain point, the vision stood stronger like anything else. The vision, the idea, keep the vision, keep the faith, your imagination, keep that shit faith that keeps it going forward. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't go forward if you can't see it, no matter how smart you are. So it's the spiritual prowess that you need to deal with. The numbers and all of that, there's always somebody that'll tell you how to measure some shit. But you're the one who's supposed to be divinely inspired. Look, this is what I see. Y'all niggas gonna make it. But we don't have none of that no more. We don't have none of that no more because we're busy trying to act like we're washing off this white supremacy. His power is based upon your interest in it. Your belief in it. His power is based upon your belief in it. His power doesn't exist without you. He's a powerless being and you know it. You say it all the time. He's just shitting on himself in the cave. What you think he has? The only power he has was the ability to fool you into believing he does. Kaiser Soze. Right. Kaiser Soze. There you go. So the Black Lives Matter movement is nothing more than a way to appease you, as they have been appeasing you with being able to get to that mailbox, or to keep you out of your true house. Your true house is not just running the planet. When you're in your true state of mind, in your true house, the planet is just an extension. Because you don't know who and what you are, the planet is now becoming an extension of whatever monkey who could swing on the trees the most aggressive. So white people said, I could tree swing to get bananas more aggressive than you, therefore I deserve to run it. Not contributing nothing to science, mathematics, no real history besides destruction, did nothing. Built up no societies, broke through nothing, invented nothing. Nothing. Half the shit that you think is theirs, the Moors gave it to them, down to soap. Don't think there's nothing coming out of Europe when black men had to give you soap and forks. So don't think you were building architectures of cathedrals and all that other shit in Europe, traditions, you know, bread pudding and all that shit you think is European, sauces and bangers, and don't think a nigga did it. Feel me? If these niggas had to show you how to wash the fuck up, and they did, showed you what soap is, and they did, you ain't got shit, no shit. And you haven't taken over the world. You either were allowed to while niggas slept, which is clear. And now that niggas woken up, they're scrambling, and this level, they didn't know what to do. They just said, y'all just go home and stay home, because they don't know what's happening next. And what I'm telling you is we shifted now to that dimension. They put up the ArcNet shield, as you'll see in Men in Black 3, same thing, to stop this light, and they told you to go in the fucking house. Because they don't want you to get this information. And only because I'm so conscious and I'm paying attention to this, I notice my sexual recognition is a visualization. And I was always talking to the spirits. When my grandfather came to us, I was going to do meditation. And he said he can only do it because my visualization came to this level. So the first thing I do, I see myself in my old hood. And I'm right outside this building. So, but it's different. Instead of the memory of what it was to walk from the beginning of the pathway to his door, I have a memory of that. I have to not rely on the memory, just the memory for the picture and the place, but I have to do the walk in my mind as if it's real time, real pace. So in other words, I'm now walking and I can look to the left and right and see the progress to get to the actual front door of this project building. So then I see myself opening it in detail. I remember, and while I'm doing that, I remember the smell, the feeling, I'm using, with the visualization of that image, all the human things that accompany me, right? The shit. The smell of the hallway in the lobby, the feeling of walking up that first flight of steps, the feeling of not only just pressing the elevator to get in it, but waiting for it. The smell of that pissy ass projects, the sound it made elevator, the sound it made when it stopped, the jump, the feeling. He walk into his door, and I used to always knock on his door. So what he told me is, you knock on the door and walk in, because the knocking on the door alerts the ancestor to whose house you chose to go over. You visualize and see yourself turning around and locking the door, maybe putting a chain on it. Now, I just took my consciousness out of this dimension and went to that dimension. I went to a space where I can talk directly with my ancestors. So now I can sit across from my grandfather in his house and have conversations, and they have been telling me some shit. So then I would see myself in this house in detail, and because my visualizations are so fucking detailed, I'm there. I'm remembering shit that's crazy. I remember when I was 2 years old, this is something that totally left my mind. I had a love affair with fucking Tang. Remember that drink?
Yeah.
Tang?
Yeah.
And I used to always, I never remembered this. For no reason, no circumstance, and none of them motherfuckers told me. In the middle of meditation, I remember I used to always beg for Tang. Because, you know, you mix it and you give it. And I remember the taste. I used to be like, Tang, Tang, Tang. 2 years old. I remember it. I'm remembering shit. What I'll do is visualize myself where, you know, my grandfather watched TV with him, put his arm around me. I'll get right under his arm. Healing, communication, peace. And though I know I'm in my bed, I'm with my eyes closed, and I can do it with my eyes open too, I see myself in the room. So then I open my eyes, my TV's in front of me like his was. I visualize that I'm watching TV with him. The peace of mind that you, as same when you felt as a child, because your cell remembers. I'm laying with my grandfather. Or I could go to my grandmother's house, my auntie's house, even if they're alive, cousins, old chicks I used to fuck them. All you have to do is go to their door, knock, walk in, and lock. If it doesn't open in the visualization, they don't want you in. You can have parties at your grandfather's house. Remember, had Thanksgiving, there would be gatherings, so you could talk to your aunt there, your grandmother there, and all of that. And you're really communicating with ancestors through this meditation. So then after I came out, he said, oh, you can go anywhere. Then I was like, well, you know, I got childhood houses that were so pleasant. You know, when I moved my father and stepmother, he said, go to that. So I went to one of those childhood houses. Certain rooms were blanked out in white. I couldn't remember them, which means trauma may have happened there when I'm trying to blank it out. So my memory and subconscious mind is keeping it away from me here. Because you're truly, when you go into these rooms, go deep in your subconscious. That's why I remember Tang, because that's where I'm at. I'm living in the memory of this house. Therefore, the thing, he said, after a while when you do this, he said, see the books on my shelf? You'll be able to go read those. You can go, I can go to my grandmother's house and read the books on it. She said, it takes a while. He said, now that you broke through in this visualization or fifth dimension, he said, that's what you could do. These are the characteristics of the fifth dimension, where you can see all these possibilities, just like that alien did, who they said was from the fifth dimension in Men in Black. He could see all these possibilities. You can see those possibilities in this fifth dimension. So you wouldn't have to go through, if you have a flow of thought, you can play them all out in your head. Know why? Because you went through the, I ain't ready, because you went through the third dimension already. So you know how they say, well, Jared, each decision you make or can possibly make in a parallel universe, it's already been made and it's already been doing. So this parallel universe, like Grand Theft Auto, if you're not observing it, is what? Data. Yeah. So now when you're in the fifth dimension, because you made the choice to be a rapper, made the choice to do this, made the choice of that, you created all these parallel realities. Now you don't have to live them. You could be in a dimension and say, what if I fell down the elevator shaft? So instead of saying, well, I need to be born so I can fall down the elevator shaft, you can say, this is what God would do. This is, you see all the possibilities and say, okay, I got it. This is the most smartest thing or whatever. Fifth dimensional behavior. All these deep niggas talking about we going to the fifth dimension. I'm trying to tell you some of the things I'm experiencing because I'm there. I am there. And then sex, I was basing it upon my earth memories, but I can remember details. So it's like I'm fucking all over again.
Right.
It's crazy in my mind. Details. So I'm like, shit. You know what I'm saying? We do it naturally down here. You get a girl, fucking her, you turn off the lights, don't she look like somebody else? Come on, nigga. Come on. How many times have you visualized a girl? She'll catch you in that dark light, her eyes look different, then you stay with it. I'm fucking a different bitch. You know what I'm saying? Why do we do that? Because our mind naturally knows it's stupid to have no vision. But wouldn't Khadijah be interested if she could change to any fucking thing and I could fuck her? Let's do pussy every fucking event.
Right.
Think about that. I'm like, yo, man, Foxy Brown is fine. And Khadijah can show me an image of that in her, and I can fuck Foxy Brown. And not just fuck her as Khadijah. She could, because she's a part of Akasha. So not only can I fuck Foxy Brown, the oohs and the ahs and the movements, I get those too. Because the real Foxy Brown in this world did those things. So those things are where? In Akasha. And if you're accessing Akasha for this character called Foxy Brown, because Foxy Brown never existed, so you're not fucking her soul.
Right.
The template that she left behind existed as a tool for you to use for this exact reason. So why do you think niggas watch nothing but bitches on Instagram? You ain't fucking none of them, and you won't.
Right.
But in your mind, you see the ass, you can make Khadijah that, or your significant other, or nobody, just from out your own mind. Nigga, that's heaven. I'm talking about heaven, nigga. Every nigga thing that you want. So fifth dimension is closer to a heaven. Whereas you don't have to physically be there to get answers to the shit that you physically did. This is an evolution. So now you can think because your visualization and memory is so detailed. So my grandfather's already showing me how to use the tools in the fifth dimension, my nigga, because I'm there. The fifth dimension is here, but you're not, young niggas don't have enough light to walk through that shit yet. You don't have enough confidence to walk through. Right. So I knew if this is happening, when I did that saying, I want something, and I sure was shown what it is. My power is crazy now, but it's not because I'm special. This shit is coming. The only reason you don't feel it now because you're still trying to fight humanity and white supremacy. You don't know it's here. Right. You don't know somebody's sucking your dick, so you ain't gonna bust no nut. Oh, they sucking my dick. Hold on. Let me lean back. You there. You there. Right. You just still think that you're human. And that's what's fucking you up. See, I don't feel that I'm human, so when something new happens, there's nothing that resists. Because I offer no human resistance. Yeah, look at my elbow, nigga. Ain't no human resistance here. My pride, nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's over. I don't have that holding on. So I'm starting to feel, especially because I stay in my head with knowing my power and prowess because I want to do nothing else. So I know when I gain more power in an area. Visualization and imagination. I can visualize crazy, and the key to it, Albert Einstein said the most important thing in the universe is your imagination. Because he understood the only thing that's real about you is your mind, is your imagination. Right. And because you have no body to pick yourself up by the bootstraps, how do you exist? Only through what's your creation. Wait a minute, what is God? A creator. So what do you think if you became God on earth, what do you think you become? You became a creator. So now these niggas who keep calling themselves God, all they did was be able to create some shit. But I'm a chaos being. So when they're calling themselves God, I'm like, all right, y'all got it? All right, see y'all later. I'm going back home to fuck Foxy Brown. Come on, Khadijah. You got shape-shifting to do. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
But y'all at least at a God level where y'all back in control of your mind and y'all able to probe. That's fifth dimensional shit. So fifth dimensional shit, I get it because I wasn't big on that. It is a shift, but it's a shift for all of these niggas that you think you're going to save down here. Their next shift is getting out of this reality. And you keeping them there by keep telling them how fucking genius you are at decoding white supremacy.
Yeah. So we got to change.
You got to change the narrative to something that's beyond white people. Stop talking about quarantine and they're going to do and make vaccines mandatory. Because if they're going to do that, why are you even saying it more than once then? Yeah. If they're going to make vaccines mandatory, tell me what I could do to get out of it. No. Or if I can't get out of it, then you're getting got anyway. Right. So I get that you should say it. Yes. But it can't be a song. Because after the more you say it, the more it becomes a celebration of white supremacy. So I get it that you say it, but no. And if you're going to say it, if you're going to say two things about that, say 3 or 4 things about what empowers you, because you got nothing. Because what you think is empowering you is old African history.
Yeah, and it's not.
It's not. Yeah. It's empowering your ego while they are empowering themselves to act upon you. And you keep telling them, this is a foul act. Why is it foul? Because when we were African, we didn't do it that way. When we were African, we did it this way, and now they're doing it that way. Well, guess what? Now they're doing it this way. Yeah. What are you doing? Reacting to their shit. Do what you do. What you do right now, people. Because I'm talking out conscious people who fuck with me, fuck with me. Right. Visualization is your next thing. Start. Get a book, get whatever you good, start imagining. What do you imagine? Imagine scenarios, like a whole movie. The detail, a whole movie in your mind where you're the hero, you get the pussy, you eat all the bacon, the money is yours, somebody fondles your dick, and in the end you bust a nut, take a good shit, and won. That's it. Keep doing that. Because those are symbols that you're feeding the subconscious. So the more you see yourself as a victory, the more you're giving the language to your subconscious to be victorious without thinking. I move in victory. I cannot move in victory. The same way you niggas cannot get past white people because you've been trained and programmed to fucking make everything be the white common denominator. I retrain myself to leave that alone, and each time it shows its nasty head, I deal with it. And what I placed as I took out white supremacy was true black supremacy, which is not a comparison to white supremacy because they are not my opposite. So when I say black supremacy, you don't have to say white supremacy. I say black supremacy because I stand on the shoulders of those who build pyramids. You say white supremacy because of what? And now, even worse, black people say white supremacy because of actually what? Because they got a foot in your ass and they use your fucking science to keep you stupid? And you choose to be stupid? Because I've been saying this shit enough. So if you never heard it before, that's a fucking lie. If you fuck with me, fuck with Bobby, fuck with a lot of niggas. Life is black matter. Life is black matter. Yeah. I can't do none of those words. Black magic matters.
Black magic matters. That's what it
is.
Yeah,
but no, that's it's better than anything. Yeah.
I was telling people that is the mantra. Life is. You got to change it back from being
right. But see, I'll do you one better. Right. I don't even want to do that. Yeah. Because to even make a counteraction is still a response. Therefore, you create a polarity to something that's so. I get that sometimes you may need to use that polarity in the other side because the black life is everywhere. You gotta have something. But if you are truly the occultist, that's something you don't have to do. Yeah. You just in fact, that's something you don't have to deal with. Yeah. So then it says, if I don't deal with that at all, if I choose not to care in a way where I need to come up with a mantra to counteract
Right.
that level of it. You know, I can say it in Black Lives Matter, suck, wipe my ass. But after this tape, that's the only place you'll hear it in this house. But that of a joke. You know what I'm saying? So because we understand it what it's to be. It's a made up thing. It's not something where I need to create a new saying to upgrade it.
Okay.
Because that saying upgrades it. It never was anything to be upgraded. It's a thing they're making up, just like the civil rights was never a thing. So that's like saying rights are civil.
Yeah.
You would be like, what? Like, all rights are civil. You'd be like, so what, nigga? Like, what are you doing that for? That's what this is. It's just that it's in the news every day, so it seems like it's something to say, but it's nothing. It's nothing.
Still engaged.
It's not. But I get it. The thing that you do like that, because that's exactly what this title is.
I said amongst my friends.
That's yes, of course.
Yeah.
But like, that's exactly, this title is a play off of that.
Sure.
But it's a play because I'm trying to get those who are interested in it to maybe hear something that challenges them. And if they even heard my title, that means they're on that fence. Because cause and effect. Right. Now, so it's not to really shit on Black Lives Matter, the whole thing. It's really, it is a symbolic thing to supersede. So that is necessary sometimes. But if I'm going to do that, there's going to be a fucking 7-hour lecture attached to it to qualify what I'm saying. Just saying it's a mantra means if I need that mantra, the other mantra was working. I don't need to say that because the shit they said, I don't need nothing to counteract with. Why is that a mantra? Right. I get why it can be a mantra, and I get why it should be, because a lot of niggas you're dealing with is having issues. Right. So if I made that or seen that, I would pass that on. Sure. You know what I'm saying?
But the more important thing is to realize
if you're the true, right, it depends on levels, because especially in the context that I'm talking, the better thing is don't look at it for the laugh that it is. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You ever see film where they show a wild pack of orangutans walking up to people, snatching pocketbooks, beating, smacking bitches on the ass? Did you ever think that would be a problem for you? Why don't I don't hear a mantra that says monkey life matters? Or stop smacking asses, monkey. Monkeys don't smack asses. Asses find monkeys.
Right. Either way,
you wouldn't even. It means nothing to you. It only means what you're seeing in that moment, and it's funny. Listen, Black Lives Matter means nothing to you. So a mantra to whiten it up means absolutely nothing. So I realized, even as I named this film Black Magic Matters, it's the same play as that, but there's fucking 8 hours of something else that's going to, and we have superseded a whole 8 hours about Black Lives Matter. In fact, the first 5 hours, I'm not so sure I mentioned the word more than 3 times, even though it's called Black Magic. So it's not about that, and it's not a mantra. It's Panic doing what Panic does to get people to look. And really, it's the best one I could think of that's controversy without saying COVID, because they just took mine down. Yeah. They took my COVID-19 video down. So if I write COVID anything, I'm trying to preserve the integrity of this video. So Black Magic Matters. It's safe in that context, and it's what's going on. So it's more than just trying to decode Black Lives Matter. It's trying to make a play on it. I don't know if that's so much a play as much as it's trying to counteract the movement psychologically, and you really don't need to. You're just so used to doing that, and that's exactly what I've been talking about. When these niggas sit down and talk about white supremacy, no matter how conscious you are, you have this natural way of acting and reacting to the dumb shit that don't even matter. And you're conscious. You understand? You're not the first, many of it, because we're so used to acting and reacting to them like we have this point to prove down here. Cultists understand you gave up your need to have a point down here. I am no longer human, so I don't have a human point. If there's a thing that makes it easier for Black people, I'll make that point. But there's no point to that. But if it ever became a point where, Panic, you need to do that, you need to march with them, because once you do that, thousands of black people will get this or the other. I do it. I do it. But until that very magical fucking time, I ain't doing shit because that shit ain't working. You understand? So we got to understand we're constantly looking for our psychological slavery. And to be quite honest, that's psychological slavery. Their whole point is to get you to react to Black Lives Matter. Tell me that's not a reaction that they can use. I'm trying to give them a reaction that they think they can use. And when they get there, Otto Spaghetti-O, they're going to hear some shit they want. So I'm baiting them with that. You know what I'm saying? As a tool, because I understand the psychological makeup of these dead ass niggas. So me saying this is to bring my people in that very, and see, I'm not blind to this. That mantra we created was because you see and don't feel a satisfaction when you know it's an obvious flaw. And the mayat, or the balancing unit, needs something. So we tend to go there. That's why every once in a while, niggas like me, niggas like Aline, niggas like this nigga, that nigga, sisters like this and that, make it and name it like Black Magic Matters. So if you would have heard that and heard all this information just connected to it, you would have been like, you would not even a race, you wouldn't have made it. You would have been like, I feel satisfied. I got somebody made a point, a guy that I like, he said it, he got it out, and what he didn't get out, it's like less now. That's on my mind. But you want to say it. I want to say it. I see them niggas, Tyler Perry, them niggas that, and they matter. And I want to say every fucking white supremacist anti-thing I could think of. But as the occultist, as the conscious person, I know this doesn't serve. So I have to say, why do that and go study? And then eventually when the spirit has welded up, you doing 8 and 9 hours talking about all this shit. That's how you do that. That's how you counteract that. You know, and I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you, because that shit is slick to put on Facebook. I take that and put it on Facebook. I'm making an extreme point with that example to make a point. But what you did not really wrong. Something you want to do. Your mentality is not, once they see this, we're going to end it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you just like, man, I'm just tired of hearing that dumb shit, so let me make smarter shit. So I'm not oblivious to that, and I don't want to seem like I'm bragging. But I'm trying to say, if we're going to truly deal with the flaws, then we need each other to say, that's a flaw. Or it could be looked at as a flaw, because it's not necessarily a flaw. You know what I'm saying?
That draws you to engage it constantly.
Right. Just be mindful of it, because, like I said, you can engage it, but I engage it for the purpose of selling it back to motherfuckers and making a bigger point. That's just really saying, you said that, I'm saying this. Maybe, but it could be more. It could be more, because it's satisfactory. They keep saying it, I'm tired of hearing dumb shit, because I hate that shit too, no matter how deep I am. I hate all of them, and I hope they die so they can realize something. Get some knowledge. So you kind of, some days you hear something in your head, like, motherfucker, Black Lives Matter, fucking Black Lives are matter, motherfucker. You just say it and you do it. And you know, that's that. And actually you become satisfied over that. You know what I'm saying? So, but it could be a pathway to keeping you stuck. And that's what I'm going to say. I'm not saying you're stuck or that was stuck. Just always taking the opportunity to bring out something. All right. So they're running this Black Lives Matter crap and all the rest of that shit because they're trying to find you a vehicle to keep you in that mailbox or satisfy you with things that are irrelevant. One of the tricks they did was get niggas to fight for shit that they don't even know they want. Sitting at coffee counters, all that shit. Riding on the front of the bus. What nigga takes pride in riding any fucking bus? How'd you get here, nigga? Nigga, I took the bus, nigga. Baller. When you're driving in your car and you see niggas waiting at the bus stop, tell the truth. Don't you think they're losers? Tell the truth. Don't you think they're losers? It's true though, because it is cold. Because you be driving by and then you stop at that light and they're at that bus stop. They doing shit like this.
Oh man.
Yeah, looking for that shit. And then you know, then and you standing up, you're sitting there going, loser. And so ain't nobody proud of the bus, but the whole civil rights movement is about bus pride. And I get that was the time, but all that you fought for, and I get it was the principle, but all of that you fought for ain't really nothing. You know what I'm saying? So you have to question what these things really mean, or did they get you to fight for it? So if white people said, if you make it all of these towns, Black Wall Streets, and you're becoming successful, what if they said, integration doesn't work for you? We need to, segregation doesn't work for you. You need to integrate. And we're like, because we're psychologically think what white people have are better than they are gods. So the coffee that you were making becomes irrelevant. And the point of sitting and having coffee that you pay for with them is at its best. Is at its point. So now Martin Luther King got us to integrate with them. And what I think Professor James Small said was, whenever you see a white person, they don't see you as an equal, none of them. So if they come in your shit, they come to take it over. You see white people show up in music, they come to take it over. You see white people showing up in consciousness, they come to take it over. They don't come to share. They have nothing to share with you. They have nothing to share with you. So they need everything from you. And when they get there, because of their insecurity, it's about taking it over. You get what I'm saying? They're not coming there to build with you. You get what I'm saying? So knowing that and understanding that, you gotta divorce yourself from even interacting in the shit they let. Because if they can't physically get to you, they're gonna say something or have Black people orchestrate it. Like even, what's his name? This is how they do. In slavery, when they set up America, the rich came and they were the slave owners. But then they imported a lot of white people from Europe who had debt. The white poor, the white inmates. First of all, they wrapped up all their inmates and sent them to Australia because they believe in this. They're trying to clean their DNA. They're trying to use the best of them to move forward in the world. So all the criminals and dirty motherfuckers, Australia, that's number one. B.O.B. said, yo, when he was in Australia, which was right before the virus thing hit, the nigga said, yo, they probably told you too, this is the greatest collection of poor white trash I've ever seen. I told him, well, you know, this is their lineage. He said, that makes sense. So that same poor white trash over there, that's not an American thing. That's a white man cave thing. Jelly Sanders jumping off of shit, self-destructive, dirty. You know what they are. The whitest of the white trash. So the white people in America got some of that inmates, and they were indentured servants. They became overseers. Their job was to interact with niggas by way of ass beating and riling them up. So the rich white owner would say, Jared, I need them to do this. Jared, you know they need to do that. You were the one ass beating and arguing. So now when you're free, the white man goes and hides in his 1%, and you argue all day on the ground with the former overseers. The former overseers became the police force. The former overseers are the white KKK motherfuckers out there saying you ain't shit. You need to argue, but a phenomenon happened. After they let us go on Willie Lynch, this will follow them for years to come, no matter what they do. A phenomenon happened. That was wrong. All these Black Wall Streets and towns started growing up. One of them was the Canes River people in New Orleans, one of these magical towns, which is actually my actual physical bloodline on my father's side, the Matoya family. Oprah did a thing on it. There was a book on it. So I can know all my ancestors back to Africa on my father's side, starting with an African woman named Coin, which is my great, whatever. All her children, all the way to my grandfather, father, and me, is in this one book. The The People of the River, I think it's called. It's a green and white book. And people of that, and it's a good book with good information more than it just being about me. And if you're interested, I think it's called The People of the River. It was on Oprah, and if not, I'll get it. If somebody asks me and I want that book, I'll find it. But Coin was her name, the African woman. And she did some shit, healed the slave master's wife with her African science. He said, for that, I'm going to free you, give you some land. He did, she did, but her kids, they knew how to work land, slaves. They became the richest black family in that county. They were now loaning white people money. And so were we all across the country. The white rich said, wait a minute, we can't have that. The white people on the ground, because those white people were borrowing from them, they're supposed to be superior to niggas. That's where the argument comes in. So when we do this civil rights thing, which we're going to do, to get them integrated into our society, but we have to make them fight for it. So we can't just say, here, nigga, you're in. Then we think if something's happening wrong, they got to give it to us. They gave it to us in the first place, so we all got houses off these reparations. But when we got houses, we didn't get banks. So now we have a new problem as ex-slaves. We got our houses, reparations, but y'all got to do something about the banks. So we expect them just to turn the faucet on. So what they did was said, we ain't going to turn the faucet on. We're going to give them the illusion that getting these things are the struggle. So we need the civil rights movement. So this laundry list of things they were already going to give us because they needed to integrate us into society, they just made us fight for it. So now we fought, we did all this, niggas got beat, hosed, kicked, and most niggas didn't even know it was an agenda because that white trash on the ground, the indentured service, they're about that life. In fact, that's what they're for. So all the fighting happened, and then eventually you get this, and then you had a whole group of niggas in Congress and all the rest of this living off the lineage of that, making you feel stupid because don't you know what we went through in civil rights? Why you got your pants down so low? Why you got your hat on backwards, boy? In civil rights, you know, we went and we marched for that. Dumb shit. Like people died so you could vote. People died so you could read. And I don't see niggas going to the library that fucking aggressively. You know what I'm saying? So, all right, so, what was I saying?
The fight, the ground troops.
Ground troops, so we're going back and forth. These ground troops, and that's what they're designed to do. So they eventually give you what you fought for, better schooling, or better, but not real, but better than what you had. You know, you're able to walk in the bank, you know, walk in the store and buy a hot dog. You're better. So we thought we fought and scrambled and did all the rest of this shit for it, but they was going to give it us anyway. But now we get in these houses, get wherever the civil rights go. But that's wrong. That's still not happening. Black Lives Matter. Blah, 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 blah. They're still killing Trayvon. They're still beating Rodney King. Blah, 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 blah. So if they would have gave us something, we would expect them to give us something more. But since we fought for all of that, now we're prepared to do what? Fight. So once we're prepared to fight, all they have to do to give us the next set of shit is create a movement. Like the civil rights movement, SNCC, NAACP, Color Me Bad, and all the rest of that crap. That it was white owned, white made, just like Black Lives Matter. It's more of the same. So when you see that in this movement that they made getting bigger, they're about to appease you with something. So the question is, why are they about to appease you? They're about to appease you because your power has come back in the form of light if you work it, if you understand it. So with all this woke shit going on, they have to attack woke people as being stupid. Because when you hear this dialogue, that can actually wake you up. Oh, those stupid motherfuckers are at it again. So they're going hard at the psychological warfare to keep you out of this understanding. Then they tell you there's a virus, so you can't interact, go outside. Now, greenhouse effect. They know what that means. As we spoke about in the law of correspondence, they know that it's either the earth is sick, has a fever, and it's purging itself of its sickness, which is white people at the core. And It's sick because the niggas are doing what white people do. A nigga's natural heart. If there's no white people, no white control, we'll be back to normal within a second.
Yeah.
The whole world will be a club again. Yeah. Nigga, what? I'm on some ass, nigga.
Yeah.
Like, yo, nigga, the economy. Fuck the economy, nigga. This economy right here, nigga. Yeah. Yeah, nigga. How far can you throw that spear, nigga? Come on, nigga, throw that spear. Pussy ass nigga can't throw no spear. Right. Now, so, even though it's some dumb shit. But, so, it's a Kundalini thing, which is even more scary. So they already talk themselves out of, because they work based upon debate. So they know when a subject like the greenhouse effect comes, what's been working for them is the realm of debate. Republicans say it's not happening, Democrats say it is. I think that's a fucking fantasy. You're a Democrat, so you believe the greenhouse is true. You're a Republican, so you don't. That just doesn't even add up. You know what I'm saying? That's like saying I'm a Republican, so I don't get pussy. I'm a Democrat, so I get extra pussy. That's not what that means. That's not even a thing. So I believe the world is heating up because I'm a Democrat. And it's not happening because I'm a Republican. What a fucking, if you believe that, all they did was take an issue and split it so you can have an argument. You can pick a side. You can pick that. So they made one side of the coin, then the other side of the coin, and you argue that. That whole program is Democrat. They're fucking with you with the law of polarity, and they're doing it through a program called Democrat and Republican. Now, so, yeah, was I just saying about picking sides?
I think it was the engagement still, the
arguing, the engagement.
Yeah,
There was something else I was about to get to. Yeah, that's when you know. You at hour, whatever it is now. That's when you know. All right, so well, just moving on. So they got to get you invested in this new, I remember now, into this new idea, because they're about to appease you because they understand that there's a bigger picture that's happening here. So they're trying to weather the storm. So and then I thought about that with the light and all of that, but I think they're dealing with two things. But I start to think, after it's said and done, are they still promoting the viruses being out? They're still going to give you, it's sparking up, it's doing that because it's about fear. But what they're really saying, they must want to continue, which reveals the true agenda, or a true agenda, is this social distancing thing. They got in stores, they're putting up these glasses. Do you think those are ever coming down? Why? That's your new reality. Because it's not like when somebody says no COVID, they're going to say, let's take these white glasses down. Maybe some places will. But some people are going to say, actually, this makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This makes sense.
Yeah, they're going to make sense out of it.
Right. They're going to make sense out of it. Have you been masked, shamed yet? Terribly mass shamed. Yeah. Terribly mass shamed. Motherfucker did this shit. I said, are you out of the lady? Are you out of your fucking mind? Grab that shit. Kept telling me to pull it up. I'm like, I got you. I was halfway asleep, pulled my shit all the way up. A nasty African fucking finger touched my goddamn lips. It's like, all my life, I heard you was an African booty scratcher.
So, I don't know.
Yeah, your lip, finger touched my lip. You was scratching your booty. Yeah, I know niggas, don't talk about Africa that way. Yeah, nigga, that shit don't matter. It's not, you ain't from that shit. That's just a place. Your mentality is from here. Embrace that shit. Stop being scared to be you. You chose to come to America, nigga. You should have been born in Africa. You want to be African. God. Yeah. Yeah, what shit? This might be time to wrap this fucker up. Yeah, because we're gonna do that in the office. What time is it? 9:12. Oh fuck yeah, man! I'm going into order. Where the fuck is my phone? Man? We gotta lay that shit. I'm gonna get that shit and leave. I'm gonna stand up and find it. All right, so all of this grand hustle. Oh, I want to get this point out. I started to realize if they said to people, because shit is really getting critical, because that's also what that light will look for. Greenhouse effect. When I read this book, Astral Travel by Gavin and Yvonne Frost, they talk about when you start astral traveling, you're pretty much putting yourself on the network and people will call on you. So after a while, someone called on me. I felt panic, went to sleep. Somebody brought me to their world. So I'm trying to tell them shit, and they wasn't hearing me. And I realized, oh, I'm a spirit. They called on my spirit. So I just kept saying it to them, blah, 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 blah. And they started, I could see it reaching them through their intuition. And then I was telling them, because they had a greenhouse effect, I was telling them, no, they didn't have it. They had a white man problem. So I think that's something we do to initiate something on their world. So I said, what stage they were in. I was, if white men are here, they're in this stage. The planet, I was telling them, the planet's going to start heating up. That's when you're about to leave. And I kept saying it over and over. And God said, yo, they was asking for something, and I gave it to them. So I knew that this can happen. Why I just brought that up to you, I don't know. So that means we're getting at the end of this for real, because I'm starting to confuse my thoughts. Yeah. Why I bring that up, I don't remember. But okay, greenhouse effect, I remember. Yeah. Greenhouse effect, it was heating up. So when it heats up, what happens? When there's a heat signature out, because there's a white man named Jay, I think it was Jay Weiner or Richard Hoagland. One of these white boys was like, he studied the face on Mars. He said, yeah, y'all talking the good one. It's all the cars that are creating the greenhouse effect. He said, but Mars is heating up too, and there's no cars over there. Explain that. And of course, there was never no answer, because he's one of the white boys that say niggers are doing this. When Obama won in that inauguration, there's a picture with all these thousands of orbs around him. That white man put that shit up and said these words. He said, I don't know what that is politically, and neither should you give a fuck. Y'all need to get with this. He said, y'all see all the spirits around this black man? Get with it. He's the one, Egypt was black. So he's on the outskirts. This nigga went in front of white people. He's a lecturer. Went in front of white fucking people and said these words. I had to give it to him on this. He said, he's talking to this arrogant crowd who think they know something about Egypt because they're white. And they sitting there and they nothing to do with him. He said, it was his turn. That nigga got up and said, do y'all know black people are talking about Egypt too? Every white face, huh? Looking at each other. For what? He said, and then he said, they're not saying the same things we are. You should have seen their face. He was trying to say, maybe you want to listen to the old Egyptians. Maybe. He said, oh, they're not saying the same thing we are about Egypt. That says a lot. Right. And I know he was talking about Bobby Hemmett and those type of words. Wow. So they know what's what and who you are. You just don't know what's what and who you are. You pretty much, even if you ain't in Black Lives Matter, you spend the rest of your day arguing about how you hate it. Not you, but no, most people.
Yeah, it can draw you in.
But it can draw you in. But remember, if like and unalike are the same thing. So you are in Black Lives Matter if you're talking about it in a negative way every fucking day. You're in it. It's the other side of the coin. Duality. It's the same thing. Like and unlike are the same, just different degrees. They're just two different polarities, negative and positive. Shit. Oh. So to fool this light source, the planet has to cool down. Have you noticed how great the weather is? Have you noticed how you had a spring this year? You ain't had a spring in a long time. That shit jump out from cold to summer.
Yeah.
Now it's like 70s for a while. It snowed in New York at one point, like a couple of weeks ago. You know what I'm saying? Some shit like that.
Wow. Yeah.
Because they couldn't, because of the argument they create, say, people, we really need to do this. They never created an argument to show you how dire the situation is of turning it around. So if you stay in your house and you're not working and going to businesses and slow down, the planet cools off, you hope the light comes and say, oh, no problems here. Because remember, I even remember going in that dream, astral travel, and telling these people in the dream, look for the greenhouse effect. When y'all see the greenhouse effect, that's the beginning of the end of this reality. So when I got out, things that we were speculating on, how adamant I was in that dream, I knew that was it. I knew what it meant personally. Can I tell people? Yeah. Can I sell it? If I was selling it? Yeah. But I didn't really say nothing about it because it's a whole long lecture about shit we know is happening. This motherfucker's ended. So if I did an end of the world lecture, that would come up. But I'm only saying what we've been saying, but now I personally feel confirmed. And that's what that's about. This is about me. So now, like, whatever you do is about you. So so they're trying to cool down the planet by getting you to stay in the house and keep distance. Fucking heats up the planet. These interactions, these day cursing at each other, car accidents, all of that heats up the planet because you send up frustration about the shit. So if we're not doing that, the planet goes, oh, okay, I don't need to, I guess I'm getting better. Yeah, so why do I need to heat up? I guess I'm getting better. And it starts to cool off. The weather's getting nice, cool off quickly. So they're hoping when that light gets here, it's blocked by the shield, and it finds nothing it needs to fix. It finds nothing it needs to fix. And how are they going to do it? It only needs to fix the distress in niggas. And if you've been on a fucking 2-month vacation, do you feel stressed right now? Truth be told, you're just more, not you, but niggas are just more scared that they're gonna run out of money. But if you said, no, you got money, or you could go to work, or we'll still just keep this unemployment.
You make a double, you making what you're making now.
Right. What niggas gonna ride that till the wheels come off? Because nobody wants to do it. So they know they're giving you a paid vacation. That's what they're really giving you, a paid fucking vacation. Everyone kept saying they're gonna do martial law. No. Know why no? Because that light will see niggas on martial law lockdown and do what? It's work. So they ain't gonna do that. They ain't gonna do that. They ain't gonna. They're making it seem like you are at home, chilling, doing whatever. So whatever you like about your house, you in there doing it. And then it creates this lust to get out in society. They tell you to say, mix it up in there. Better now because there are no Confederate statues, Confederate flags. No one can say nigger anymore. There was a time, even though they were frowned upon the word nigger, right before the whole big N-word thing, you would watch TV shows and they would beep out ass, shit, fuck, but flagrantly say nigger. Now they started to beep out nigger. And they didn't beep it out because they shown you ain't no curse word, ain't nothing wrong. And we don't care who's offended. You may be offended by shit, damn fucking snot. Don't be offended by nigga. They the ones who made that dialogue up. Nigger versus nigga. That's nothing. Well, I don't say nigger, I say nigga. That's nothing. The first time I've ever seen anything like that was in a movie called Black and White. It was a propaganda movie about the stupidity of how black and white are just these opposites that need together. That's that polarity shit. Trying to make you think that they are adversary to the opposite, and therefore in your mind, you create them as an adversary, therefore give them existence. So even if you make a movie about white and black people are different, but we really should be friends, same process, same thing. Other side of the same polarity coin. So they did this movie, and she goes into the speech, nah, we're not saying nigger, we're saying nigga. Nigga is cool. All the rappers say nigga. So nigga is slang. Nigger is racist and old. That's not even a reality fucking thing. It's not it's making something up to be because now they know that white people, they're trying to use, here's another thing they do. We create rap, that's our creation. They're not trying to get us just for money. They need their kids to become us. So they're making their kids become little baby Eminems, or they raise up Eminem, so all these white kids can have this wigger mentality. So when this light comes, it's looking to communicate with niggers. And if they wiggery enough, that light they say, oh, you too.
Yeah, because that's the way.
That's the frequency you are. So each time we change our slang, remember I said the universe is constantly moving. Yeah. So this, remember in the 80s, cut pants was the shit.
Yeah.
Through the 90s, it wasn't. They're back. Acid wash, back. So these things recycle, but we define fad. We define what's popping, and we get that information from sunlight. Those are light codes. And we're actually getting into the movement, the stands, the way we do shit, the hieroglyphs and frequencies like antenna to receive light in certain ways. So they're trying to get their kids to mimic us as wiggers so they can receive the same light. Not just so they can economically take over our music, but because you've been trained in this white supremacy shit, that's where you're going. But see, I've been trained in spirituality shit. So taking money that they invent from you is stupid. You know what I'm saying? It's like me giving you pussy, then going to fuck the girl that I hooked you up with behind your back, stealing her from you. I gave this to you. I made this up for you. I let you do it. When we were making rap, every complaint we had about technology, this company, Akai especially, made a drum machine that did what rappers said in a time where they were telling you rap doesn't exist, really. It's not going to be here tomorrow. So we had the first drum machine, SP1200. We had it, we banged it out. But to save something, you needed to buy an external hard drive. And it took 15 minutes to save this thing. The next, we complained about it. Next, and this is in 1980 fucking 5 and 6. 5 and 6, maybe 7, maybe 6 and 7. So the next model from the SP12 became the SP1200, which had a built-in floppy drive. Took 3 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes to save the project. Because we complained. Things we couldn't do with samples. They started doing it. With the limited drum machines like this Roland here, which was step programming, they called it. This has a step programming feature somewhere. Here, let me show you. This is a step programming feature. So if I hit my pad, I see where I'm putting it. These are number counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, that type of thing. So I could, if this is my kick, this is my snare, I could go boom, bap, and walk it through boom, 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 bap. And then when I play it, boom, it's gonna play my pattern. Now that was the only thing drum machines had, I'm gonna move this out the way, when you did this here. This was this. This is the electronic version of this physical version. You turn buttons on with here, boom, back. So you see 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. 3, 2, 3, 4. 4, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. Tick, tick, tick. So this step program turned into a pad machine. Where we at? A pad machine like this. This is a more sophisticated than the original. So now, with that being said, I don't know why I said it. Oh, yes, because each thing we did, they eventually moved from analog to digital in '92. They were recording on 2-inch tapes, which was a motherfucker. To carry one of them shits, I don't know if you had the opportunity to get about it. You could do 3 songs on one of them. They're about $150 to get a 2-inch tape. You couldn't make a record without it. 2 inches of physical tape. There's a big roll of it.
Yeah.
So you would put it on the machine and it would,
Yeah.
you would record your song on that. Now, they moved that to digital. Prior to that, you would go from 2-inch and mix down to a 1-inch tape. So you would bring your mix to mastering on tape under your arm, which was a 1-inch bump from a 2-inch, all analog. So now the first thing they did was create something called an ADAT, digital audio tape, DAT. And that would put your mix digital. So you would do whatever on your digital board, recording on an analog tape, then bump it now to a digital medium. You didn't lose too much quality doing that. So they said, let's take it up, this 2-inch ridiculousness, and create something called ADAT. That was what I was talking about. ADAT was a way to record your song digitally. When they did that, because it was digital to digital to digital, bass was wrecked. Wrecked. So for raps, done. So raps couldn't move forward with digital. They created a whole tubular system that makes digital sound like regular analog bass for us in a time where they're not supposed to even know we exist. Oh no, they're promoting this shit. It was, and I remember, and I'm missing a lot. Yo, you could do it. See, like, you couldn't loop in the beginning. Like, remember that song Peter Piper Pick record, Run Rock Runners, and they use a sample called "Take Me to the Mardi Gras." Ding 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 ding, and that became Peter ding ding. That sound you hear, or even better, easier. I Rule the World by Curtis Blow. He used a record called Pump Me Up. Pump, 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 pump me up. Boom, ding, 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 boom, ding, ding, ding. I rule the world. He said to make those songs, they had to play the sample live. There was no looping system. It didn't exist. There was no reason to take a song with 4 bars and continuously play it. But we wanted to do that. So they played every hit on the one live. Boom, ding, 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 boom, ding, 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 boom, ding, ding. They gotta punch that shit all the way down for 5 minutes. So what happened? Drum machines now came with a looping factor where that boom, ding, 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 I could program it and now keep it going automatically. Play one button, boom, ding, 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 and let it run for 5 minutes, then hit stop. A lot of shit going on here. Oh, okay. That's why I'm in this mode. So, so they were doing things to make it easier for rap in a place where they keep telling us because of white supremacy, this shit ain't gonna make it, and it ain't that great, it ain't whatever. And that is taking over all realities in this world. You know what I'm saying? It's another thing. So, all right, we're gonna end this shit for real, for real. All right, y'all niggas, yeah, because I'm gonna end it anyway. All right, niggas, y'all had enough. I had enough. Get at me, occultlectures.com, same as this YouTube channel, and you'll be able to get my product, my classes. I'm about to start a new class, a new cycle soon. So if you're interested in the class, I would say now is the time to sign up. You bought product, have no need to fear. It's coming, it's coming. My son's coming over tomorrow. We're gonna do another big mailing. I'm gonna try to get at least 200 pieces out tomorrow. I just bought new herb, just put it all together, blah, blah, blah. I got a lot of new product ready to go. So I'm gonna pack anything that's been sitting and get a bunch of shit out. I already have a bunch of stamps. So it's just a matter of packing and pressing and putting out. My son's coming over to do it tomorrow. So there's a lot of orders going out. I'm ordering new books. So if you're waiting for a book, you'll have it. And so like I said, get at me on the website, get at Khadijah, she's somdymessage.com and see what you seen what she had to offer. Remember to get into your visualization. The more you could see it, whatever the scenario is, first try with your memories. Try to see yourself at your mother's house, your old mother's house. Try to see yourself If you like double dutch, playing double dutch. If you like swimming, swimming. What you want to do is do a visualization where when you open your eyes, you felt just a little bit more than thinking. You felt more than you were thinking. You felt like, damn, it felt like I was there. I remember detail of when I used to swim in that pool. I remember detail when I used to play pogo. I remember detail of what used to happen when I did this, that, or the other, based upon your visualization. If you can do that and choose to do that, what you'll start to notice is you're exercising a part of your mind that is the actual vehicle that you'll be using in your next reality. I promise you this is what's happening. You could take my warning, you take my advice, or you could do whatever the fuck you're doing. It's not really skin off my teeth. The true understanding of this is the only thing I could do is leave the knowledge. The rest is up to you. The same way Morpheus said, I can show you all the doors, but you have to walk through. So this shit is about you and you walking through doors, not me holding your hand. So, peace. I'll be back. Y'all niggas stay strong. Y'all get into your fucking mind. Don't worry about all this shit they tell in the street is all hype. They're doing this to keep this shit going, not to end you or end this. They're trying to do this to keep this shit going. They don't understand your reality. You don't understand your reality. And when it's here and it has manifest, what I'm telling you it has. We are in, not just in theory in the fifth dimension, I'm starting to display the powers. Watch the movie Men in Black. Read the book Mind Control 101. That's by Dandelion Jones. That's must-read material. Must-read material. You understand, niggas? Peace be unto you. Chaos be unto you. Signing off. Pimping. Won't it will, won't it will.
Oh,
Trey Fresh killing the beat.
oh, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You was right. I gave you my life. You put it to the side. And that's a shame, 'cause I was gonna show you things, yeah. Let me introduce you. Let me introduce you. Play hard to get what you saying, babe. You can have your way with me. Come put your legs on my shoulders, babe. Right these way they supposed to be. Tell me how it's supposed to be. Round in these streets, tryna make sure you eat. Keeping shit low key. You say you want me, showing you finer things. You telling me all these things. Say you want a wedding ring. Shine like a star, baby, come hop in the car. Yeah, this the new double R. Not the coupe, but the truck with the stars. No, I'm not telling you wrong. Go spend the day at the spot. Meet me back home at the spot. Fuck on all night till the sun touch the sky. You was right. I gave you my life. You put it to the side. And that's a shame, 'cause I was gonna show you things, yeah. Let me introduce you. Let me introduce you. Play hard to get what you saying, babe. You can have your way with me. Come put your legs on my shoulders, babe. Right these way they supposed to be. Yeah, you wanted love, so here we are. Look just how we came up, girl. You want it, but it's dangerous, girl. They can't stop this shit, 'cause we own our shit. Run away with each other. Can we stay with each other? This how we live and have some kids, yeah. You was right. I gave you my life. side. And that's a shame, cause I was gonna show you things, yeah. Let me introduce you. Let me introduce you. Play hard to get what you say, yeah, babe. You can have your way with me. Come put your legs on my shoulders, babe. Right this way, they supposed to be.